Alrighty, you bastards! We just broadcast the 10 seconds best of broadcast material ever. But yeah, alrighty YouTube, welcome to another one of the Kips Clips. This is a bit of an aggregation of the aggregation, but this is a continuation of what we started today. Unfortunately, due to priorities, I might need to dip out, but I'm going to leave this open room, link below for everybody. You abuse it, you lose it. I'm going to obviously rely on the eyes and ears of trusted individuals to report back to me if there's any morons bouncing in and abusing it. But I was just saying, I'm just saying we substituted Peter from the Lowlands from Peter from the Midlands. You bastards! And I've also still not muted up my last. Oh Jesus, man! There goes my bat phone. But shit. So this is going to be a continuation of what we started today, which was just a general chit chat about what's happening right now, life as it happens. So there's trusted fellows in the chat, man. The most people that bounce along here in the right frame of mind. I will be looking for report cards on bad people, i.e. Muppets that bounce in and abuse it that we can block. Because if you do abuse it, you lose it, man. It's like a fact of this channel, man. It's changed. We're all open for freedom of speech, but if you're a moron, you get kicked. So we've substituted Peter from the Lowlands from Peter from the Midlands. I'm even more of a time constraint right now, man. So we get John S, Stevie B, and Dino in from the start. I will probably, maybe, hopefully, be back at some point later on. But just now, we're going to leave it an open room. I think Dino was going to be the prefect. I think Dino was designated prefect. So Dino, you'll be writing the report cards and let me know if anybody stands out or gets out of control. And again, if you abuse it, you lose it, man. Free speech shown. But if you're an idiot, you get kicked. So, Peter, why don't you tell me what you said off here, mate? Because it made perfect sense, man.
I have no idea what I said now. It all went haywire. Yeah, tomorrow night I'm doing my thing tomorrow, and yeah, on my channel. If anyone wants to watch that or whatever. I can't remember what else I was talking about now. What was I saying? Can you guys remember?
No.
So,
we're talking about the hangouts that you and Cookie do, Peter.
oh yeah, the hangouts and stuff. Yeah, so I do a weekly one there with Cookie. He's away at the moment. He'll be back soon. I did one on my own last week. I don't know if anyone saw it. I lasted an hour and 26 minutes on my own. So I'll if you're available, Kip, if you want to come along, I'll send a few other invites out, and anyone wants to come in, whatever, have a chat. I just go through the weekly stuff and just a general kind of feel of things, and you know, the looking at a bigger picture in a way and seeing how all this bullshit sort of links together. Been doing it for a while.
If Cookie doesn't roll on tomorrow, mate, and I'm free again. It's very hard to say right now, but if I'm free tomorrow, I'm going to happily rock up, man. And
okay, well, I'll send you an invite or a link on here or whatever.
The thing is, I'd be gutted if you stop doing what you're doing, man, because you put out a good point of view, man, and very open-minded and stuff, man. And sorry to be an absolute idiot, man, but as I said, my priorities and stuff, guys. But so I'm signing out for just now, and I hope to join you later. The room's open, links below, and I think I've left the camera on. Whoever speaks has got the camera, so if anybody's doing screen shares and stuff, it just tends to be where the audio's coming from. Where the video feed will come from. Right, guys, so I'll love yous all, man, and I'll speak to yous later, man. As I said, priorities, dudes. Catch yous all later, man.
Yeah, see you, Kip.
Thanks, guys, man. I'm sorry to do this, man, but I have to.
A bit, Kip.
Well, there we go, guys. We're being let loose. We're on our own.
It's just all we got.
Let's traumatise everyone.
It's all seen.
Did you have anything you want to bring up, Peter, or?
No, I was talking about that movie I watched the other day, The Great Story Never Told, about Adolf Hitler. That was an interesting watch, I have to say. If anyone's not seen that, just put it in on YouTube. It's 5 hours, or you can watch it in segments, I think. There's segments up there as well, but it just gives you a complete overview of it's the propaganda and the propaganda mixed together. You got the, because even that's propaganda up to a point. I don't agree with everything in the film, but I have seen a lot of stuff that I hadn't seen before, which and stuff that's evidenced as well. You know, which will make you, you know, it'll open your mind a lot. But it tries to make out Adolf Hitler was a really good guy. He was a visionary, but he was you know, the way the film has him is a sort of like they obviously like him. And I'm thinking, well, no, he was still a dictator. He was still, you know, if you don't do what I say, you know, Bush and the whole control thing, which I'm against. So there's elements of the movie that I think were propagandized as well. So that's my view of it. But it's excellent information. It's stuff that, you know, reaffirms a lot of things that you've heard little snippets of, or little people, you know, people have said this, people have said that. This movie puts it into some kind of, you know, evidence. You can see what they've researched and all the rest of it. It's old archive footage, stuff that was broadcast, you know, before we were born, hidden away in little darkened rooms and stuff. So, you know, you've got actual footage and things, and so, you know, there's a lot there, and it's definitely worth a watch if you've got it's 5 hours and 50 minutes long, so it's quite a long watch. But if you, like I say, watch it in snippets, which I did over Saturday and Sunday, yeah, it's definitely worth, because a lot of interesting info in there. So yeah.
Did it turn you, Peter? Did it turn you into a fan?
It turned me into, you know, a Hitler lover. No,
Yeah,
no,
an
not
enthusiast.
at all, no. No, I was more enthusiastic in the sense that it was some of the information I'd heard myself, snippets of. I'd seen that and thought, and there's actual footage, there's archive stuff. It's like, yeah, I didn't, because I've seen pictures of. Yeah, it puts lots of things into different perspectives. It's a strange one. It's a bit of a what you call you know, what's it called, like a sort of like a light bulb moment. You think, fucking hell, I didn't know that, or shit, I'd heard about that, but this is actual fake, you know, like things like there's lots of, I mean, it's such a long film, there's so much in it, because it goes through the entire, obviously nearly 6 hours long. It's going to cover pretty much, you know, everything in quite a lot of depth, but it doesn't get boring either. It's not a boring watch. That's why I watched it, I think the first lot about 4 hours I did. So fucking arse was numb in the end. I was like, fucking hell. I was like, you know, I've got to move off this chair, you know. So, but it was, yeah, like I say, just really fascinating information to learn that there was Muslims in the SS. That was a bit of a what, you know, and stuff like that. And the way, again, we've been propagandized.
Mm-hmm.
The Germans, for some bizarre reason, you know. Well, not bizarre, but like I say, they've been everyone's just under propaganda. Everyone's under this kind of we're fed the news. You know, we talk about this a lot. We're fed this spiel all the time. This kind of fucking conveyor belt of bullshit, and it's whether or not we are thinking for ourselves or not. And you know, that's the problem. We believe in all the, you know, all the hate thing. You know, you must hate. You've got to have a bogeyman. You know, you got to have a, you know, so. Yeah.
The question never gets put to bed about us and them. There's always somebody being demonised for.
Yeah, for sure.
For whether it's an ideological or.
It
seems corporate nowadays. It seems like what I see in Gaza. It looks like there's a lot of weapons that have been that you've never seen before.
Exotic weapons, yeah, man. Tear you to shreds.
You need someone to test it out on. That's mad.
It's like I was reading a bit of Max Egan put a little video up earlier on with a phone call he'd made to someone he knows out in Gaza, and the information at the bottom, he put 177 lines he'd written about, you know, lots of different things, and he was talking about the exotic weapons, and you know, we all know this, you know, it's the psychopaths who develop these things. You know, they shred you apart. You know, they leave maximum damage on your body. You know, you're maimed for life in a horrific way if you do survive. You know, and it's fucking psychopaths. You know, nutters. And you know, I've seen a whole, what was it today? I saw a whole district literally bombed. You know, I don't know if anyone saw that video. Like a whole
I
area
watched
just fucking wiped out. You know, and that's what they're doing. I said that in a video I put up a few weeks ago. You know, they're just going to wipe the whole fucking place out and drive them into the sea, man. It's just they're just pushing them, aren't they? They're just push until either Egypt open the border and let them all out, and then that's it. They've done their job. They've got them out, and they've just got the West Bank to deal with. But I think that'll always remain because the old city in Jerusalem's always been different religious people all living together, different quarters all set out. But you know, they're going to definitely wipe them off. That, you know, the Gaza will be gone. That's what I think. They're trying to. Well, they're doing it as we speak. I just saw tonight. You know, they're back on it. They're bombing again. It's just never stopping. It's just. And they're bombing the hospitals. It is a genocide, isn't it? It's total. We're witnessing a real time genocide. You know, going on.
again.
Yeah.
Just
After watching that movie about the war, fucking hell,
You've
fucking hell.
You've had a stomach full.
Yeah, man. I don't know why I do it to myself. You know.
Cheers, and you give me link. That's on my agenda for have a look at that tomorrow. That one, Peter. It sounds really good. Quite packed full of information and everything from what you've been telling us.
Yeah, check it out. It's just things like that. I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff. I have done over the years, and you know, read a bit as well, and you know, just seen. But there's still things that still blow my mind about how we've been lied to. Still to this, you know, like that watching that film. You know, still things I'd heard about but hadn't really known myself, and because I know the thing is that it's like the detail as well. That's like, you know, I know they're all psychos. I know they're all fucking nuts, and the world is run by crazy bastards, and you know, if they're not psychopathic, they're paedophilic, or like I say, a bit of both. So
both is about right. Seems to really fit.
So we've got a load of it's the government. It's that control over the people. It's that taking away of your right to be who you want to be. That's what I'm against, and that's what every government does across the planet anyway. Some just are more, like I say, they'll commit genocide on their own people. You know, it's not good.
While Gaza's going on, what's we're taking our eyes off something else, aren't we? What, like you just mentioned, child abuse.
Yeah, again, it's so much going on though, isn't there, to take your attention.
What's being just, you know, kicked in at the long grass or just being stashed away while this is going on? You mentioned Ukraine earlier on, I think.
Yeah, there's genocide going on there. Yeah. You know, there's people being driven out of Ukraine who are being literally killed or
some
just
of the pictures
driven out.
To what you're seeing in Gaza, it's like tank shells, people being built to pieces at bus stops, and and it's shown. It's just literally just it's there for a child to pick up and observe. And it's I don't know. It might have been you that mentioned this last week or maybe a week before. How it's an overkill in terms of the imagery and stuff. Yeah,
well, they bombard you with it, and it's, you know, in a way, you know, if you think about how energy works and how our psyche works and why everyone feels down and depressed about this, who cares? It's that affects your energy feel. That affects how you feel, and that's a mass conscious thing, because everyone, you know, who's you know, there's millions of people. We've seen them out marching across the world. You know, we're all feeling shit about this, and that does affect, believe it or not, and science can prove this, because science and this kind of consciousness has kind of been measured, and they can measure the, you know, the sort of energy that's out there through all kinds of different methods now, and you know, it does, if you like, it plays. It's a kind of wicked, horrible, evil game they're playing on us in a sense, because they know we're going to get upset, and they know it's going to affect things, and they know our energies are affected by it, and yeah. They're just a bunch of cunts who love to do that because they're psychopaths. Like I say, a psychopath loves to, you know, do that kind of thing, watch you suffer, and laugh at you while they're doing it. You know, that's what they do. It's just doing it on a mass scale through the conscious, you know, through the mass. You know, that's why we're all feeling this horrible, you know, And because they're psychopaths, it's more proof evidence again. If you think they're nice people, these fuckers who run the world, think again. They are not. And the ones who support Israel, they're the same. I mean, in this country, we've got, was it Miliband's a Zionist? Probably going to be the next prime minister. I don't know. Don't give a fuck. But that's probably on the card. So they don't care now. They're way out in the open. These people now, because the corporate takeover is, it's happened. It's here. That was what the World War I, World War II shit was all about. It was why they stopped Hitler. They stopped Hitler because he was a problem. He was going to he was going to make you, all right, you had to obey him, otherwise he wouldn't like you. But he was making people do things for themselves, getting people independent. They didn't want that because there was a corporate takeover happening.
Was he freeing up slaves? Was that what he was doing in essence?
He was what? Sorry.
Was in essence, or maybe I'm not saying he was, but was that film like he was freeing the slaves in a way? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, right? But I'm just saying.
But it's like he was stopped. I mean, if you look at that film, like I say, you'll get a whole different perspective of what really went on, because it'll just open your eyes and you think, yeah, I can see that why that was happening now. Because did you know also he was sending Jews from Germany before World War II broke out, before it fully kicked off, to Palestine to resettle. And he was doing that for a long time, and they weren't being persecuted or whatever. I mean, there's probably what you get the hate shit going on, like you get in the UK right now. People don't, because they're propagandized with bullshit, and they were very heavy on propaganda. Then, the Nazis, it was their forte, to get people into line, into their thinking, so they could achieve this dream. And so it was heavily propagandized. So the Jews were probably given a hard time in some areas, but not to the degree in which we're led to believe, in such a way that. It did get worse towards the end, but as that time was moving, he was sending Jews over there, and they were going and they were settling there, and then that stopped. And then you have to look at the Balfour Treaty back in 1920. This all links in to this information. That's why you've got to look back and see how it all connects. And people who know the Balfour Treaty, that one, where it was back in 1920, I think, that the minister was. It was set up initially, I think, it was the First World War, actually, because Germany were basically beating the French and the British were fucked. So the Zionists approached them, didn't they, and said, we will bring America into the war for you, etc., etc. If you establish this, you cement this, we want to create a state of, Israel in Palestine. And will you support this, and we'll bring America into the war, and you'll win the war, because if you lose, you'll be humiliated. The empire will be, what would that say? British Empire at the time was fucking huge. So there'd be mass rebellion all over the world. The British are shit. They've lost the war. The German, you know what I mean? So they went along with it, and they decide. So the Americans came on board in World War One, and obviously beat the Germans and obliterated Germany and destroyed them and whatever. The country, the economic, everything was just fucking wiped out. They were just left with nothing. And yeah. So it's all linking back. I've lost my fucking train of thought now, but it's there's a lot of information.
I think someone's just done a video on the Balfour.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's history. See, we've got short memories, or we're not taught the right history in school. They don't teach you any of this shit in school. Nothing. If you were doing modern history or whatever, or World War II, you'll just get the official propaganda version. You won't get the other, all the other stuff they've just decided not to tell you, even though it's there in the public domain. It's there, it's available. You can check it out. There's all kinds of stuff there, which, because we take, again, our main source of information from bullshit news and newspapers, we believe that what they're telling us is correct, and it's not. It's bullshit, or it's got an agenda behind it. So, yeah. And on that, I'm going to make a fag. So give us a sec. I'll be right back. I can still hear you. I'm just not on the camera. So.
Sounds an interesting watch, but 5 hours is like.
Yeah,
I'd break it up into sections if I were you.
Yeah, so last time I did one of them, I did a 4 hour 45 one, and I was bug eyed at the end of it, so I think this one I'll do it in sections.
Hmm.
I think it'll be, it sort of sinks in a bit better as well, doesn't it? And take breaks between.
You can watch some lectures. I've watched lectures in the past, you know, online and stuff that have gone on for like, you know, 3 or 4 hours, and you know, you can sort of think you're really interested in the subject and everything, but you're thinking, I haven't got that time to sit here for, you know, it's just not going to happen today. Yes, but if it's, but back in the day, I got into some ones and I did watch them for that length of time, because I was just so interested in the subjects, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it all links together. Very good.
I was just, is Stevie B still there? He had a couple of things he said he wanted to bring up. I don't know if he's still there, Stevie.
Yeah, no, I am still here. I was just listening. I was just chatting to a friend of mine on Facebook who was just ranting about a load of stuff. So I was sort of like listening to you guys and then trying to deal with that, and yeah, bit of a nightmare. No, what was I going to say? Yeah, there's a couple of things, and obviously one sticking with Gaza and that. Many of you people will know this name, many of you will hate this guy, many of you won't mind him. Charlie Veach. Sure you've all heard of him?
Yeah, I've met Charlie. Yeah, yeah, met him a couple
Yeah,
of
well,
times.
he.
Operating my
I mean, he posted a video earlier about what's been happening up at Manchester about the boycott Israel stuff.
Yeah.
And I was actually quite surprised because the first 5 minutes was very pro-Israeli. And then sort of after that it became pro-Palestine, and then it was a very neutral view. So I was very surprised, but it's probably definitely worth a watch. I mean, I don't always agree with him on a lot of the stuff he says, but I came across that video, and it was a very neutral video, and I was quite happy to watch it. But also, it is a 45-minute video, by the way. It's probably not worth sitting there watching the whole thing, but there's some really useful information in there about how Hamas was literally created by the Jews in the first place, a bit like ISIS. So
it's controlled opposition.
Yeah. It's like you know, set up. So I found that really interesting to learn because I'm not one of these people that's really into war stuff. I hate it, you know, because it's always people killing people. Do you know what I mean? So I mean, it's been hard to avoid it, to be fair. You know, these last couple of weeks, seeing all the videos and everything, it doesn't matter where you look, you can clearly see anyone who sits there and thinks Zionists are like in the right must be completely out of their mind, because what they're doing is absolute genocide over there. And I even commented on Charlie Veach's video, and I said, when any nation has got intelligence and modern day weapons, they should be used effectively and not I forgot what the comment was that I put forward. I said, like, you know, discriminate, like, you know, like they just don't care where they're firing them. You know, they've got laser guided weapons and all this, and they're just firing them everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, not care at people and stuff. So anyone who actually, like, seriously, you know, thinks that, you know, I mean, it's not about who started what first, is it? I mean, that becomes like really childish and petty. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, they started it, so we carry on type thing. You know, it's about. I mean, yeah, okay. You know, they've got to sit down and talk. But you know, we all know that probably won't happen. the other thing that I wanted to discuss, and I'm going to put a link in our chat here, and I don't know if anyone wants to screen share it, but I've come across somebody on YouTube who is absolutely brilliant. She's only posted 5 videos, and
I know who you're gonna say. Yeah, go on.
you probably come across her as well, Peter, because I am talking about Chloe George.
Yep.
And absolutely fantastic. Now, she has somehow managed to make it onto the UK column in a separate post.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone of you guys, I can't screen share, I don't know why, my Mac doesn't let me come on to Google Chrome or whatever to share anything for some reason. But I will post, what video? Should we have...
Which one do you want? Esther Rancid, or do you want...
No, I prefer... I mean, I love Russell Brand's one. That was absolutely funny. But I think we should probably do Giles or the Queen or Mr. Cameron. There's only a short clip.
They're all quality ones, so whichever. They're all
let's go with the one to the Queen, because I myself have got some. I've got a Queen project coming up. Well, I'm in the midst of it, but I've got to get it all prepared before I even start doing voiceovers or anything like that. So, but I just loved it. I just thought it was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, very funny. If you haven't seen it, guys, check them out. I subscribed the other day. I saw just the first one and thought that's hilarious, and yeah.
I mean, it's very. Oh God. What does that? I'll post a link.
I think it's very timely because of what we've been having to put up with.
I think it's just people. Talking.
She's brought comedy, back and laughter back, which I think everybody should appreciate. Can I just mention something about this Manchester thing and the
the Israeli the protest? Outside the shops.
There. There's a couple of there's also Steve Spy that's done a couple of videos. Yeah. He's the legal observer from the fracking protests. And the reason I spoke earlier on about why I've not gone down and voiced any opinions or joined the protesting anyways, because what my city centre Manchester has turned into is just a deleted sketch from the life of Brian, because that's you walk down the main market street is preacher after preacher after preacher, and you'll get round the corner and then there's this just big huge protest. That's a never ending argument. That's monotheistic and ideological based. It's never going to end. It's just a waste of time. You could go there saying, yeah, look, you're killing children, but the guy who's stood there voicing the same opinion as you has also got other opinions that you might find repugnant. So what's the point? That's why I don't get involved in that.
I mean, for me, it's like I know what you mean. It's like there's I've said this before. Like there's the good side of like getting together with other people, and that side, meeting other people at these things. But like you say, nothing's going to change. Always remember that, in a sense of like you going out there isn't going to change what they're doing. It's not going to make them stop. The way to make them stop is like you say, it's how we thinking, it's how we are, it's why we do what we do on here. It's like we're the ones who are awake and aware of this stuff, and we're doing things in our lives that are resisting, and doing other things. And if we were all doing that and we all saw the shit for what it is, we would stop putting our money, our energy into the shit. We would remove our energy from various points of it, and people would realise that they have to start booking up and clearing out the pedos and the psychopaths, or we're not going to play anymore. And this is again, it's about mass non-compliant behaviour, which is lawful and not going to cause problems.
Have you seen the poster that was going around that was stating products and services that are Israeli-based, Zionist-based.
Yeah.
And these are the products and services to avoid, and companies also.
Yeah.
And as I was reading through, there's quite different list, quite a few there in different columns. And I was going through the list, and it was just like, yeah, I don't use that, I don't use that, I don't use that, I don't use that, I don't use that. And that's just me naturally. That is just me naturally, like you're just saying, going against the status quo and finding a new way yourself. And a lot of these companies, products and services, I don't use just because, whether it's instinct or what, I just, it's a lot of them. I always thought, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't even use any of them really.
Yeah, I would say I'm growing up with like advertising throughout the decades and stuff. I've always felt it offensive. It insults my intelligence a lot of the time, and I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking to? Like watching an advert, or something, or and I've always been like that. I've always. That's why I don't watch TV much anymore. I just know now and again, but I don't really know anything about it. I don't know what, unless it's something I want to watch, mainly football, or something. That would be it for me, or sport or something like that. It wouldn't be any shows or dramas or, I wouldn't have a clue if people having conversations, about what's on TV. I want no idea what they're talking about. I'm like, I don't watch it. That happened the other day actually, and they're talking about some stuff, and I was like, I just had to walk away. I don't really know what you're on about, so see you later. And that's what people are like. They're in TV land. They're in TV speak. It's like, you've got to snap out of that bullshit. This is not important. Turn it off. Start thinking for yourself. I've been saying it for fucking years. It's like, it doesn't teach you anything. It just teaches you to be daft and believe bullshit on there. And it's powerful programming. It's powerful. It's like, look at the programmed Israelis who think this is all correct and right, and they're massively just propagandized like we was against, like we are in our country, but there's those who see through the propaganda in Israel, so, but they're a minority, and I dread to think what happens to them when they speak out, so, we're lucky in the sense we can do this kind of thing, but,
can I bring Dean into what you just said there?
Yeah, go on, sorry. I waffle
about
away,
about Israelis and how brainwashed they are into thinking this is okay, especially the people who are doing it. So, was you ex-army, Dean?
Yeah.
Right. If I don't know how can I put this. If you was part of the army and you seen what we're seeing today,
yeah,
would you take a direct order?
Would I take a direct order?
If children were in the way, would you take a direct order?
No.
A lot wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think, because I remember reading something about that. A lot of soldiers actually fire over their heads. They wouldn't kill anyone. They just wouldn't do it.
And I've come across a few articles recently as well from like British soldiers, or said British soldiers, because you can never tell, because half the time they never give their name or anything, that said if they was given an order in any war that they attended and there was kids involved, they would simply either fire to the ground as a warning, but would not take the order to shoot to kill on that. And I think you're right there, Peter. A lot of normal people, say like you was fighting for your place and you wasn't even a soldier or whatever, and someone turned around to you and said, "Oh, say like it was a revolution type thing," and said, "Shoot them," you'd turn around and go, "Nah." Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's different if they're holding guns, and that's one of the things you see with Israel as well, that they do teach their kids to handle weapons very early on. I see a very shocking video the other day where kids as young as 5 holding AK-47s and sort of like with the adult there firing it with them on the end of it, if you like. Like holding it with them.
Well, I was in Israel in 1992 and spent about 6 months there. I said this last week when I did my little chat on my own. And I spent some time out there on the kibbutz. So I spent time in Israel, looking around and getting a feel of the place, and yeah, it was exactly like that. It's just full of it's an army base, basically. It's one huge fucking army base. Even the kibbutzes are strategic. When you're staying on these things, they're all set up, and things I learned out there where they could call up like 1 million men in like 72 hours or 24 hours or something ridiculous. They could have 1 million men ready, armed up, ready for battle in like a very short amount of time. And I don't think any country other than that could amount, probably the States maybe, but I don't even know they could do it in that time frame. Call up 1 million men to fight, because they're all in the army. It's just a big army base, and everyone's got guns. They were just everywhere. Everyone was carrying a weapon. Everyone owned a weapon. People I knew, who I met when I was out there, became friends with some people out there, and they all had weapons. And I met Arabs as well. So went to Jerusalem, spent time in the Arab Quarter in the West Bank up by there. Didn't go to Gaza because we weren't far from Gaza. We were in a place called Ashkelon, and that's where a lot of these rockets are apparently landing, or these fireworks. Really, there's fireworks, or not causing the damage that these fuckers are doing to them back. And it's a strange place. It really is. It's a long time ago now, because 92 is like fucking hell. It's 20 odd years ago, but
22 years. God, that makes me feel bloody old.
Yeah, so I'm getting on now, guys.
I was still at school then. Yeah.
Interesting place, and just the experience, the places I went as well was interesting. So, and meeting the people, like I say, I met Arabs as well as Jews, and I found that most people are okay. Most people, like I say, you ask them if they want a war, they don't want a war. It's like, but they're always having a war.
I was going to ask you a question. Did you find like people like from either side living in the same locations, or was it very apartheid type situation over there?
Yeah, I did. When I was on that kibbutz, it was kind of like about 4 or 5 miles from Ashkelon, which is the town. So you had to get like a minibus into the main town. When you went into the main town, there was residential areas. I think it was all all Jewish in that area. I didn't sort of see much else really when I was there. As far as in that place, it just seemed to be pretty sort of heavily Jewish, heavily sort of European Jewish, Russian Jews who couldn't speak Hebrew but could speak English because they just got there and things like that. So there was still again the incentive to go to Israel if you're a Jew is you get lots of money, you get a house, so you get looked after. The Zionist state will protect you, and all that bullshit. So you think you're going somewhere safe, and that's how they fool a lot of people as well. A lot of people there are aware as well of what really is going on, what we're seeing on like mainstream media, TV stuff. It's probably is a minority as well of crazy, just fucking right-wing Zionist people who just enjoy watching people dying because they probably watch too much Hollywood shit, and again, programmed idiots. So
Yeah, I mean, we only have to look at, like you say, the majority of European Jews, that are over here and elsewhere. I mean, they don't want to see this kind of stuff going on. I mean, I know quite a few, like, Orthodox Jews as well, and, they've got an opinion, and they're like, this is not what we want,
Yeah.
They always call it their land. I mean, in a way, it will always be like their land, but because of their faith. But they don't want to see it. I don't think anyone wants to see it.
No, these are like I say, there is a lot of programming, and these guys who were joining the army. I mean, I met a few on the kibbutz, young lads. How old was I when I went out there? About 25, something like that. And these were young lads of about 18. who were made to, you know, that there's no choice. You join, you know, or you don't join, and then you get locked up, or they, you know, they punish you if you don't, you know, enlist, and that's compulsory. So you're in, you're fully trained up, you're going off on missions. These guys were coming back off leave. They were drinking bottles of whiskey, getting pissed off their brains, going crazy because they couldn't handle it. You know, they were worried as well for their own, because it was all fear, you know. And I felt really sorry for them, and I thought, fucking hell, I'm glad I don't live here. I'm glad I'm fucking off soon, you know, and getting out of here. But you know, because they'd have you in the fucking army like that, you know, you've got no choice.
I was going to say, isn't their media more propagandized than ours anyway? Isn't it all like a bit like what they have in North Korea? You're only allowed the one channel and stuff that is only state supported. I think it's like that over there. Am I right in that?
I'm not sure, but I know that I mean, literally everybody I knew who was a young Israeli was in the army, you know, or been in the army and had a gun, and they weren't in the army right now. They definitely still owned a weapon, you know, and there were, you know, a lot of them were, I think, you know, they'll be my age now. They'll have grown up. They'll have had their children who were the ones who were probably in these bloody battles and stuff. And you think, you know, to me, it's like, it's so fucked up. Everything's just so fucked up, you know. And these crazy Israelis leaders, you know, the Zionist crazy fuckers, are just, again, you know, getting away with it. And we see every nation supporting them. And I just don't. I think, you know, stop the planet, you know. I want to get off.
I think because this is what I was, before I came on, I was talking like with some girl, and she just said to me about something like, and I think what people have got to remember is this is not about Jews or Muslims. This is about the Zionists and Hamas. They're two completely, really different things. I mean, okay, their faith is a part of it, but this is not the general.
It's not the pub. It's not the people. The people.
It's not the Jewish community, or it's not the Muslim community. This is, you know, between those two groups.
Like I say.
Go on.
Sorry, you carry on. Sorry.
No, I'm finished. Really, I'm letting you go there.
Yeah. Like I say, it's about the people, and it's the people who always are the ones who are given the, you know, we're the ones who are sitting back. Like in this country, when anything happens, we're exactly the same. You know, we don't. What can we do to stop the fracking? You know, what can we do? They're still doing it. They still don't give a fuck. They don't care if they poison the. You know, it's a different thing. But again, what are we going to do? You know, are we going to stop this? Are we going to stop the killing? You know, we're going to stop just governments doing what they want. And it's not to be violent either. It's just to get educated. It's to get to a level of understanding yourself where you know, you don't need to have any violence or any aggression to get change. It's about idea. It's inside of yourself. It changes how you are. It's because you see the real truth and you think, Jesus, you know, it's you know, this isn't the way we're supposed to be. You know, this isn't, you know, everything I've taught, everything I've learned has been bullshit and lies. It's a hard thing to take. So it's, you know, you spend a time, you know, balancing yourself out and thinking you're okay. But then you realise, you know, look at all the violent protests. What happens? You know, nothing happens. Like I say, we're talking before about protests. You know, nothing will change. All you'll end up is getting into trouble and ending up in jail, or, you know, losing your jobs and stuff. So,
well,
you know, they win every time. So.
Yeah, no. Coming back to this protesting and making changes, it can be done non-violently, and you've just got to go and find the knowledge. I mean. Simple things. Okay. Imagine if every single person in this country stopped paying their TV license. What would happen to the BBC? Down on its knees. Although, okay, they say BBC has no advertising in it whatsoever. I mean, that is just the biggest lie ever. Because there's always some kind of advertisement going on the BBC. If you look, but No, I mean, there is so much you can do, just in general, to make changes. Sorry, John, do you want to jump in there?
If I can add to that there, Steve, it's money talks. Money
Yeah,
always has
exactly.
talked. And that's kind of the way I do my little bit, is through the money. I will spend money, I will use money. It's the only way to do it. And like this list of Zionist products and services, I'd already abandoned 99.999% of that already. So I'm going in the right direction, and I feel like, because I've changed myself. I've not changed the world, changed myself. And bit by bit, if that has an effect on somebody else or resonates with somebody else, then that's the way to be, because we can't change what's going on in Gaza. It's been going on for centuries. Centuries. There's an account by the Iron Duke, the Duke of Wellington, about it was one of the last Indian cities, or maybe Pakistani cities that after years and years of siege they actually destroyed. And this was before he went on to Waterloo or something and faced Napoleon. He'd finished off the subcontinent, shall we say. And there's an account of how they took on that city and the raw deaths involved. It was mountains and mountains of dead people just to breach a wall and then rape and slaughter everyone behind that wall. And it's been going on for centuries. We can't change it. And even the Iron Duke, his account of it was like, it was almost moving, because he was moved by it, as he's like looking at the slaughter that had been involved in, and he gives you the account of it. It's disturbing, but nothing changes.
They managed to get away with the ability to, keep us all nicely, what I call socially engineered, in such a way where we let them continue, and they give us little trinkets, little bits of shiny things to keep us occupied.
Shiny things.
Yeah.
That was something that made me laugh the other day, actually. One of somebody on Facebook, I can't even remember who it was. She's a teacher or something, and she was at a training day thing, and to show that she did a good job. Oh, who's Oski's on mute? Oski, can Oski's muted himself. Sorry, I was getting feedback. She was at a training day or something. And for being good and doing what they said, they gave her stars and stuff. And I just laughed so much when I read that status. I was just like, oh my god! Like you talking about, like, the little trinkets and stuff. Like, we've grown up with that. That's how they sort of. Oh yeah, let's just give them a little reward, make them feel good about it, and then they sort of make you do something else, and then make you feel good about it. And that's the way I see that they've tried to brainwash people. I mean, it's all very odd.
Well, yeah, it's all good. It's been going on for, like you say, a long time. It's nothing new, and it's just got cleverer and cleverer. In the sense of how it's done. Now it's done through this kind of media. It's done through, adverts that will be following you around, which they do already, I think, in some cities. Or certainly, they're certainly working on that. And things that are just basically in your face all the time. Like I say, welcome to the corporate world. Welcome to the vision of what they were planning so many years ago. And this is just the first step of, the next phase. Because once they've got everything, corporatized, you're all logged and everything, then the next, do what they want with you. Then the real experiments start, and they always love pitting people against one another, different groups, different, factions of society or whatever. You know, we see that all the time. You know, with you know, people don't like people who smoke, or people trying to ban this or do, you know, the political self-policing type of society that they've developed around us. You know, and we haven't even seen it. We've been so blind to it. It's just happened around us, and we haven't seen it because we've been too busy watching Top of the Pops or some shit. You know. So
Yeah.
I got called a hippie the other day off a G4 security guard.
I actually consider myself a hippie. I mean, if you look at me, then like, you know, I look no different to everybody else. But I thought I've always had like a hippie root in my body, probably from listening to too much Bob Marley as I was growing up. No, definitely not.
I did ask him though. I did ask the security guard. I asked the security guard why he'd sold his soul. So I think that's why he called me a hippie.
You sold your soul, brother. Why?
That was just like, why have you done it? Like, it's just like, no, that's hippie talking. You're just like a hippie from the 60s. I was like, come on.
I'll just jump in. Evening Offski. He's just joined us in the room. You want to say Offski? I think he's having an audio problem. Wow.
He's typing the message.
Right. Carry on, lads. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't know if Offski wants to jump in. He's just written in the chat that his computer's knackered.
Yeah, I believe so. As I say, if you want to carry on with your conversation, that's fine.
Well, did you want to add anything, Dean, from what we were just discussing there? Or maybe, I mean, John's come in a few times.
I'm a bit like at the moment. I've not had chance to catch up on any news properly or anything, so I'm a little bit lost. You got computer problems on Offski?
You can speak, Offski.
I mean, we've all been getting on lately.
He's got no mic.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't been watching too much of the news either. I tend not to. Like, you only have to look at social media and yeah, okay, some of YouTube, but it certainly isn't the same as what it used to be. But like you know, you can pretty much get all your news off social media. To be fair.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. I've just not had a chance, full stop. Don't forget, I only landed back into Bolton last night. And today I've had things that hasn't been done that should have been done from Friday to Monday. I had to do today. So I've just been busy with personal things. I've just not had a chance to get started at all. So I think it just. We were also going to do something else, but Kit stopped most of the links and everything that we was going to do.
Oh, I think
Kit's had to vacate for some personal reasons, and I'm left a bit high and dry because I can't talk about what I was going to talk about without the links and that side of it. And he's obviously got control of the screen sharing and everything. that I'm not able to do off my side that he could do because he's hosting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it'd be like talking about a blank screen or something, and nobody would understand. You know? That's why I was quite happy listening to you chatting.
Yeah, no.
Like I say, you lot know a lot more than I do about what's actually going on at the moment.
Well, I wanted to bring up a subject that hasn't. Well, I mean, it's always on Alex Jones' show, and if you any kind of American media that you may watch. What is everyone's thoughts on gun control and their constitution and that? Because I don't know whether this has actually come up, but I'd just like to know people's thoughts on it.
Sorry, I lost connection there, so I missed your question, Steve.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. Like, I noticed you dropped out. Yeah, no, I was just wondering, like, what are people's thoughts on like gun control and everything in America? I mean, just before I say that, I'll say what I think. And partly, like, one of the things about the UK, I can't remember when guns were officially banned, made illegal in this country, but it was 1980s or something like that, late 80s or wherever, may have been before that. And it kind of works in this country because we're a small country, so it can be controlled a lot more easier. That doesn't mean to say that I don't think we should have guns, because I do believe that we should be able to stand up. And I was trying to go back and look at some crime figures to see if I could actually figure out where the crime rate's been going and stuff, but I haven't been able to find a decent website or anything that gives me any detailed information back through the years. But yeah, so just in general, like, what is your thoughts on gun control and stuff, whether over here or in America, really?
Has anybody seen the Family Guy sketch when they're writing out the amendments?
No.
And it gets to the right to bear arms, and they go, "Good, you reckon this is going to get misconstrued?" And then they actually show you what the bear arms means, and it's like bear arms on a plinth, you know, like that they've been hunting. It's just bear arms. And they're like, "Is this going to get misconstrued?" No. But as far as guns, we British, I don't even know why I've just said that. I'm from these isles, and yeah, it's different, isn't it? It's a lot different, the mentality and stuff.
Yeah. We've been brought up with, well, they took our guns or our weapons to, if you like, have that right, because we probably would have changed things centuries ago. You know, but you know, they were never going to give us that kind of power. Yeah, so we've never known any different, have we?
No, we definitely haven't. But do you think it's the right way to go in America?
In America, well, see, I don't like killing. I'm against killing. I'm against guns. I'm against all this kind of violence. And you know, generally, I know I'm talking some sort of, you know, an angle of like, if everyone's peaceful and everything would be great. But unfortunately, there's people who are not. People want to fight, or they want to, you know, they've got issues, or like I say, we've got psychopaths who want to control other people. That's how it all comes about. You know, we see it in a microcosm inside, and in a macro one in the bigger government. You know, it's the same shit going on, just at a different level of control. So I'm against all sort of shit, really, and I hate guns. I hate it all, and you know, I wish they'd all just fucking disappear and we could all just get on and fucking have a nice life. That's my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree there, and just going back, I'm not trying to like criticise or anything, because I generally have that opinion as well. But do you think that's because of the narrative that we've been brought up
in? What, how do you mean? Sorry,
well, we've been brought up that like guns are no good and we...
Oh, guns are bad. I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, no, because I mean, there's lots of people who you know, you just look at the, you know, there are guns in the UK. You know, there is guns. You know, if you know where to find them. That, you know, and you've got the police carrying guns now more and more. We see that, you know, at airports and around the streets and stuff. You know, and if you're living in big cities, you see that more and more. Armed response units everywhere. You know, we know that they're there. They know that if you know the right people, you could get hold of a gun. I'm sure, you know, in the you know in the gangster world, you know, or whatever. So, you know, I don't think we're sort of naive not to sort of, you know, think they're not, you know, we know what they're about. Put it that way. They know there's been lots of gun deaths in this country. You know, look at Hungerford and look at look at Dunblane and look at places, you know, where there've been mass shootings in Scotland and England and, you know, all over the gaff over the last 20, 30 years. So, you know, we know, like, they are bad things. And I think if you give them to the, you know, in America back in the day when their constitution was set up, you know, they were given that, you know, right. So they've had it for hundreds of years. And we see what goes on in the States on a weekly basis with, you know, false flag attacks. You know, it's a mess over there, really. And once you give people that in their culture, if you like, because it's cultural now, it's very hard to undo that. Unless you could dig up Edward Bernays and, you know, you come up with a good idea, I'm sure you could. You know, they're trying their best to, you know, take the guns off them. And I think, yeah, that is all to do with this control and everything else as well. So, you know, it's a whole fucking political mess, really, and you know, we could debate it forever, but at the end of the day, it's the people who, you know, you know, if it's, you know, people have the right to defend themselves, of course, but, you know, it's whether or not you're going to actually kill another human being in that pursuit of it. You know, like, it's not me. You know, I think, okay, if that's what you want me to do, I'm not going to do it. That's why I wouldn't do it. So, you know, I don't know. It's
I certainly think that it kind of works over here in the UK. I mean, that is my opinion. But I think we are a different culture, for sure. And whether that is because of the narrative we've been brought up on or whatever, I think in general. And my personal opinion is, in America, like you say, it's a very cultural thing over there. But I still think that they should probably keep their rights to bear arms, just because it is generally in their culture, and you know, it comes down to this. Say, for example, there was a big, massive revolution, whatever you like to call it, in this country, and the police were told, I mean, no one wants it violent or anything, but, you know, there's so many angry people out there that would want to turn it violent, and the police were told to shoot literally innocent civilians that had probably got in on the wrong side. Don't you then think they would deserve the right to defend themselves with arms as well, if you had the government against you? Or do you think that it would be, because the way I see it is, if that took place, then really the best way to handle that is not bear arms, let the government kill as many people as they want, just video it, stick it on YouTube and let people see the truth. Bit like what's going on in Gaza.
I mean, the trouble is that's what they provoke us into. I've said this for a few years, and they've been poking people to become, you know, reactionary in that way, and that plays into their into their hands absolutely, because it allows them then to enable more laws or acts of Parliament, all the bullshit to come in to take more freedoms off you, to, you know, to really make you properly, you know, obedient slave, you know, which is what they're doing anyway, but it's just giving them a more accelerated pathway to it, you know, and even easier for them, you know, because, you know, they can do what they want. You know, we are in this mess, and we think we're given, you know, a choice, you know, false choices, you know, because the vast majority are still not getting it, or they don't understand it. So when they become angry, you know, they'll, you know, like I say, we saw riots in 2010, was it, in London, and other parts of the country as well. You know, in Liverpool, you know, we saw people starting to really, you know, get silly. But that was, you know, that gave them the excuses to, you know, make examples of people, all the rest of it, cement more fear, bring water cannon into the London streets, which is what they're doing now. That enabled that to happen. So, you know, we're just making it easier for them by being violent, by being reactionary. That's what they want. That's why you have to get educated properly and understand what's really going on, and then that you'll know then that is, you know, playing into in their hands. You won't get change. All you'll get is more slavery. You get more lockdown of your freedoms. That's all you'll get. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think if you can remain calm and as John said about you know, using the money as a way to stop. You know, you can stop these things. I was having a conversation the other day, and I was saying that if you had, say, like, you wouldn't need this amount of people, but if you really wanted to overthrow the government, and you had 100,000 people, and they all just marched on Parliament and ordered them to get out, the security there would not be able to stop you, and they'd have to oblige, and that could be non-violent. That's the way I saw that, anyway.
It's still class it as an aggressive takeover.
Yeah, it's aggressive, but you get what you wanted. I see what you mean there, Dean. Yeah, I mean, it is still aggressive, but you wouldn't have to.
Therefore, they take it as an overpowerment of government and possibly bring in martial law.
Yeah, let's shoot you all.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I thought about this, Steve. I thought about this, and the way I thought about it as peacefully as possible is you take all the numbers and you go down there, you surround the palaces, and all you do is you turn around and sit down, and don't turn around and get up until they've gone. And if they do put a bullet in the back of your head, so be it.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
But it's never going to happen because we live in Mordor. We live in Mordor, so it's
the land of the Magi. You've got us all under fucking spells, man.
Yeah.
So it's all like you're saying.
Damned if you do, you damned if you don't.
Use your money wisely, and getting back to yourself, and then change yourself, and hopefully resonate with other people, like-minded people, like we're doing.
Yeah. And
that's the best you can do, I think, and try and do the I'm not even going to go there. It's esoteric. We're not going there tonight.
Yeah. I'll be up on one then if you did that. I'll be talking till 5 in the morning. So maybe not.
And
big fan of that, you know, obviously. Yeah.
I think another way to look at this as well is as more and more people get out there with their video camera recording raw footage, I think that speaks volumes more than absolutely anything.
Yeah.
When you see raw, uninterrupted, pure footage that you know has not been touched, you know, no speaking, just actions speak louder than words. You know, a picture speaks 1,000 words, and all that is true. You know, and I think that's, I suppose you could call it an internet revolution, really, if anything. I think that's one of the good things that the internet has certainly brought.
Yeah, and there's a good. No, I was going to say there's the good side. That's the fact that you can go and find out a lot of good information. There's a lot of, dodgy sites, and we've talked about that in the past, and, check your links and all that sort of shit, and don't get sucked into the, conspiracy porn shit and all the rest of it. Try and see that for what it is, and but yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there in general if you know where to look, and there's there's the dodgy stuff, but it's the best way of doing what we're doing, and people have caught on more online, but it's important to, you know, not just be obsessed with it online in a sense, you know, and try and, you know, I'm going esoteric again myself here. I don't want to go down, but you know what I mean. I want to, you know, it's about you. You know, it's you know, get involved as well on here because it's good and it's a good place to come and, you know, do what we do and talk how we talk and say what we say and all the rest of it. And it's putting that energy out there in the right way, which is important, because they like to label us all as crazy people and nutters and whatever, and you know, that's the labels I like to put on everything, isn't it? Everything's got a label. Everything has to have a meaning and a whatever, because that's how they do it. That's how they manipulate it. That's how they use the magic of the words and the spells, the spellings, spell. You know, it's all magic. You know, it's got us all fooled, and we just need to snap out of that and see it for what it really is, and to understand your real, true history. You know, that's so important. You know, and then you know where you're coming from. You can't. You know, if you don't know where you've come from, you don't know where you're going, and you don't know where you want to go because you just see a massive confusion in front of you. So it's important to dig back and go to, you know, sources of good information and wake yourselves up. And I'm sure many people here are. So it's all great. That's why we're all here, and we're all on different levels of the journey and different paths where we're looking into, and all kinds of things we're delving into and fascinated with. So it's all good. That's the good stuff. But like I say, and then you've got the dodgy stuff, or the trolls and all that shite. So
there's a lot of dodgy stuff.
yeah.
I think though that, I mean, if you've got any common sense, you know, you can see past it. You know, a lot of the dodgy stuff becomes sort of, you get out of the propaganda, if you like, from mainstream, and then as you enter sort of over, if you like, to this world, you sort of see it again, and then you sort of instantly know that that's dodgy because you've already walked away from it, and you see that propaganda coming back again, the agenda there to like misconstrue you into like another line of thinking when it isn't really that. You know, you've got to find that in between place. Yeah, and you know, I mean, you've got to draw your own conclusions.
Yeah.
On that as well.
Evening, Kendall.
Hello.
Evening, Dean. How are you? I'm
not so bad, mate. Yourself?
Communicating by a phone, and just you're on a subject right now. You know what I'm like in history. The last post I put up last night on Google Plus was the Alan Wilson, The True History of Britain, and I went to switch on to watch the UK column at lunchtime, and my computer's been hacked, mate. It's been white. And I've been giggling all day thinking, you bastards. But either way, but what Peter's saying is bang on about your history, and you find your roots. I had a conversation with a neighbour yesterday. I mean, all she had was a jammed up lot with squirt a load of you know, I call it UB40. But her son was the one who got attacked by 4 coppers with a stab vest on her front garden, and they handcuffed him just for running away from a police car. And she thanked me for having a word with her son and that. And I said, you know, and she's just been made redundant. She's had to sign on, and she's found that difficult because she's not online, and like they're making you do it online now. And,
yeah.
And I said, yeah, that's because you need to be on this ridiculous database bullshit that they're talking about. And she says, we're all on a database. I went, I know, but if you had been educated, and this is where it comes into the circle that you're talking about now, solutions to the problem. If people don't realise that they're human beings, which I tried to remind her of, so if you've been taught at school to accept the fact that when when you're old enough, you are going to be a Mr., a Miss, or a Ms.
Can I just
then,
interrupt you?
Then you've been
for 1
brainwashed.
second? It's just you breaking up, buddy. If you turn your camera off on your thingy, you'll probably get better audio.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I'll try and do that. All right. I don't know what to do because the phone's smarter than me, actually. So I don't know, but I'll just quickly say what I've got to say then.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll have to jump out because I've got a new laptop on order and we're looking at putting a new hard drive in this one, so I'm going to be off the scene for a bit.
No
but yeah, you're on the right track. But we were talking about actually realising that you're a human being, and I said, and until you stop interacting with them and realise that when you do interact with them, you're interacting and they're regarding you as a dead thing, you've got to start realising, and then once you have, you can then start living your life just a little bit differently and start protecting yourself and get into it that way. And like, she suddenly realised that, yeah, I am a human being. I says, well, why do you're not a Ms., you're not a Miss, nobody gave you that label. The name's Carol. And I said, your name's Carol, my name's Ken. The fact that you've got a surname attached to that and a birth certificate is how they have got grip on you. And you need, you know, I mean, I've been working on the whole close gradually over the last 4 or 5 years, so I don't know where I'm coming from. You know, this lot round here, apart from 1 or 2, think that I seriously sit here with a tinfoil hat on every evening until the early hours. You know. But I'm just trying to help people wake up and protect themselves from what you're saying, because by stealth, we are being driven slowly, 1 step at a time. Not that they won't do it all the way immediately, it'll be 1 step at a time. There was a guy out in Gramsci, gradualism. If you use a gradualist approach and just do it 1 step at a time, they don't notice so quick. And people aren't waking up to the idea yet that they're virtually going to end up in the next couple of 3 years, they're going to purge this police state business and get people used to the idea that, you know, I mean, I watched a video on Google this afternoon, and it's 2 young girls in high-vis vests trying to tell a guy he can't play his guitar on the street. Well, what? They're sending schoolgirls out to do it now, you know, and they think they've got authority. So gradually, they're getting us all used to this idea that people in high-vis vests have got some form of authority. Yeah. They're just a corporate dead end, aren't they, you know?
Yeah. That's what they're doing to us, you see. Yeah, they're making that sort of getting in your head. You know, when you see something that's deemed authoritative, or it has authority over you, it immediately has an effect on you. In the sense of like, you see high vis vest, you see someone at the door dressed as a policeman, and suddenly you change. It makes you feel different. So yeah, they're good at working that, and it's getting over that fear. It's moving over that program that we've got since we're kids, like, if you're naughty, I'll tell the policeman, you know, all that stuff. They used to tell the little kids, or, you know, the guy's going to come and get you if you don't behave. I see parents doing that now to the kids, and thinking what you're doing is you're programming them with this fear that something is going to come and get you, or something, you've done something wrong, and so intense in you as a child. As you grow up, you don't ever sort of lose it much, and it's hard to overcome it in a sense, because you feel you've got to always obey these people. And that's the thing that I've managed to overcome myself, which I'm quite proud of over the last few years, because I was always dead. Oh, you know, I wouldn't question it. You know, I'd obey. I'd want to upset anybody and all that bullshit. And now, you know, I'm totally different in a sense of the statute stuff can go and fuck off, basically. You know, or you know, TV license, all that stuff can, you know, naff off. I only pay me council tax under duress, so, you know, because I know that would cause me a whole heap of shit, which I could do without, and I'm working, so I can't afford to pay it. So I'm not going to make my life unnecessarily difficult, because I've seen what happens, you know.
As far as this authority thing is, I think finding yourself is a big part in that. Get yourself right, and you realise, hang on a minute, why have I been letting anybody tell me what to do as long as I don't hurt anybody, don't cause anyone loss, I don't defraud anything. You know, I'm perfectly fine to walk wherever I want to walk on this planet.
Absolutely.
And that's how it should be. But with like what I spoke about earlier on in terms of experiences with the state and being targeted by the state, it just makes you realise, hang on, right, fair enough. Every step of the way, I stand up and speak for myself. And as far as your authority, it's assumed, and I don't deal in assumptions. So go away.
Look, I'm going to have to go, guys. I've just noticed the time. It's nearly 11:45, and I've got to be up in the morning to do the corporate job shit. So thank you for having me on, and I'm on tomorrow on my channel to everybody. So if you want to join me there from 8 o'clock, I'll be doing a hangout on there. So yeah, thanks everybody.
Cheers, Peter.
No worries, Peter.
You what? Sorry.
I said no worries, Peter.
Sorry,
I've added you on Google Plus now as well. So I mean, I watch your shows anyway. So
cool.
You know, I'll probably watch it tomorrow.
Nice one, and I'll speak to you all soon, and I'll be back in here again at some point. So take care, everybody. See you later.
Good night, mate.
Good night, Peter. Good night.
Carry on, if you want. Just like I say, I'm not really up to speed with what's been going on, and we've been caught a bit short with Kit leaving me.
I'm just leaving.
Can I ask Ken a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Terence McKenna mentioned a book about either Celtic or Cornish fairies or something. From either from the 20s or something, or maybe the turn of the century. And I can't remember I wanted to ask you about it, but I can't remember who the author is now. It's gone. But it was about like a fairy religion in the Celts. You with me?
Well, John, I refer you to my last post because it's an hour and a half with Alan Wilson, and towards the end he discusses the historic connection between the Scots and the Irish, because the Scots, the Irish and the ancient British have all got one thing in common, and that's the language, and this form of language, as he explains through the lecture, is a form of language that was first found in ancient Samaria. And the history that he's put together is that the proper people of Britain were descended from Brutus, who was the first major king around about 500 BC in Britain. And he was descended from Diocletian. So the British have got one hell of a bloodline. And there was a Prince Arthur in 600 AD in Scotland, and he spoke the same language, this Colburn. So I don't know. He says through the lecture that the bulk of British history, the way it's presented by academia, it's all bullshit. Anything you've ever been told since about the 17th century about the history of Britain is utter and total bullshit. And
if I can just re-reference that fairy word though, it's not to in terms of the Disney iconographer. It's in terms of the ancestors for like shamanic stuff. You know, as the shamans refer to the other entities, shall we say, as the ancestors, and the ancient religions of these isles refer to them as fairies. Some led to believe.
Yeah, I mean, there's that many you know, like the Nordic fairy tales. There's Saxon fairy tales, and they've all got, you know, they're all like allegory and stuff like that. I mean, but from what I've read in the books that I've read, I mean, Merlin's supposed to have existed, and there were shaman, and I don't think we were so heavily coated with druidry as history would like us to believe, because there was only one druid cult in Britain, the rest were in Gaul. So, but there's no two ways about it that in Wales, the mounds in Wales form a star system with all the constellations in, and they cover a huge entire massive land, but there's star systems, so there is that connection to the esoteric stuff, definitely. But there again, the other thing that comes out in the history that they've discovered is that Christianity Britain around about 37 AD, and when Jesus' family supposedly buggered off to the east, a lot of them say they went west to Paris or wherever. There's a big school of thought that said he went off to the east, Tibet ways, and but you know, the school of thought, I mean, I don't know, the school of thought is that the Christianity hit Britain in 37 AD, but I don't think it's the form of Christianity that we think it is. I think it's this Gnostic Christianity, this interminglement of esoteric stuff and astrology, star, the knowledge of the constellations and being part of something, you know. And I think if you look at where the Cobran language, archaeology is spread all over the world, everywhere it's been, you find out that the European, the Zionist, whatever, I don't know, you find out that that has gone out of its way to destroy every trace of it. And that's why he even says in the lecture that in Parliament you've got Scottish lords, you've got Irish lords, you've got no Welsh lords, and you're not even allowed to speak Welsh in Parliament. So, you know, some things are so obvious that you don't need to fall over them. So, yeah, I think that was connected to a brand of Christianity that is not in the Bible, but it's there in the Bible. You know, what we're being preached as Catholics or Christians or whatever you are, I don't think it's that. I think the Bible is full of allegory, and I think it's got that it's meant to be, so that if you really study it and get into it, you will find really what's going on. Excuse me. You know, it's a different thing. From the Bible teachings that I've looked into it with a different eye and tried to look at the connection to the stars and you know, and the Jesus side of it. From what I can see, you know, I don't know. I really don't know as Jesus existed as a real thing. You know, I think it's more a concept. You know, like Kip was on the Last Supper, the picture of the Last Supper, and all those things do represent you know, the astrological way, and the whole thing represents the serpent of life, that snake with its tail in its mouth. It's all representational of and symbolic of the progression of the earth on its yearly cycle, and for people to know when to plant what crop or expect to snow or frost or whatever and expect it to start getting warm again. And that's the part of the cycle of life, and I think that is our connection to the planet, and we're supposed to look after that and what have you. But it's all gone also over tit, that was.
Yeah.
You know. But I still think you're a shaman, John. Personally.
In reference to getting a connection with the planet, I take my dog swimming by the local river, and I'm quite lucky. It's a nature reserve and extremely clean, trout in it and everything, beautiful.
Yeah.
I bent down like a little monkey. You know, when it was very hot the other day, and I bathed myself. I bathed myself like a monkey, and felt amazing. Honestly, it felt amazing. And I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again next time it's hot. I'm gonna do it again.
Brilliant.
Yeah, amazing. I'm gonna wash my feet next time and do my feet.
That's what I mean. That's why I like going up on moors. You just step and you can connect. You know what I mean? It's like, it's better going up during the day than it is going when it's dark. So. Unless you're taking your telescope on you. So. I've just noticed Cookie's joined us. Good evening, Cookie. You alright, buddy?
Evening.
Hello. Is my mic working?
It is, mate, yes.
It is.
Hooray.
Okay.
Hello, guys. I just missed the very end of what you were saying then, Kendo, but I know you were talking about the right kind of tracker stuff, so it's cool, man. Yeah, hi, guys. Hope you're all alright. I wanted to jump in just so I could say hello. Thank you all for, still doing this and getting on with it and whatever. I ain't had the time to keep up with stuff recently, so it's great that you're still doing it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's good. It's caused my computer to get hacked and wiped anyway.
Yeah, I heard you mention that earlier.
It must be getting somewhere close to what's going on if they can take the trouble to, attack your computer. And as I say, the last post that I put up was the hour-and-a-half lecture from Alan Wilson on the true history of Britain. And him with his mate have traced it back to 500 BC and possibly before in ancient Syria. And you put something like that up, and I can't remember the post before that, but the night before I put 21st century wires in-depth investigation into MH17, and it's the best one. I've been tracking that story from day one, and so far Patrick Anderson's got it nailed as far as I'm concerned. His connections are good. So that and the real history of Britain, I think they thought like shut him up for a bit and make him go out and buy a Windows 7 fucking disk.
Yeah, I've sort of pointed this out a fair bit over recent times as the internet seems to have creaked more and more day by day, week by week, month by month. We've seen more and more sort of like weak spots coming out in the internet, and I feel a lot of it's not necessarily targeted directly at you. What you're experiencing is the sort of like collateral effect where there is a cyber war going on at the moment. There is, most definitely, even though it's not really talked about in the news in any way at all. Do you really think they're not, considering the capabilities that they've got to have a go at each other? How many thousands of times per second are governmental computers attacked in an attempt to hack into them and some shit like that? And a lot of what we end up seeing and experiencing is that kind of collateral knock-on effect, because the internet is a network. So if one section goes down, traffic gets rerouted through another section. So in effect, we're experiencing like bank holiday traffic jams, but it's on a scale now where it's almost like daily. You'll try to log in and the connection will be really slow, or it'll be choppy, or like this kind of stuff where your sound will get interrupted and stuff like that. And it's like, hang on a minute, my connection was fine a minute ago, and now all of a sudden it's getting all scrappy. So, yeah.
But I wouldn't mind. I was prepared for it. I've got a 3/4 terabyte backup drive that I back it up sort of every couple of months, just because I was expecting it. But and I was even here prepared, ready just to fire my gadget in and like bring it all back to life, because that's got that's got a complete running system buried in it, so it can just revive it. But denied access, I don't know. Whatever virus has hit my computer, it's sort of not allowing me to back up from my own kit. You know? So that's how I know it's just basically saying put the disk back in, you know, and reboot the whole thing fresh. So sorry about it, but you've lost a lot. It's all backed up anyway. No, I've lost nothing because I've got it all backed up. Cookie, it's not a problem. You know, bugger. But it doesn't matter anyway. So I'll be back in about 3 weeks on Windows 8 on a new laptop. So
I'm not sure if I was ranting about this last week or whenever it was. Last time I was here, I know it's been a while and other stuff. Because you mentioned the date about 500 AD. And classically, yeah, I know you said about the standard academics is quite a lot of bullshit. The winners write history. And for me, a lot of that kind of started falling away when I looked at it in a slightly different angle. Because you classically taught that that time period was what was known as the Dark Ages. Because the people of this land were too stupid and ignorant and pagan, and they worshipped devils and demons until the light of Christianity came along. But I think it's more likely that it's just the winners wrote history, and they went on a rampage through these lands and killed all the shamans, killed all the wise women and wise men, and tried to eradicate the old knowledge as much as they could. And then, as the future came along, they just wrote that, oh, you don't need to know about anything from that time period because it was all evil and dark and nasty. We'll call it the Dark Ages.
Just write it off.
It's a massive time period, really, that we were existing in these islands, on these islands, for quite a long time, you know, without having to need all this theological bullshit.
Yeah, the lecture I put up on that particular one, he mentions 500 BC and Brutus. So that's the time period where he kicks off from and connects everything, the whole of tribal history right through Scotland, Ireland and Wales, as well as England, obviously, and parts of Gaul and Britain. And he ties the whole lot together, and he ties it together from Syria, all sorts of places. The Etruscan people in Italy, they all had the same language, and he's saying that that's how the tribes broke up.
Does he mention?
Settled in. Go on.
Sorry, does he mention St George? Because I've heard this similar line before. I'm pretty sure I've listened to somebody's stuff before. But for a long time, there's been argument about whether the so-called historical figure that's meant to be St George, was he Palestinian or was he Syrian? You know, he comes from that area, the Euphrates, the classic Greater Israel area. You know, so all of that links into it as well, I feel, and why the bloodlines that took dominance of these islands followed that kind of mythology and used that kind of symbolism. And it's for a lot of people, I don't think they see the layers of history that built up to that. Because you mentioned the dragon power, and isn't it strange how a lot of the heraldry and symbolism used by our current ruling bloodlines is to do with the dragon power, even though they try and disguise it, you know, things like the fleur-de-lis and stuff like that. It's still the flower of life, which is the dragon power.
Well, you can also, if you've got a map of the world, he did mention that the tail of the comet in 562 went absolutely through the centre of what we now know as Powys in Wales, and it also at the centre of Bolivia. So if you draw, you're only going to be a few degrees out. If you draw a line or get 2 pins and a piece of cotton from a map from the centre of Powys and hit Bolivia, and then it's also at part of Australia as well. and it's documented in Australia, it's documented in Bolivia, but it's not documented in here because of this ruling from the Catholic Church. So it would be interesting. My grandson's got a huge map of the world on the wall in his bedroom, so we'll have a mission there and get a couple of pins drawn together and take a couple of photographs of the stripe of the comet. That should be an interesting post on Google.
Something else. I was trying to remember everything that I've heard you guys mention. Is I've caught about the last hour of your conversation. Because John, you were asking about the book about the fairies. I can't remember which book it is and what book he's referencing. But I know he's talking about the kind of there was an offshoot of the spiritualist churches at the turn of the last century, like 1900s. There was an offshoot that veered more back towards those ancient traditions of the knowledge of the Fae, which commonly known as fairies. In modern language, in modern colloquialism, they're called fairies, but really you're talking about the Fae and the elves. Elves are not a Tolkien invention, they're an ancient way of expressing these spirits, which is why we have words such as elsewhere, elsewhile, a word that is not often used anymore in the English language, but elsewhile, in other words, in that time when you're not thinking about time. It's like the corners of your eye, and the elsewhile I was doing this. So it's like saying in that bit that was outside of time. But yes, the Fae, turn of the century, offshoot kind of thing, sort of verged between the more extreme occultism, such as Blavatsky and stuff like that, and sort of mainstream, almost whitewashed spiritualist churches that were more akin to what people understand as standardized religions like Christianity and whatever. But there were quite a lot of interest. If anything, you could say it was a little bit like the modern kind of idea of the churches of aliens, of ETs, UFOs, like the Moonies and I can't remember the name of the other one. The other ones that were constantly claiming that they were in communication with ETs and whatever. It's something that really, if you look at it in that kind of way, it's not anything new. It's just a rebranding, a redecoration of something that we've been doing for a very long time. They're looking towards these things that we can't define as physical beings, but we feel or sense that there is something there, and we think they have some kind of influence over our world, so we talk about them as if they're real beings. Well, they are or not, I'm open to that, whatever. But yeah, there was.
Would you bring the g.u.n.n into that same category? Like
in an ancient historic sense, yes, or in an Eastern tradition sense, because the Arabic Eastern world, the Muslims, and even the Hindus and other sort of Vedic traditions, they didn't forget about the g.u.n.n. The g.u.n.n would sort of shuffle date of our history as a reference. It became much more about sort of like the spirits of the woods. Maybe because of a geographical influence over our societies, it was more about spirits of the woods and the half spirits, as well as like obviously the gods and demigods of the skies and whatever.
Yeah, I did find somewhat similar to a biblical reference to the g.u.n.n, and I forget which book it comes from, but the g.u.n.n are supposed to be of fire and iron, and we're made of clay, and the g.u.n.n have got a real big problem with the Creator God because he favours those made of clay when originally he favoured the fire iron spirit, and they fell out with God because he favoured us humans made of clay. And since then, they and the Muslim, I've looked at what their attitude to the g.u.n.n. I mean, they're fully aware of the g.u.n.n, and they accept the fact that they're made of this spirit of the fire. They're not from the same resonance, if you want to call it, as we are, and there's they like to exist in the dark and they don't like the light shining on them. That's the best way I can describe it, and that's about as much as I know about them. You know, they're pretty creepy beings.
They are primordial forces. If because I think there is some debate. I seem to remember as the Book of Enoch, although that might have been referencing more the Nephilim rather than jinn per se. I don't think the jinn are ever named directly in the Bible, not as far as I remember, but they are sort of alluded to, like they allude to the giants and stuff like that. The Nephilim really are only one part of all that mythology, which goes back before the Bible was written. But I took the aspect of it being the jinn are like a primordial force, almost like a force of nature, but they're not like the beneficial side of fairies. A lot of fairy fae culture is meant to be beneficial to us, as long as we don't, you know, interfere with their lives, we don't destroy their habitat and steal from them and stuff like that. They're happy to leave us alone and vice versa, you know. And there's some of them would have a symbiotic relationship with us, which is why you'd end up with half spirits and stuff like that that would protect your home and whatever. But jinn were more sort of the typical kind of idea of the jealous energy that wants what we have. And that's where I think it gets that interlacing in history into what becomes Christian theology or theological idea of demons and stuff like that, because these are the creatures that are supposedly jealous of God's favour for us, of giving us true sentience and creative ability, whereas the jinn don't have that. They have brute force and the ability to manipulate and persuade and trick, but they're not truly creative. They can't procreate, they can't truly create on their own, they have to do it through others. So,
it may be a tenuous link to that, but I think, was it you, John, who put that section of video up last night from Palestine where the explosions are going on, and there's a narrative going on there as well. But I looked at those explosions, and some of them were in slow motion. And all I'm saying is that if you look and study the smoke from the explosion, and I know it was done on the Twin Towers, but like as the cloud clears from the rubble that has just been created after the bombs dropped or the rockets hit, and so you just look at the formation of the smoke, and you see faces in there, you see evil in the smoke cloud. And that's, I'm sure that was you put that one up, John, last night.
Possibly, I'm not sure, but I totally get what you're saying there, Ken. Is it 21 grams? Is that what you call it?
The film.
21 grams. Is that how much it weighs?
Your heart.
The soul.
Weighs approximately.
Yeah. You know.
It's something like that.
If you can put it this way, I tweeted this. What we've got is the soulless freeing the soulful as fast as they can in Gaza. That's what we've got. And have you seen that in the smoke? I totally get that, Ken.
Yeah, you know, I look at. I mean, I used to paint clouds in nightclubs on ceilings, believe it or not, so I've studied clouds a lot. That's why I rave about chemtrails, because there's something going on there, because I've painted clouds, and I'm a bugger for seeing faces and objects in clouds, and I don't know whether it's because I'm looking through that kind of eye, but I didn't find it too difficult on at least 3 of those explosions on that post last night. And I think it goes on for 42 minutes. There's at least 3 explosions where I saw a really evil face in the smoke. And it might just be me, but, you know. And I think that is, when a soul is not, it's as though someone's just put a fist in there and they're grabbing that soul and it's being thrust away from the body into whatever. It's got to have, and I know Ike's talked about it, and it makes sense that with what's going on in the world and what has been going on, the amount of death and destruction in a parasitical sense is feeding somebody. You know,
or something.
And yes, and when I see those clouds from those explosions, knowing what the Israelis are doing, and that is just pure murder.
Can you see that?
Yeah, mate. Yep, there's one.
Check the dolphin out.
Yeah.
See that?
But I see things in the clouds, but when it's an explosion from Palestine, I was seeing evil stuff in the puffs of smoke.
Have you, I'm not saying this to cast aspersions on what you're saying, not at all, because I do agree with you in general. I think that there's a lot more going on here than people are in general aware of, but have you heard a condition called pareidolia? It's a psychological classification where you see usually faces, but it's not always faces. It's usually some kind of pattern that you recognise within things that are generally, by most everybody else, considered to be random. So, for example, seeing faces of guarding clouds and stuff like that. There is
I've not seen Jesus in a slice of toast.
Exactly.
I've seen a dolphin there, and I will upload that. But yeah, that's when I upload it, you'll see it in HD. A dolphin chasing an alien spaceship.
The so-called condition goes beyond just seeing, like we do, you know, seeing shapes that are familiar to us in those kind of random formations. Psychologists claim that you can end up, or people can have a psychosis which affects their perception such that they see this kind of stuff everywhere. You know, so they'll look at a cloud and see hundreds of faces all screaming at them or something like that. And I think there is an aspect of that that's probably true in terms of maybe schizophrenia that emanates in a paranoid fashion, because paranoid schizophrenics are so determined that something is going to happen to them that they outwardly project that, so therefore they perceive things as all coming to get them, so they see things attacking them and whatever. But for the years that I've looked at this kind of stuff and the kind of things I've been interested in and research, such as talking about the gin, and before I forget, James Owen said to you, Kendo, that it was him that made the comment about the video, because I'm not sure if you can see the chat if you're doing
yes,
it on
it
your
might
phone.
be with James, yeah.
Cool. But looking at this kind of stuff, I feel, this is my opinion, my perceptions, you know, I'm not saying this is absolute reality, I can't prove it to anybody else in any way, because this is the way I perceive it. I think there's an aspect to it where you will only perceive this kind of stuff if you are aware of the possibility of this kind of stuff. It's a little bit like the kind of Derren Brown trickery, where when he does something in front of you, when any skilled magician does something in front of an unaware crowd, the crowd will not see the element that is the trick, the illusion, the manipulation. They'll just see the fantasticness, yeah? And in the same way, this is one of the main things that Derren Brown exploits. There are aspects of the human psyche and perception that have blind spots. You know, it's like your peripheral vision in a way. There are blind spots that you are generally unaware of. For a classic example is have you seen a red car? You may not notice while you're going about your day. You probably think, oh, I've not spotted a red car. And then as soon as you thought about it, you see red cars everywhere. And it's not that they've all of a sudden turned up, it's just that all of a sudden you become aware of the possibility of red cars, therefore you take more note of them being there. Yeah. In the same manner, I feel this is true of that kind of energetic being. If they exist, then there will only be perceivable, or you are more likely to be able to perceive them if you even have an awareness that they're there in the first place. If nobody told you that there was bacteria living on your skin, you'd look at it and think, yeah, it's just skin, there's nothing there. You know, if nobody showed us a microscope and said, look, you can actually see them, you'd be like, oh, right, okay, yeah, now I can see them. In the same manner, these kind of energetic beings, jinn, demon, however they're labelled, whatever they are, when you become more aware of them and you have that little sort of perception going of like, you know, oh, what's that? That's unusual. I've not seen that kind. And you look a bit more closely, and then it starts to sort of show itself. That's the only way I can describe it. Like I say, it's a very difficult thing for me to express to somebody else. In the same manner, again, as I've looked at this kind of stuff and looked back through history, etc., reading about history and spiritual ideas and religious concepts and theology and astrotheology, there are these emanations that, for want of a better word or description, we imply intelligence on them. They may not be intelligent in the way that we understand intelligence in ourselves, or sentience in ourselves. I should use the word sentience, is a better description. But they do seem to have some kind of will or ability to manipulate what is around them. They may be doing it on a very low consciousness level, in the same way as animals do with certain things. You know, they're reacting on an instinctual level. So these things could be a kind of energetic being that exists within the flows of energy around our own environment, i.e. the planet, the magnetosphere, the flows of energy between us and the other planets and the sun, etc. And we don't know how to define them, because they're not life in the way that we've been told life is to be expected, i.e. carbon-based life form that breathes and procreates and eats and shits and whatever. You know, they may not work in that way. But for them, they're going about their day-to-day, existing as they do and feeding on what they exist on. And for us, that feeding process emanates as them influencing us to create extremes of emotive energy, which they then harvest, they feed on. Yeah. So the implication for me, in the sense of the jinn or the demonic aspect, is that they will quite happily steer us or do things to influence us to hate upon each other, to attack each other, because they can then harvest that extreme of energy. Have you ever looked at the theory that the ghosts are like a kind of magnetic recording on the environment? It's an interesting aspect, possibility. Look into it. There is work out there. There are people that have done scientific parascience kind of stuff, investigation into it. But I feel there is a good argument and a certain amount of evidence to show that strong emotions imprint onto water, and especially water that is either magnetic or electromagnetically generating. So flowing water, streams, rivers, whether they be underground or on the surface, doesn't seem to make any difference. It's merely the matter of movement. And again, that links into the kind of energetic existence of things that are going on. Oh shit, I think we lost Kenda. Has he lost connection? Yeah, I'll finish what I was saying in case he catches up with it in a bit. That kind of extreme of emotion of, say, somebody being murdered, you know, imprints onto the local environment. And if you research ghost sightings and reportings of spectres and poltergeists and all that kind of stuff, something I did many years ago, you'll find that there is quite a good consistency of the presence of water or some other kind of water part of the environment, like heavy storms or flash flooding, stuff like that. When these kind of things are there in the environment, the ghostly apparitions are more likely to occur. Like I said, it's one theory and one avenue of investigation, but I find that it links in very much to these concepts about energetic beings and how they will, if you are unaware of resisting their influence, and that just comes down to, as John was saying earlier, being aware of yourself and having that connection with yourself to the everything else, such that you can turn around and go, no, you can actually think and decide for yourself, and you're not just reacting to things that are being influenced onto you. These energetic beings attempt to push us and nudge us and persuade us into this kind of shit, because it's what they need to live on, to feed on. It's not some big fight between Satan and God or any shit like that. It's just a type of nature that we can't really explain yet. Does that make sense?
I think there's an element, though, that invoke some of this shit by ritual, like skull and bones,
yes.
whatever,
yes,
it's invoked. And, and I don't think, right now, I think it's, plainer than the nose on your face that the Israelis are in touch with this, whatever, or the Zionists are at least, and,
One of the aspects of, I'll go through it just because I'm quite confident that I'm not an anti-Semite and all the usual bullshit that gets thrown at people. But I still, at the same time, will not refuse to stand up and speak out against injustice and blatant genocide and all that kind of shit that is going on in the extreme at the moment. It's been going on for a long time, but it is extreme at the moment. It's fucking genocide. But the point I was going to make is there is some evidence and a lot of argument. A lot of it is argument. And this will often get labelled as a kind of conspiracy, neo-Nazism kind of aspect. And this goes back a long way into history. And has caused so many religious wars and conflicts, it's ridiculous. But anyway, there is plenty of argument about what is commonly referred to as the synagogue of Satan. That the God of the Judaic tradition is actually some kind of jinn or other evil entity that has stepped into this one tribe originally, this one little grouping of people, and said, hey guys, look at me, look at how fantastic I am, look at all this magic shit I can do, I'm God. You believe me, don't you? Yeah, now do what I tell you, kill everybody else and only breed with the people within your own tribe, okay? If you do that, I'll be nice to you. I'll give you good stuff. You'll have a land of milk and honey and all that good stuff, yeah? Like I said, there is some evidence to back up those kind of questions when you look into the real sort of history of the writings of things such as the Torah and the Talmud and stuff like that. I know Kip would love this kind of stuff because he knows a fair bit about all that stuff, so. But it's difficult to talk about for most people because it very quickly gets dragged into ideological propaganda and rhetoric. People find it very difficult to be objective or dispassionate so they can actually discuss any possibility of truth one way or the other. I feel I personally feel that this is true for almost every single religion out there. Every organised religion is some form of this kind of malappropriation or deliberate pollution and misinterpretation to manipulate others of any potential spiritual comprehension. Some con artist steps in and goes, oh, you've seen magic beans, are you? You think there's fairies? Well, I can explain it to you, but only if you give me loads of money and allow me to wear fancy clothes and sit in a big building that you build for me and let me interfere with your kids. Okay, yeah, if you do that, I'll tell you how to interact with this magic spiritual power. The bullshit of religious structures. I feel that those are more influenced by that kind of dark negative energy that can be defined as jinn and stuff like that. So there is that ancient history aspect to it. I know, if you get into the arguments between the Jews and the Muslim world and the Christians, and it just gets so childishly ridiculous because they're all dogmatically determined that only their God is the real God, and my God's bigger than your God, and you're all infidels, therefore you will all die or be goyim and serve us and all this kind of shit. Yeah.
Glad you just mentioned that word, Cookie. Goyim, is that the is that the word that Zionists or Jews use for the rest of everybody else?
Sheep, animals. Goyim
goats in particular.
No more than animals.
Anyone who is not of the true faith, anyone who is not of the chosen.
Doesn't goat sacrifice go right to the heart of the Torah?
I'm not sure if it's the Torah or the Talmud. There is an animal sacrifice all the way back through it, yeah. And that links into
all the way back to the very, very beginnings, I'm sure. Goat sacrifice.
Yes. I think goats may have just been in particular because in the kind of areas that the peoples were living at the time, goats were one of the most reliable animal to have as livestock. So they were everywhere. Everybody had goats, whereas hardly anybody would have a cow. A cow would be few and far between, but loads of people would have goats.
But you see where the reference goes, and is that how they view Palestinian children?
Yes.
To be honest, mate, I feel that for the majority,
I think it's ritualistic what's going on outside.
There is an aspect to it. Yeah, there is an aspect to it like that, but I think it goes beyond that. The majority of them there are so overly propagandised and so in deep to that shit that they don't even see them as being like cattle. They see them as less than nothing, like parasitic, insects that need to be squished, which is why they have this mowing the lawn bullshit. It is so sick. It is so absolutely sickening that these human beings will sit there on the side of a hill and clap and applaud when they know full well that the explosion they've just watched has potentially killed loads of civilians, innocents, women, children, etc. And they're sitting there clapping and what is wrong with these people?
Having been de-laptopized during the course of the day at tea time, I put the ITN news on, and they only got 3 sentences in before I switched it off. And the first subject was about Gaza and the fact that 100 people have died today in Gaza. And then he opens his mouth and justifies it by this is in revenge of 10 Israeli soldiers that were killed during yesterday's operations. And like, hang on, you've just wiped 100 kids out. And I go straight back to the analogy that Kip used. The one being raped has punched the rapist in the nose again, so what has the rapist done? And that's the only way you can pass it off in your mind. Every time these people scratch back, they get 10, 15, 20 times the amount in force brought back on them for just reacting to what's happening to them. And it's bloody utterly disgusting. So the news went off in about, less than 30 seconds. No, I'm not listening to that shit bang off.
I haven't caught Kip's analogy of it. I've used similar myself in the past. As I do, I like to use simplified analogies to help people try and get complex concepts. And when it comes to talking about the philosophical arguments of justice over this kind of issue, it is like some kid has run up to you in the street, give you a jab in the belly, so you proceed to get out the bluntest knife you have and chop him to pieces.
Yeah.
That is what they are doing. Yeah. I'm not trying to justify what Hamas is doing, not at all. I think, if anything, they're there deliberately to enable this shit, to give Israel the slightest justification to start doing what they like to do. Yeah. But it still does not. Yeah, it does not in any way at all legitimise or justify the sheer over-the-top way that they react to this. It just doesn't. I think it might have been Stevie mentioned earlier, you know, considering Israel is one of the most technologically advanced countries on the planet in terms of their military technology that they have available to them, and I know for a fact that when it comes to a place like Gaza, they have literally every building mapped out in computer models. Every building is in a computer model that they can sit and play around with and war game with, yeah? They do not need to indiscriminately drop massive bombs that cause immense collateral damage. They do not need to bomb UN schools in an attempt to get one terrorist that was supposedly hiding behind a wall. Bullshit. Absolute, utter lies. Yeah? They could send small teams in there, deal with Hamas, one after the other, like the SWAT teams do when dealing with criminals. They could quite easily. They've got guns that can shoot round corners, for fuck's sake. Yeah, they're that kind of level of coward. They're such a coward that they'll sit behind their iron dome and concrete wall and throw massive bombs at a bunch of people that are chucking stones at them. Yeah. That is not justified in any way whatsoever. And I don't give a flying fuck what a bit of paper says. Even if you claim that that bit of paper is 2,000 years old, it's a piece of paper that some other human being wrote down some words on. That's it. It is not the literal word of God. If you believe that, you are an idiot.
Yep. My personal opinion on the word is a frequency. You know.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It's not a word. It's not anything that's been written down. It's a frequency. You know.
There is a frequency of energy that is the first cause, was referred to by, I think it was Aquinas, Thomas Aquinas, an interesting guy, bit heavy on the rhetoric, and you know, you're talking researching historical stuff, so it's a bit oldie worldy English language and shit like that, yeah. But if you're into researching theology and whatever, he's an interesting guy to look at. But I think it was him that talked about the idea of the first cause, or the prime mover. If you want to define God as anything, the only thing that God is that initial moment of creation. That's it. From that point onwards, God is us. God is everything you see around you. God is emanating as the existence that we experience. If you want to get back to God, basically what you're saying is you want to take everything back right to the beginning, because that's the only place you'll find God. God is that first word, first resonance, vibration that caused everything else to start emanating. Yeah? When we try to take that kind of concept and dilute it into something that we call language, and then write that down as a symbol, there's so many layers of simplification that you're nowhere near what the original thing was. Yeah, this for me is what made me agnostic, is this kind of aspect, because for me, when you start reducing and reducing and reducing and simplifying and simplifying and simplifying, you're getting further and further away from the immense complexity of what the original was. We can't even comprehend the immense complexity of that beginning.
I'm glad you just said that, Cookie, because I was going to ask you, have you heard of complexification?
Yes, mate, yeah.
Yeah. How everything, and we are, what that does is it puts humankind at the peak of the universe.
Mm-hmm. I in general agree, but I think there is a little bit of egotism there. Of humans have a tendency to want to be the best. You know, we are the ultimate.
The centre, but I mean, it kind of takes away from that initial first creative moment, and concentrates on the spearhead of where we're going and how fast everything is speeding up.
Yeah. think of it this way, and this is why I often like to refer to flowers and the flower of nature and stuff like that, and the fractal, because it helped me get a grip on it. I'm not saying I understand it all and comprehend it all. I've got all the answers, not at all. But it helped me perceive it in a way that I was able to, basically. You know, it wasn't just big, complex chaos that I was looking at. I could actually see something. But from that initial spark, that initial moment of movement, and energy began to flow. That energy is the energy of all creation, life, basically, whether it's an inanimate object, such as any kind of materialistic object that supposedly, according to us, has no sentience. That still requires a movement on an atomic level. So therefore, there is movement in this. There is energy. Even though to us it looks static and solid, it's still constantly moving, vibrating. Yeah, that energy came out from its original position and spread in all directions. This is why I chose deliberately the icon they use as my YouTube icon and Google Plus and whatever. That energy, as it spreads, diversifies, it branches. You look all throughout nature and you'll see that branching everywhere, the fractal branching and spreading. Yeah.
I was going to say fractals are in absolutely everything, even man-made stuff. It's something that I've recently been looking at myself, and totally agree with you there. The energy, like the fractals and all that, is all there, man-made or not.
Yeah, the fractal is the pure layer of the energy itself. Yeah, which is in effect timeless, but to us we experience it in a linear fashion. Therefore, that's why we see it as kind of fractal diversification into many
good LSD will give you the perception of fractals in nature. Also, fractals in yourself. Good LSD will sort that out. But I was doing it when I was a kid. I'm not recommending it to anyone.
When it comes to sentience, the sentience you experience and what enables you to experience all this is the merest, slightest, lightest touch of a pattern onto that fractal. Right? So if nature, the energy of nature naturally creates this just fractal emanation of energy. Yeah? But what gives us this, and the heart primarily is where it emanates from, your brain is just your interpretive lens. But that is us progressing through a fractal, into a fractal, into a fractal. Each time it subdivides, it becomes more complex. And at the same time, that slightest layer of pattern makes it follow a certain course, and that certain course leads eventually to things like us. And I'm sure that, like we've just been talking about the idea of the g.u.n.n. and the possibility of there being other existences or entities that we don't even have a good comprehension of yet. I think that's true on all layers of the fractal, multidimensionally. Yeah, for us, we're at this bit, and we're experiencing our linear progression through almost like, if you imagine a bubble of energy, as it's shooting through existence, i.e. linear time, it's dragging along with it and influencing others around it such that it emanates forms such as ours, so that we can interact with the reality around us. But in effect, we're on a roller coaster ride being dragged along by the energy that is the life that we are inhabiting. Yeah? Does that make sense?
Mm.
So you think about it like a spark of lightning, but to us, that instant of lightning takes an eternity. Yeah, and we are on a little bit of that lightning being flown along, and as we're flown along, it's spreading in that fractal fashion, such that at some point or another, our energetic existence experiences this form, because that's how it emanates, that layer of the fractal.
There's proof of it around everywhere as well, Cookie, When my grandson was moving into his last year in junior school, he'd be about 11 and a bit. I said, he said, we're doing religion at school as well now. I said, all right, yeah. I said, have they convinced you of the fact that there's a God? And he goes, well, I don't really know because I don't know enough about it yet, Grandad. So I says, well, can I convince you of the fact that there is a creator? And he goes, what's the difference? And I said, well, they'll tell you that there's a God, but I'm saying there's a creator, and he's left his evidence everywhere for you to see. And he goes, where? I said, well, I watched this, and I taught him the Fibonacci sequence, and then showed him the shape of snail shells. You look at the way molecules form in plants, it's all down to the Fibonacci sequence. And I said, it's totally in line with nature, and that is proof that there is a creator, because that is dead clever. And he went back to school, and he must have mentioned it. And from then on, in that school, when they get to 11, they spend one session talking about the Fibonacci sequence now, because it's part of mathematics. It's a natural part. But I don't think they touch on the creator bit.
No, because they're still struggling with trying to fit infinity into the standard model, because they can't. It's one thing that modern science, or the scientific methodologies from the Illuminati, let's talk about the Illuminati, they were the illuminated ones that enforced this principle of the scientific method upon us. I'm not naysaying the scientific method at all, just the way it's been dogmatically superimposed, and is deliberately ignorant of and ignoring older aspects that are still proving true even today. They can't deal with infinity. Whenever they plug infinity into their mathematical standard models of how the universe works, their equations start falling apart, on the whole, most of the time.
And why do they always describe infinity as a figure of 8 lying on its side?
Let's get into Kabbalah as well. The number 8. Why is it the number 8? Because it's the one before God. Well, strictly speaking, the one before pseudo-Godhead, because 9 is the pseudo-Godhead. It's not truly God. God is all together combined from 0 to 9. Anyway, the aspect has become more apparent now in this modern age of space technology and space exploration, because now we're able to more clearly see the outer universe, according to what NASA shows us anyway, or what you can see with your own telescope at home. Even the macro level emanates those kind of geometrical truths, because that's what they are. They're geometrical truths of how nature operates. When you look at it on the micro level, like like you mentioned, the snail shell, and why in particular I chose the sunflowers for that video I did the other day. That's another layer.
The way the seeds are laid out.
It was another layer of what I was trying to communicate to people. It was not only the fact that you see the Fibonacci cycle in the seeds of a sunflower, it's the fact that we are sunflowers. Our energy focuses through the sun into our solar system and emanates on this third rock. The third rock from the sun, and it emanates as us. So we are flowers, we are growing, we are fractally growing from the energy that is given to us from the sun. So we are sunflowers. And that was the kind of layer I was trying to, in my weird, haphazard, artistic fashion, because this is what I was going to say. They're even seeing it now. They can't deny it. They can't hide it anymore. Like you mentioned about the Catholic edict of not talking about things like the comets and whatever. They can no longer hide the fact that that kind of truth, that geometrical, mathematical truth, emanates not only on the micro but also on the macro. You see it in the shape of galaxies and in the layout of the universe itself. Now they can't deny that. They're stuck in a position where they're attempting to force this standard model scientific mentality onto the population, and in doing so they're disconnecting people from what the energy was that we often refer to as the creator. I agree with you. I don't really like to call it God. because I think that it's got so many connotations and unfortunate associations with that label. It becomes somewhat of a useless label unless you want to have a multi-hour conversation about what do you mean by the word God. Yeah, it gets a bit silly. And everybody argues about their version of God is the only right one and shit like that. Let's just call it creator. It's that point in whenever it was when all this started happening. Yeah. When
God is dogma.
Yes.
Literally, God is dogma. Whichever rabbit hole you chase it down, it's just pure dogma.
Yeah, it's a very good way of saying it, especially as what I was going to say was for me, when I started to look at things in that kind of perception, and for me, things that, over the many years that I've looked at this kind of stuff, you know, I may not have been a biblical scholar and all that kind of shit, but I've been looking at this kind of stuff for most of my life in one way or another. And for me, more and more, I just kept seeing more and more confirmation that in the end, I'm agnostic, because I feel there is enough that I'm seeing here that says there is something. I just find it really, really hard to try and define or explain what the something is. But I can't deny that it's there. It's there wherever I look. I see it emanating in these geometrical truths, mathematical truths, truths about the quantum existence that we are. Yeah. They find that difficult to allow people to have that kind of concept, because as we've talked about often before, when they give away or when they allow us that true power back again, it makes their system fall apart. This is why the classic Babylon attitude, you know, that system
back to solutions again, really.
Yeah,
back to solutions again.
But for me, the creator is an artist. He's not an architect, and he's certainly not a fucking land manager who decides who gets to live where on this one little bitty planet that's only one infinitesimal part of his great creation. No, fuck off, you arrogant twats. You say shit like that, that's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, you've got no concept of what the creator is if you think that's the way he would operate. You're pathetically egotistical. Yeah? God is an artist, because God, creator, was the one that with that lightest of touch created that first movement that contained within it the seed of the patterns that would eventually emanate into us and allow us to even consider what it was to be a creator of that kind. Yeah. Does that make sense? I know I've rambled a lot.
Yeah, sorry. It does make sense. It makes sense to me, because that's the root. That's basically the assumption that I came to, having looked at all what I looked at. It's just pure dogma.
If you've got the willingness to be open-minded and open-hearted, to look for it without this dogmatic skepticism of, oh, there can't be anything unless I can prove it materialistically. There's got to be material proof. I want evidence. If you've got the willingness to just look, I think you'll find that there is just on and on and on. I would argue it is infinite. The amount of evidence that you will eventually see. If you could live long enough, you'd see enough. There's infinite amount of it.
I've got a garden full of spiders. And every now and then you destroy one. Not that you really want to, it's just because you have to, you know. But I often get to watch these big ginger garden spiders spin a web, and that's pure. That's engineering, that's science, and it's art. And it's. I think it's somewhere on the net. Some guys even calculated the stresses and strains that occur when a spider's, spinning this silk between twigs. And the spiders are fucking scientific engineers, man. It's amazing. So everywhere you look, there's evidence of a creator having done something for a particular species, or right from the lowest form right up to the biggest. There's something there that has got the hallmark of the creator. I don't care what it is. Everything has.
I know I've mentioned this before, because I was on about it the other week. Strangely enough, I saw one of the other YouTube guys that I usually watch, he mentioned it as well. He was talking about the way you'll get flowers poke at any old crack in the pavement. You know, it's what I was trying to express. When you leave nature to do its thing, it will express life in every available avenue that it can. Anywhere and everywhere that it can manage to eke out some kind of existence, it will. Yeah, so we've got bacteria that can survive the cold of space and stuff like that. Yeah, this to me is again another lump of evidence that is saying, look, there's got to be something at the beginning of this, because otherwise it's just like, where is all this coming from? To say that it is just pure random chance is really, that pushed belief further for me than saying there is actually some kind of energy behind it.
Yeah, it's narrow-minded to think that there isn't a creator, and it's I don't know. It's narrow-minded to think it's somebody called Yahweh or Jehovah. Or something.
The great architect. Why is it a set square and compass? Because they consider themselves like great architects in the same manner as the God that they worship. They think they can order and control the universe around them.
Yeah, just looking at Dean's tour with Kip and Daiz around that old cemetery, you know, and then when you went into the museum and started photographing stuff, and suddenly like Knights Templar pops up, you know, then you start checking shit out on the internet and you see there's all this Jesuit and Templar connection, and it's all gone occult and it's all gone Masonic.
It's all astrotheology. As far as I mean, again, I know that's just one label.
Symbolism.
Yeah, it's one particular label that creates a certain box shape and whatever. Yes, it does, and I think you do need to sort of push the boundaries of that box shape, but it's a descriptor to help us describe a complex concept that involves a hell of a lot of information to back it up. But it's astrotheology, and it goes all the way back throughout history.
Yeah, but at its most basic form, it's an ideology that's crept into our everyday life through symbology, and like where Kip Dean and the lads went on that little detour is evidence that even then, right back, you know, they trace the history right back, that the first opportunity that someone, through an ideology and an occult belief, wants to start controlling people and controlling how much land people have and how much wealth they have, you know, that's where the big con, like, bang, it's all there. And the evidence that those boys turned up on that trip was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, I was mesmerised by what you were doing, lads, and the way you were cross-referencing and your knowledge on masonry and what a stonemason does. You know, it undid a lot of, you know, like it shone light in very dark corners. You know, it did.
It's just, it's like I said, I've seen it. Sometimes I find researching harder. I'm more of a practical person. I've always been a toolman, and I understand how things come together, and I'm quite engineering, whatever the word is, minded. And it's just working with old fellas doing stone masonry and dry stone walling, things like that. You just start to understand the faces and what actually work goes into it, and it is part of somebody's personality, that build.
Yeah, I find the same through what I do, Dean, because as a decorator, I've had to work in all these old places, you know, some really old Victorian stuff in Nottingham. For instance, I was working with a mate a few months, only just a couple of days to help him out. I mean, I don't do much these days, but it was right in the centre of Nottingham, next to the market square, and I can't remember, but something Chambers anyway. And then I worked in these huge offices and had big marble fireplaces, huge oak doors that had been painted over, but like, you know, and mouldings everywhere, and all these tradesmen have come in and done their bit and made a smashing job of this suite of offices that were built, I think it was 1897, and you can see the tradesmanship and the class, you know, even in the sashes, the old sashes and stuff, and the mouldings are huge, it's all there. But when I came home and started digging around as to why this particular office was located in such a place, and then you start seeing that, like, the guy was connected to the local judiciary and he must have been a mason and this, that and the other, and you know, everywhere, even just working in some offices in Nottingham, you get this connection to, like, money, where it comes from, who's influencing and who's controlling. And you know, as a tradesman, you get to see a lot of where people were coming from in the old days.
Yeah.
And it's if you can be a bit of a detective, it's nice to work. I mean, I don't know whether you've seen any of the Sri Lanka Seas videos. They did one on Nottingham Jail, and went into the history of why it was spelled wrong, because it was originally Nottingham Goal.
Right.
And, Nottingham G.o.n.n, and he got the O and the A wrong. So what he did was he replaced the O with an A and cut the A deeper, and then he cut the rest of the letters deeper so that it showed more. But apparently he got fired for that. He never cut stone anywhere in Nottingham after that, for calling it Nottingham Goal. But
yeah, you'll always find a proud builder back then always wanted his signature on his build. So it was always marked, and it was always traced back to a particular mason, his work. No two masons work the same.
Yeah, and it seems that, you know, these poor chaps, I mean, I've seen stonemasons working, because I worked on Lincoln Crown Court when it was all restored internally, and at that time Lincoln Cathedral, they had started work on some face of that, and it was easy to wander off at dinner time and just go and have a look at stonemasons chipping away, and bloody amazing how they get them straight lines and get, you know, how they carve stuff out, but, you know, it's a solid lump of stone, yet they create what they create. They're masters.
I'd love footnote myself.
then look back at the ancient stoneworks and explain how the fuck did they do that? Because even modern masons using modern technology cannot cut the stone to the same accuracy.
It's like, I showed them the difference between machine stone, and because on that church there were actually machine stone there as well. Once I pointed out the difference in them, how uniform the facet was of the stone, and then they started to understand the difference of it, you know what I mean? I mean, how they got them lines, I just don't know. But when we went into the museum, luckily enough, there was a set of masonry chisels. So I got to show them the different sizes and everything. And of the finer ones right down to like needle point chisels where they did with like it's sort of like possibly a wooden hammer, but it'd be a padded wooden hammer for getting your finer detail. And also depending on this hardness of your stone, because you also get different strengths and densities of sandstone as well. And also, I think there's about 8 or 9 different colours of sandstone. And some gorgeous sandstone out there, but I wouldn't even attempt to try and carve. They make it look so easy. But
Practice, though, isn't it, more than anything?
Yeah, I'm not very artistic anyway, you know what I mean? Might be autistic, but...
Nah, nah.
It's the same thing, right? If ever you spend time with somebody who's autistic, you usually find that they are artistic in one
Yeah.
way or another. It may not be in a kind of, standardly accepted way, but they're certainly artistic.
Yeah, that's it, innit? It's just that they're not up to the standard. You get what I
You,
mean?
you think they're you think they're throwing their dinner at the wall, but they're not. They're creating a new modern art painting. They're expressing themselves emotionally. It just happens to be done in spaghetti. Yeah.
I'm just going to nip off because I'm getting a really dry throat and need to get a coffee. Won't be a second.
Okay.
I'll let you chat
So,
between each other.
Stevie, I'm really curious. You're hunting the Queen down now, then?
Yeah, well, not so much hunting down. I've just got a little project that I'm working on. It's why I haven't done any videos or anything, because this is time consuming, and my poor little computer, even though it's a Mac, it's absolutely killing its RAM because it's graphic based.
Right, yeah.
Only simple, but yeah. I don't want to give too much away, really. But it's going to involve the Queen, and it's not going to be your run-of-the-mill stuff. But well, I'm going to try not to make it. I'm going to try and throw a bit of comedy in there as well, if I can.
Yeah.
But
Will she have?
yeah.
Will she have a haunted Fanny? This is what I want to know.
Oh, that's funny. I don't know. Could you come across this one? Cookie, have you come across that girl? What's her name? Chloe? Somebody. I did share a link in chat earlier, but
Doesn't ring a bell.
I put a link in our chat.
Yeah, I'll see if I can play that actually.
I've not had the chance to see much of anything YouTube-wise. I've managed to watch, I think, about 4 videos in the last several days.
I noticed that Kit has,
brilliant concept.
It's just so simple and so dry and so. It's just hilarious. It's just the truth, isn't it? It's just so blunt and just.
I've got to go. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Peace, mate.
See you all later. Peace.
See you later, mate. Steve, can you repost that? I got kicked earlier while Kit was passing controls over. It kicked me for some reason.
Let me
rejoin.
Because I've actually closed my I had it open in the browser, but so yeah, it's back in our chat. The link to her video. So yeah, see if you can screen share it.
Chloe George.
That's the one.
Tazzy's just typed the name in the chat. Yeah, Chloe George. Okay.
Oh, right.
Question to the Queen, I think it's the one. Isn't
it? I don't know whether this will work or not. I can try. What the hell's going on here?
If you play a YouTube video, it'll only be viewable by us in the room. The people watching the stream won't be able to see it.
It's not even coming on. I've got what's it on analog screen here. Honestly, I've got an analog screen.
Look, did you buy it from Logie Beard?
I just pressed the YouTube app and it just comes up as an analog screen. So I don't know what's going on. Everybody seems to be having problems this evening, and I've been noticing it in the chat box as well. Everybody's been having problems.
Really?
So I don't know what's going on. I think they're having a bit of a stampede on well, whatever you want to call it, seeing Truth to in bracket.
Well, don't forget that not that long ago, what was it, about 3 weeks ago, Cameron said that he magically, down the back of the settee, found £800 million that he was going to allocate to internet security shit. So, yeah, could be a lot of that being implemented.
You didn't have to put that in when I was just about to drink, didn't you?
Back of the settee, yeah. It's austerity for everybody else. While I got this 800 million down the back of the settee, yeah.
Yeah.
Magic, that, isn't it?
No,
he'll probably claim that on expenses.
Yeah.
I did find an article. I did find an article that said that all those expenses, those MPs that paid that money back to the government, were secretly paid back again.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit. I think it's disgusting, to be honest. I always have the opinion that any public sector worker, including Prime Minister, should earn nothing more than minimum wage.
Get in there, Stevie. Completely agree with you. Saying it for years.
I would be slightly, well, this would be to encourage people to be fairer, but I would suggest that it's an average of the national wage. Not the minimum wage that they tell us, because they are the ones that set what the minimum wage is.
Yeah.
And if you live on minimum wage, as you know, it is the poverty level of earning. You are literally skimming the bread line when you're earning minimum wage. So I would say make it similar to, actually, was this in Bolivia? I think it might have been Bolivia, mentioning that place again, where the president or prime minister lived on what they call the national average. So they take everybody's wage and get an average of that, and that's what they're paying. But as it is, the guy gives it all away to charity anyway. But to encourage some fairness, and also to encourage those that are employers to actually pay a fair living wage to people. If you're a politician, you're going to encourage employers to do that, because then it will up your own wage, because your own wage is based on the national average. So if everybody's earning a good wage, you'll get a good wage. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
There's at least some carrot, some incentive for. Whereas I think I would like to see it where people do that kind of job for no payment whatsoever. They get everything provided that they need. They get a home to live in. They get transported around to do their work. They have all their travel expenses, all their health paid for. Everything that they need to have a normal existence is paid for. No extravagancies, no expenses, credit card or any of that shit. No, but they are otherwise catered for, and they do it for nothing because they want to do it to help people.
Yeah.
That would be the way to encourage people for the right motives, with the right intentions, and their heart in the right place, to do it just for the love of doing it, not because they can profit out of it.
I was going to say that would also encourage more people to step into government roles, local council roles. I mean, I know from my local council, because I had some dealings with a council a few years ago when I set up a website that was basically about our local area, and the only person that's paid on our local council is the admin guy. The mayor, anyone else who is on the council does not get a single wage from doing it. And if you look at where I live, there's an obvious love for doing it. They got a community bus up and running that's completely not government funded. It's funded by the local companies. Simple things like all the greens and garden areas and all the flowers and that donated. They don't use government money, government funding for anything like that. I mean, obviously the government pays the grass people to come around and cut the grasses and stuff, but any of the niceties that you see is all generally donated by, companies surrounding the area.
Yeah. I know for some people as well, what I've just suggested might sound very socialist or communist, but I'm not suggesting that that's how you run the entirety of your society. No, just those people that are performing jobs or roles or tasks that are intrinsic to the running of your society. So, for example, firemen and women and ambulance services and stuff like that, people who are willing to do that kind of work should have no worries in the world about how they need to live. That is what I find abhorrent about our society, that we're putting people like that, especially firemen, even policemen, put into this equation. People are willing to put themselves at risk to help others, and yet they're constantly being pushed further and further back onto the breadline. They're getting less and less, and more of them are having their jobs cut and shit. How do you think your society's going to operate if you push people like that out?
It's funny you mentioned about firemen, because when I was doing the website, I didn't get in trouble for, but they were threatening me with court action and stuff. I looked into the old fire history, the fireman history. We used to have about 20 firefighters that were full-timers at our local station, and now there's 3 running a part-time, on-call kind of service. Now, you could say, oh, that's because, there's less fires and stuff, which is true, but like you say, they're generally being kicked out, getting paid stupid wage, got no pensions for when they retire, and all sorts of things. I found out all loads of stuff about the fire history around this area, and I was really disgusted, actually.
I think this is, as well, I think there's often a misconception of that kind of socialist, communist idea that by, saying that people could be in that kind of situation, if they worked a job like that, then they don't have to pay for housing, they don't have to pay for food or healthcare or whatever. People automatically think, well, they're just living in the lap of luxury and not having to do fuck all for it. It's like, hang on a minute, they're risking their lives doing a job to help your society operate. And you begrudge them an average standard of living, because like I mentioned earlier, talking about giving them the average that's equal to what other people get, not living in the lap of luxury, not living extravagantly, just not having to worry and stress about how they pay their bills.
Isn't that how it used to be? I know, because there used to be like police houses, but I know they all got sold off. You don't get a police house anymore, do you?
No. Similar to the military, most of the military families no longer get access to cheaper housing.
Yeah, and where I grew up, they used to have like what they call police houses, where policemen of the area were they were already bought for, and that was where they lived. Yeah. I don't know whether that was true for firemen or whatever, but the policemen actually got like the house to live in until obviously, I guess when they retired, there was some kind of fund there to support them afterwards or whatever. But I know that they all got sold off. Probably around the time Margaret Thatcher turned around and said, yes, you have the right to buy your house.
Let's privatise. It's such a great idea.
Yeah, but all the houses probably got sold to the police officers that were in them. So probably.
Some of them did, but I know a couple of police houses where I live now. The policemen got kicked out of them, and the houses got torn down, and they rebuilt on it. Which is very odd, but yeah, privatisation.
Not when you rely for the immense amount of quangos and backhanders that go between the government and the building industry.
I don't even go there. Yeah, I mean, you could, in a way, you can turn around and say that privatisation is a kind of good thing because it. Do you know what I mean? But
it's an economic cycle.
But
it's a way of what? Sorry, go on.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say the only thing when you do that is you kind of kill off that cycle. You was going on about the economic cycle. It's like you create the revenue, but then at some point, you know, I mean, you don't even have to look very far back. But
in some
majority of a majority of businesses fail, you know, at some point. So then what? The public then buys it back. It ends up back in the public domain, and then it gets privatised again.
Yeah. I was going to say, this is what in some circles is called cropping. Not cropping as in cutting something like, you know, pruning plants. But in fact, in a way similar to fruiting, causing a tree or plant to fruit more fully. So in our modern food industrial system, they do things such as put fruit into gas canisters, where they inject loads of, I think, is it carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide? I can't remember which. But they push in more gases than are normally in the atmosphere, normally in like open air, and it causes the fruit to ripen quicker or not ripen quicker, so it has a longer shelf life, whatever they choose, really. But my point is, and I've argued this for many years, right? I think Reagan and Thatcher set about a process of preparing and planting the seeds for a cropping that has been occurring during this time, yeah, over the last few years, since the beginning of the noughties, since 9/11, yeah. They deliberately put things in place that caused a blooming of the economy, such that we had the great roaring 90s, just like the roaring 20s. Oh, do I think there's a connection there? Oh, I think there is. Yeah, and they did that deliberately in the foreknowledge that at some point it would start to creak because it would become so burdened with corruption and exploitation that it would start to creak at the seams. And then the big megacorps, which are really just puppets of the old money bloodlines, will step in and vacuum up all those that are weak and ready to be fruited, ready to be cropped. And does that make sense? That's what she did with the housing market. The housing bubble was very deliberately and intentionally set up.
I agree with that. I lived through it.
All made sense. All made perfect sense.
So some con men would refer to it as a cropping. Yeah, it's the way they would nudge a mark to get them overexcited, and they'd bet more and more and more and more until the con man feels, okay, yeah, he's getting roughly to his boundary, crop him now. Do this thing now, get as much as you can off the table. That's what they were doing. That's the trick they've pulled on everyone, which is why since he started shouting it, I've agreed with Chunky Mark. There's no fucking recession. Not at all. There is no recession. It's a robbery, plain and simple. They are stealing the money out of your pocket.
Asset stripping the nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we see that with Tom's eviction, their and that.
Yeah, there's austerity for everybody else except them. There's no money for hospitals, but there's 800 million for the security state. It's all fucking bullshit. It's all theatre. It's all been pushed this way deliberately and set up like a casino will deliberately fix the tables, rig the table so that you're going to bet big and lose at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sounding very pessimistic now all of a sudden.
Well, I'm having bad problems. Everybody's sending like robots to me at the minute.
I am a robot.
I'm just going to refresh my page, so if I drop out, I'll be back in a second.
I think referring
it's
to
right. it's right what you were saying as well. I can give you an example about the taxpayer buying something and then having to carry on paying for it when it's been bought and sold and paid for and everybody's been paid off. That's Forth Bridge. I think it was last year or the year before. I don't know how much it costs to go over the Forth Bridge, but the agreement was when it was built that it would be expensive for 7, 8 quid a shot. The agreement was it would be expensive for a while, but until it was paid for, until all the business loans were paid off, and then they'd be able to reduce the toll across the bridge. Was it the Severn Bridge? No, it's not the Severn Bridge. But either way, I think it was either last year or the year before, they reapplied to keep the licence for the next 7 years at the price it is now. So they could, well, obviously, they've already made the money. They're making it again.
Now they're into profit.
Yeah.
Well, I tried, when, as another example, because this came out of the back of the 90s, the National Lottery. And talking about philosophical justifications earlier when referencing the horrors in Gaza, etc., but I tried to sort of put this across to people back then when they brought out the National Lottery and Camelot stepped in and bought up the licence for it, which was a fucking quango. The people who are shareholders in Camelot are all old money bloodlines and all that kind of shit. So them scratching each other's backs to take taxpayers' money and put it in their pocket. But what I was trying to say to people was like, look, it's great that they're giving money to charities. You know, these charitable funds that they give out to help set up community centres and stuff like that, that's great. But in effect, all they're doing is levying a secret tax on you, and it's a tax on your idiocy, because you're handing it over for a 1 in however many million chance it is of winning big, and your money is going to pay for services that your own state should be paying for in the first place anyway. So they've just given you another secret tax.
They will, sorry, I lost you there.
I was just saying, calling it a secret tax, while at the same time it is a private shareholder company. So yeah, they may be giving some money back to your community in terms of these charitable donations, but at the same time they're still making a profit, and overall the thing is in effect a tax on you. You shouldn't need to be funding these ideas through a charitable donation from a profit-making company. No, these things should be provided for by your taxes that you're already paying.
And chances are that we pay for them, and then they'll get privatised anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, there's one other element that goes along with this, and I don't know whether you've experienced it, but I get it a lot where I live, and that's young mothers on the day they pick the money up from the post office, they'll go in the beer off, and they'll ask for whatever it is they want. They'll pay £10 off the electric, £10 off the gas, and then all of a sudden go, I'll have a number 1, a number 4, and a number 7 done.
Yeah.
And these are all these gambling scratch cards, and they're all active. They're all scratch carding it left, right, and centre. So it's not just the lottery as well. You know,
it's another mental virus that's been dominant in the USA for quite a while now, a few decades. And Blair started it, and Cameron's been carrying it on. They brought it in as to create another economic cycle within our economy. Yeah, encourage people to gamble. That creates jobs for people running the gambling shops and blah 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 blah. While at the same time, it generates more for their Ponzi fiat money scheme. It's another bullshit fucking distraction, and people chuck money at that shit.
We was kind of touching on this the other day, and it kind of going to what you said there, Cookie. I went and did a bit of research on how many people are civil servants in this country, you know, or work for some kind of civil thing, and it's 1/3 of the working population. And if you go back like 50 years, it was no near that majority. It was like something like, you know, I can't even think the 25th of the working population.
Is that partly because of the way companies such as Serco and G4S are supplanting jobs that used to be provided for by direct government employees? I think it might be a big part of it.
Yeah, and just them generally creating up bullshit things that need to be managed.
Contract jobs and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's like when you look on job sites, it's 85% of them jobs don't exist.
Yeah.
Okay, to say it, yes, it's funny you said that thing. Right? I go on the job centre website every day, you know, because I'm good like that, and I click on a link, and it takes me to another work
Job
agency. Yeah, and then you click on the link for that, and it takes you to another agency, and you end up going round and round in circles, trying to find a job, like from one link.
The business at the moment, the gold rush business right at the moment, is to create your own employment agency. Because you get kickbacks off the government, you get bonuses for helping people into work, and most of the work is 0-hour contract kind of thing or temporary contracts, which means people are constantly coming through your door. It's like a gold rush. I have seen, I mean, I live in a somewhat semi-rural area that's away from the big city, and yet even here I've seen several employment agencies spring up within the last couple of years. And it's only a little community. Well, we don't need several employment agencies. How the fuck are they earning enough money to all compete with each other?
If you want to know about a small community, we haven't had that here, actually. I'm quite surprised. Although we have had a few shops closed down, you know, big shop fronts closed down recently. But in our community, like, it's a community of 13,000 people, and we have 8 hairdressers. Don't ask me why we've got that many hairdressers, and probably about 6 or 7 estate agents.
And 3 betting shops.
And the good
antique shops.
And antique shops. But the good thing is, we do have 13 pubs in the space of a mile.
Sounds very similar to well, in terms of the pubs, certainly. There's along the high street in particular, there's a pub approximately every 50 feet. It's really crazy. There's several pubs just on the high street alone.
But no, I haven't seen the agency pop up on the streets. But I do know that there's a big gold rush for the whole employment agency thing, and that's what I was saying about, like, you go looking for a job and you'll click on a link that says apply now, and you get taken to another agency, and then you click on that to apply now, and you end up going around in a complete circle, and you wonder, you ask yourself, does the job really exist?
Most of the time, no.
You know, and I live near the airport. Like, well, there's thousands of jobs up here, up the airport, but trying to get one is just impossible. And like you say, they're all 0-hour contract type jobs, and people just come in, they're there for a month, and then they're gone.
What we're getting is, and I'm describing it in my usual kind of fashion of like I know everything, but yeah, I feel what we're experiencing now is the growth of, or the lead into us being more like a third world economy, or I should say second world economy, because we're not quite as bad as the third world, but we certainly can't say we're first world anymore, even though, you know, they're arrogant to say that we were in the first place, because we live off the profits stolen from elsewhere on the planet. But my point is, I can remember many years ago, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, my sort of primary source of employment was doing general labouring on building sites, right? And that involved getting in on the gang boss workers, yeah, the gang workers, which would literally mean you'd spot a building site going up somewhere, whether it be homes or office building or whatever, and you go, right, be there tomorrow morning, 6:30 in the morning, and you'd literally just go and stand around outside, and the gang boss guy, the guy who employed all the labourers, and he himself was a subcontractor, he'd turn up and go, yeah, you, and you got a day's work. And that'd be it. And if you look at other countries, like I say, that you could call second world countries, such as Mexico, it's not that they've got a backwards economy or anything like that. It's just it's so saturated with corruption and exploitation that on the whole, the general workforce are treated very poorly and paid very little and exploited a lot. And they commonly have that kind of environment where you want to get a job, basically you've got to go and beg for a job from the local gang boss. And if he doesn't like the look of your face, the cut of your jib, or the trainers you're wearing, he won't give you a day's work. Tough shit. Yeah, that's what it's become like. But for us, it has this veneer, this pseudo air of civilization because it's called an employment agency. But it's basically exactly the same fucking process. If you say something that the employment agent doesn't like, he can just say, oh, don't give him any more shifts. You know, don't bother calling him up. I don't like him. I think he's a bit dodgy, or whatever their reason. It doesn't matter. You know, they could just not like the look of your beard. But that's what it's going back to. And I say going back to because they are putting us in reverse gear. Our society is going in retrograde. We're going back to Victorian times, if not already there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I don't know, it's very odd, and many people will probably blame that on immigration, and I don't. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Cookie, but sure you've got an opinion on that.
Sorry, yeah, I've got lots of opinions. Opinions are like ourselves. Everyone's got one, and they almost always stink.
What did I write yesterday? I wrote, oh God, I've got to find it now. I wrote, any human being can have an opinion on anything, and one that does not have an opinion is not interesting, or something like that. That's what I wrote yesterday.
I'm coming from the direction of Voltaire myself, you know. Every man's entitled to his opinion, and I'll fight to the death for him to have his opinion, whether I agree with him or not.
Yeah, I agree. I may vehemently disagree with your opinion, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
That's it, yeah. In a Voltaire.
But, to give a general, because I've been trying to point this out for people for many years, since the 90s probably at least, because it's been used as the scapegoat and the whipping tool and the enabler for a lot of what is dragging our economy downwards or backwards. Who is it that lets the immigrants into the country? It's as simple as that. If you just think about that, the people are really to blame, and why and what exactly it is they're doing becomes more apparent. It's not the fault of the immigrants. Yes, some of them will be extremists or radicals or whatever else. That's true of all people. Some of our own people, and that, you know, I know that may sound a bit racist saying our own people, whatever. The people within your community, some of them will have attitudes and opinions and ideas that you will find extreme, radical, offensive, whatever, yeah? That's people. So these immigrants are not all stereotypically, you know, coming here because they all want to be jihadists, or only coming here because they all want to exploit your benefit system. No, that's bullshit. That's propaganda. Yeah. For the majority of them, they are financial refugees. They're desperate for a better standard of living because where they come from, the living standard is really shit. So you've got an opportunity for work where you live, and they'll have a nice house and, you know, food and all this kind. Of course, they'll fucking come here. You know, you'd do exactly the same if the roles were reversed. So to blame them in a stereotyping fashion is just silly. They are being deliberately encouraged to come here because in doing so it saturates the workforce to such a degree that it deflates the value of your daily pay. It's as simple as that, in my opinion. Yeah,
absolutely.
This again, initiated by Reagan and Thatcher. They were the ones that started opening the doors on all this kind of idea, and saying, yeah, we need more people in for the general workforce, but it never stopped at any kind of sensible amount or balance. It was more and more and more, and they made no effort to encourage people to truly integrate into their environment on the whole. They literally created ghettos. They went, right, put all the Somalian people there, put all the Bangladeshi people there, put all those people there, and they would inject them into towns and cities. And it was done deliberately. It's like, oh, Birmingham's economy's going up a bit too high. Chuck a load more immigrants there. Yeah. As soon as the immigrants get off the boat, where you going, mate? Oh, you're going to Birmingham. Your ticket's for Birmingham. Go on, off you go. That is what they've been doing. And this is it's an old tactic that's been used for a long, long time to debase the value of your day's labour, so that they can keep you.
I can verify that for you. I can verify that for you because I was in my teens, about 16, 17, around about there when Enoch Powell made his Rivers of Blood speech, and it affected Nottingham in the sense that there were black and white riots on the streets. And then we remember that all the trolley bus drivers were suddenly either Indian or Jamaican, and everybody was moaning about that. And the only time any of this has affected me is like when Blair's government actually perfected immigration because of the Lisbon Treaty and allowed the borders to drop. And that affected me because some of the traditional customers that I used to subcontract to suddenly started employing gangs of 25 Poles. And when would it be? It would be 1999. I could quite comfortably earn 120, 160 quid a day. But by the year 2000, there were people doing what I was doing for 40 quid a day. So that everything that we'd worked for in the trade, I'm not on about health and safety, I'm on about some of the work that we did was either high quality or it was high risk. It was one or the other if you were earning good money. And as wages went, all of a sudden you've got an influx of foreign people who, we would probably go in 6 days. I used to go in 7 days a week because if I didn't, then I've got to keep things going. But during the Monday to Friday, I've got 5 others with me. And but when this happened, all the little bits and bobs of like loads of flats were getting done up in the interior part of Nottingham, and all that work was gone. And then we used to spend 3 months of the year down in London doing contracts, earning really good money, man, like £1,000 a week. All gone, because all the contractors changed down there. And we were doing, I used to go abroad. I've been to Moscow 5 times, and we used to earn over £1,000 a week there, plus expenses. And only for as long as it took for them to learn the skills that we taught them while we were on the jobs. Now they do all the jobs themselves. And, they were paying us, at the time, this is the year 2000, we were getting 45 quid a day expenses, which, like, if you got 45 quid a day in Moscow, you're a millionaire, and we were getting £1.5 grand a week paid in to the bank. If you were on a 17-week job, by the time you got home, you got grands in the bank, so you were cooking. And but what happened when this influx of migrants came in? It just wiped the building trade out completely. And now blokes I used to go abroad with, I still see them today. They hardly get any work doing what they do, and they're craftsmen. You know, build bars and seating and back units for pubs and all sorts of things. But they're lounging around most of the week, hardly earning a living, got nothing to do. But pubs are still going up, and you know, everywhere you go now, like local contracts, the electrical and a lot of the plaster work's all done by. I'm not having a go at them because my best mate's half Polish, but the Poles are doing it, and you know, if you want to go and earn money now, you will find that the wages in this area have possibly gone back 15, 20 years ago to what they were 20 years ago. Yep. You know, so, and it makes no difference to the government because we're still living in 2014. The fact that you're only getting like year 2000 wages or late 90s wages, it makes no difference to them. They don't care. You know, it's all part of the plan. Yeah, and you know, the more you talk about it, the more you talk about, in a political sense, I think we touched on it the other night, it's this collectivist disease, because collectivism is not happy until it's collectivized everything, and that is a political ideology which matches that of a black hole, you know.
Exactly. Thank you. So it's just good to hear that other people get that same perspective. It's what I've been trying to express to people for ages.
Yeah.
The difference between centralisation and decentralisation. Nature is decentralised.
That's it. At this moment in time, me and my wife are sat on the event horizon watching it go off. But, you know, last Wednesday, Tom was drawn close to the hole. Tom Watson. One about the eviction. He was drawn close to the hole. He nearly lost everything and slipped off the event horizon, and that people's gathering prevented him from slipping off the event horizon and stabilised him for a while. And,
like gravity.
Yeah, and they've designed
people's gravity gathering together.
But it's a negative source of gravity. It's a beast that won't be happy until the New World Order is fulfilled, and it's a momentum that politically they are not prepared to let anything stand in the way. That's why they're denying the Bradbury Pound, and that's why they're denying the banking system being a fake, and they're denying, you know, that's why we've got Zionism. It is because this one momentum, it can't be stopped because it's a black hole, and once you've gone through and come out the other side. You know, and I read the book on the black hole when it first came out, and you know what a black hole does in real terms.
I would argue that Hawking's concept of black hole it's changed a lot over the years. So fair play to him. He's revised some of his ideas and theories.
It wasn't Stephen Hawking's book. It was it's true. I used to pick these books up and just read them. Everybody used to go, "What are you reading that shit for?"
Because it's interesting.
You know, and it was like Eric von Daniken, you know, and stuff like that, years ago in the early 70s.
And stuff. Yeah, I've read a few.
Yeah, and I used to read the books of that monk T. Lobsang Rampa.
Yes.
Who wrote a famous book called The Hermit. That's a very interesting book, but whether it's reality, truth, or whatever, but he's supposed to be a monk who spoke to another monk, and this was the tale. And it's called The Hermit by T. Lobsang Rampa, a Tibetan monk. Whether it's online or not, I don't know.
Well, to give some, maybe some grounding or some comfort for people that are a bit more material-minded, maybe get a bit dubious when we start talking about the more esoteric stuff like the black hole idea and whatever. Think of it this way, the control freakery that is collectivism, because that's what it comes down to. It comes down to, at the top of the pyramid, there is one mindset. It might be, you know, manipulated by more than one person, but there is one idea, one mindset that they're determined will be imposed upon everything else. Because for them, they can't truly have control unless they have account for everything else. So they have to have their fingers in every single little pie, otherwise they don't truly have control over the system. So that kind of collectivist principle, when you take it to the nth degree, is just like a black hole. It's why, for me, it took many years for this kind of perception of it to sink in with me, but the old phrase of the beast will eat itself made more sense when I thought about it in that kind of mathematical inevitability fashion. This thing will collapse in on itself like a black hole eventually. Yeah, it may happen soon, it may happen sometime in the future after my lifetime. I don't know when exactly it will, but it will, guaranteed. Because when they keep trying to centralize everything, eventually that central point will become so dense that it will just collapse in on itself. And that's why I would argue you look at it in smaller sort of micro versions of it. This is why we see the rise of despots, of crazy tyrannical systems where you have the typical genocides of all the classic despotic regimes that have been throughout history. That's because those people are right at the top of that density get so crushed by trying to control absolutely everything in the way that they think they are the great architect, that it just cracks their mind and spirit, and they go totally off it, and they start doing things like making their horse into a chancellor and stuff like, you know, you just read about Nero and stuff like that. There's an example of how that massive centralization that was the Roman Empire led to craziness like that, or the pharaohs, etc., etc., etc.
There again, that's a reference to the histories Tacitus, which documents quite deeply the antics of Nero's reign, and Nero was reputed. I can tell you a couple of tales about Nero. He was reputed to have got up to every disgusting thing a human being could ever get up to, and then some. And his paranoia for control led eventually to everyone who could fill the Colosseum on a regular basis, because it went from, you know, sensationalizing with killing animals, against, you know, putting animals against men, gladiator against gladiator. It was him who fueled this anti-Christian fever because they blamed the Christians for a fire in one part of Rome, and it was him that started that propaganda. So are you beginning to see a pattern? You know, it was him that started that propaganda because he wanted an excuse to create a new form of entertainment in the Colosseum. And what better form of entertainment is to persecute a few Christians, you know? So Nero did that, and eventually he took on this arty-farty mode, and thought he was an actor and a poet, and eventually the Praetorian Guard used to patrol the Colosseum, and if people didn't laugh at his whimsical jokes at the right time, they were lashed, and if they didn't enjoy and applause in all the right places, they were lashed. If you were yawned, you would get 2 or 3 lashes to wake you up again, and that's basically.
Sounds a bit like North Korea. I was just thinking, you know, when Kim Jong Daddy died, and they were all out doing the mourning process, and if they didn't mourn hard enough, the guys in uniforms were there patrolling up and down.
Yeah. But the main and most important thing about the story of Tacitus that comes through from the histories is the way they got rid of him. And it took everyone to do it, and I'm saying that this is exactly the provided there's something there to be put in place, and everybody knows what kind of system they want afterwards, there is a resolution to the problem that we have today, because basically what you've got going on is worldwide Nero, and the only way they got rid of Nero was eventually they managed to get it through to the Praetorian Guards that it was you know, what you're doing, it's the same old Stockholm syndrome with the Nuremberg response, you know, just because you were ordered to do it, is it right? And then eventually, I forget his name, but one character amongst the Praetorian Guard, you know, said, you know, what we're doing here is fucking stupid, because like all we're doing is making, you know, what he's doing is showing himself up to be a foolish emperor, and he's getting up to all these tricks, and we're having to give that authority, and eventually they refused to give it authority, and the whole of Rome turned their back on Nero. And it was said in there that he was wandering the streets for a while trying to order people around, and everybody was just laughing at it. And eventually he got the clue and disappeared from Rome. And he was caught on the road. He tried to escape to Egypt, I think, and he was caught there, and eventually he was given a sword, and he hadn't even got the bottle to do it. So eventually they sort of made him hold the sword and tripped him over, so he accidentally did it. You know? But that's how they got rid of Nero and the bad regime in Rome. Was just literally everyone in Rome turned their back on him, and he didn't exist anymore, and that just robbed him of every ounce of power that he ever had.
No, that's how it was traditionally done in the ancient tribes. Yeah, I know for a lot of people, they think it isn't good enough in some fashion, but I don't misinterpret it as meaning if somebody is an outright psychopathic murderer, that you just go, oh, never mind, just please go away, we'll ignore you and hopefully you'll go away. No, of course you've got to deal with those people in some fashion. But for somebody who just proves themselves again and again and again to be that kind of arrogant, ignorant, selfish, psychopathic, narcissistic, whatever other label you want to stick on it, then they were shunned from the tribe. And if they could survive on their own, off up in the mountain or in the jungle or whatever, the tribe would let them do that, but they would never ever welcome back into the tribe again. It works. Because we as beings don't survive very well in solitary existence. We operate as societies. We're communal beings. So therefore, having a community that all works well with each other and is happy with each other to the large degree, you know, is the way it's going to work. If somebody is just the poison apple in the barrel, then you take that poison apple out, don't you? I mean, in the sense of take it out of the barrel. Yeah, don't get the wrong idea, folks.
The only problem that I can see is, like with, you know, we all take our examples of life through what happens in history. The biggest thing that happened after Nero was the power vacuum in Rome, and there were 3 emperors in 1 year, ending up with Vespasian running the show, and that's the problem, is the power vacuum. Who do you trust in this sweep of figureheads that come through? And you know when life's been snuffed out of one emperor, somebody's got to take his place. And if you know, do you know, in Rome's case, I think. Go on, carry on.
Go on, finish what you say first.
Yeah. In Rome's instance, the leader that came out of it was Vespasian, and then that was the new dynasty that Rome went under, and it was Vespasian's family that ran Rome for quite some time, under him and another guy, Octavian, and the one that came after him, I believe, which led into your Hadrian and the Calm period. So, you know, and I think in their terms, in historical terms, they would class the power vacuum after Nero as something as quite devastating as the Vandals and the Gauls attacking them in 407, 409. You know, it was quite a serious war that went on there. And I also... Go on.
Because it made me wonder, the way you're describing it is there a comparison to be made here between the way we had ended up with the coalition government after Tony Blair? Because let's face it, even though Cameron is a good sliced ham-faced puppet, you know, he can say the words and he can stand there and nod the head and do all that politicians do, but he hasn't got the kind of domineering character that both Blair and Thatcher had. even John Major had it in a certain way because he had that characteristic of the headmaster, you know, the old schoolmaster who may not have been very charming or charismatic, but he was a good clerk, a good bureaucrat, so that people let him get on with it. But the reason I'm saying it like that is that, yeah, are we experiencing that power vacuum effect now after the last Blair government? And also, as part of that comparison, is this the period of the chaos that they always utilise to allow the order ab chaos? I think most people here, and certainly in the chat room, would agree with the progression of the kind of Agenda 21 stuff that's been going on for a number of years. The European state agenda, UN agenda, all these things are tying together to lead us towards a global structure. And as they usually do, using the Phoenix principle that they've always fucking used, they think they have to create the chaos, create the destruction so that they can birth the Phoenix out of it. So is that what we're experiencing at the moment? Is there a comparison to those ancient empires such as what happened with Rome? It's just me.
I actually, now you've said that, quickly, I actually think there probably is that kind of thing happening now. I'm not massively knowledgeable, but it certainly appears that way, I would have said.
It's not just us either, is it? You look across the globe at a lot of the other nations, and there's very few nations that have that kind of very strongly charismatic leadership that seems quite secure. You know, I can only think of a handful. Russia is
you've
one.
only got like Russia and North Korea and probably a few others, like
Saudi Arabia.
Couple of South African states, nations, whatever you like to call it.
I think we're being nudged into a form of change. What that change will be is, well, the way it's going, I think it's got to end up the way they want it to be. That's why we've got, you know, we're all talking about what problems are going. I'm not saying this discussion, but if you look at generally what's coming on the net, it's mainly a continuation of the problem, and you know, we can talk about the problem for long time until the problem becomes more severe and more severe, and we're just still talking about the problem. It's the solution to the problem that we need to be. We haven't got long. It's the solution to the problem that we're all witnessing, that we're all striving to find somewhere a clue to the way we go about reversing the black hole effect. You know, and bringing everybody off the event horizon into stable territory that's got stable gravity, everything else, and you know.
See, I'm a massive believer in like positive energy and stuff, and especially like you know, going back to Tom Crawford and that. Do you think that it's possible to reverse that effect as more and more people become aware? And so, like, in a way, the internet is being used as a purpose for them, but also a purpose for us if enough positive energy would come. Does that make sense?
For now, I think the best way to start to create a solution to the problem is for us ourselves to take it upon ourselves to, whether it's our grandchildren. I'm all right with my kids because they're awake, you know, and I know that as my grandkids grow up, they're going to be they're going to grow up, you know, realizing that if you've got to go to school, you've got to behave one way, but really this is what real people do. This is what humans do, and that part of you there is your birth certificate being educated. You know, your real education is here with your parents, and we talk about whatever we talk about, and what we talk about is the way real things are. And then we start to breed a generation of young people who are not or aware of how they stand with all this bullshit that we've got with, you know, this is how I try to explain it to my neighbour. If you go by their law, you need 2 articulated lorries about 40 foot long, and the cost of buying them, renting them, whatever you do on a weekly basis to follow you around wherever you go 24/7, because on those 2 lorries are the 4,160,000 pieces of legislation that, if you listen to this government, that's what we're supposed to abide by. And the ignorance of the law is no defence. And the fact of the matter is that no human being can carry in its mind on one particular subject the full content of what they want us to do. So it's obvious that we have to try and neutralise that, and the only way we can neutralise that is to start teaching our kids that you're a human being, your name's Ken, and that's all you need to know for now, is you're a human being and your name's Ken. And like, well, you know, and as you grow up, you know, we're going to nurture you and bring you on, and we're going to start explaining to things to you like we do to my grandson, you know, and open things up, open his mind up in a different direction to make him realise that what they're teaching you down there is only part of what you've got to learn. And, you know, I have this discussion with my daughter because she's an English teacher, and it's time now that we were educated officially into the true meaning of what the birth certificate's all about, and the relationship between the human being and the system, because it's the system and its language which has trapped us all. And we have to learn what our language really means in terms of how they use it to trap us unknowingly, unwittingly, and it's not our fault, and it's not my parents' fault. It's their bloody fault, and they're not owning up to the fact that they're not educating us in the right kind of way to be equipped to deal with the society that they've created for us. And I think, you know, once we start, we've got to start somewhere, and it's definitely. I'm not saying everything that John Harris ever did or ever said was 100%, but the part that he got right was the fact that we need to realise that we're not corporations, and that's the whole crux of the matter for now.
I define it as that the system is a self-perpetuating thing, and the energy that makes it operate is the energy that you put into it. So it will attempt to entice you to do everything that it wants. Again, similar to what I was talking about earlier with the concept of the energetic beings and the GUNN. This thing can only exist if you give it energy. So it desperately wants you to look at it, it wants you to take part, it wants you to give it attention, because that's how it exists. But you don't need to. There's certain aspects of our society that only exist because of this system. Some of those things are actually beneficial to us, such as things like, again, fire brigade, ambulance services.
Yes, I agree.
Like, but a larger part, I would argue, that the cons far outweigh the pros of this system are detrimental to you and your first tribe, which is your family is your first tribe, and the wider tribe that you are part of, the community that you live in, the nation that you live in, however you wish to define it. That's down to how wide does your circle of compassion reach? Is it only you and your family, or is it only you and your street, or you and your local town, or is it the entire globe, or is it the entire universe? That's you. That's up to you. But I definitely agree on education. And for me, I feel you mean the same kind of thing. I'm talking about true education, not a school curriculum that is made to create factory office robots. That's what the system does, because it will quite happily, in the classic cliche matrix example, have you as a little battery in its machine that generates bits of paper and numbers on a screen that does nothing but feed it. It doesn't really feed you, because you can feed yourself without the need for all those bits of paper and digits on a screen. Yeah. So therefore, it's not really reality, is it? It's some kind of phantasm, and it's that phantasm that the system feeds upon. So it will quite happily do that to you if you allow it to. But once you're made aware of it and how it exists, it's then your decision of, well, I wouldn't mind actually having a bit of like the bells and whistles of what the system offers. So I'll sort of do a little bit of what it's offering, but really I'm going to put all my energy over here. Because this to me is real life. That's some kind of cheap clockwork fake version of it that doesn't always work right and plays out of tune. That's not real reality. That's a fake version.
I'm coming from the same place because likewise I don't mind contributing to like the dustbin man, the bloody the park keeper, the lollipop man. I don't mind contributing to that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that because that's a part of society looking after itself.
It helps us all have a better environment to live in.
What I do mind is when local government figures in local government, should I say, abuse that permission that they get from us in being a public servant, when they twist it round and they make the public serve the servant, if you know what I mean. And that's what's fundamentally wrong, and it's that knowledge of yourself, knowing that you aren't a corporation, knowing that you're a human being, and if you want to talk to me, you better realise that if you're doing it on an official basis, you're a dead entity trying to tell somebody who's alive what to do, where you're coming from. On a human level, if you want to interact with me as a human being, then you're going to have to really realise what part in all this that's going on you're taking, and that is the fact that you're representing a dead entity. And is that dead entity, as such, got any authority? No, it fucking hasn't. And I know I'm talking utopia, but if we were all educated and aware of the fact that we're human beings and that they want us to fall for this, or what do you call it? Well, not a scam. It's this. This. It's a
false reality.
Yeah. What do they call it? It's like a reset button, but it's got a certain amount of data in it, and that makes you behave a certain way, and that's default. They want our default to be the one that they want to represent, and that's a fictional default, and they don't want us to be on the human level, which is a different default level, because that one's higher than the one that they've got, because they can't represent being a human being. That's why they stand in Parliament, knowing that they're a corporate entity and they can fucking lie through the teeth.
Yeah, and the very core of their own laws, which they claim to espouse and live by and enforce upon the rest of us, philosophically prove that they cannot stand above any of us, above each other. We're all equal. Every philosophical argument will push that. And I'm not talking about differences in bits of knowledge and skill and ability and stuff like that. Now I'm talking about, again, that pure energy of your existence, your sentience. We are all equal in that respect, and they cannot deny or disprove it. So instead, they've tried to hide it, like burying a diamond in shit. That's what they've done. Layers and layers and layers of complexity.
Going back to the roots of the matter, like we mentioned that poor Tom was almost on the event horizon and we dragged him off. All this information, even if we haven't got all the information, there's somewhere that's part of the movement that might have that little bit of information that helps you step back from the event horizon. And that's where we've got to learn to sort of promote this community of people who are only too pleased for people to come and join, just to understand the fact that what we're going to do is we might talk about politics and stuff, but at the end of the day, we want to talk about it from a human being's point of level, from that point of view, because if we listen to their point of view, you only want us to be at the default level, which is a fucking dead entity,
Yeah. disempower. They want to disempower your true authorship, which is your original connection to that energy that is all creation. Because if you will be persuaded or tricked or conned into giving it to them, they'll quite happily wield it over you. That's what they want. That's what powers that system again.
Yeah.
It's all one big fucking con trick.
Kendall,
Yeah.
just a quick one. You know how you said your kids are away? Have they claimed the title back of their kid before the age of 7, or?
No, we're gonna. I mean, we haven't tried to complicate any issues because with the youngest one, we're finding out that if you try and impose your alternative beliefs on like say education, doctors, they'll bite back, and you end up like they've had people banging on the door. I mean, they didn't fill the census in, and my boy's on the door going, "Oh, fuck off! You've got no authority. Piss off! You've got no right of access." Yeah, all well and good, but by the time 2 or 3 people have banged on your door for various reasons, he had somebody come down from DVLA and put a clamp on his car, and he got an angle grinder out and whipped it off, so he can have your fucking clamp back. And you know, show me a law that says I can't park my own car on my own drive, you know, with no tax on it. Fuck off. And he's had 1 or 2 bangs on the door, and eventually that might start waking up and arousing, you know, if little red stars appear on certain files here, there and everywhere, and they find out like he's got a kid. At the moment we're not being pressured for vaccines because we've been, and he stated his case to the doctor and asked the doctor to make himself personally responsible for any adverse reaction on the kid, and the doctor backed off, and they put the nurse on her, and she asked the nurse for the same thing, like a personal acceptance of responsibility for anything that goes wrong after you've injected him with that shit. And right now no one's forcing anyone to vaccinate the kid, and we're hoping that because he gets, I mean, they look after him with all the right vitamins, minerals and stuff like that, he's getting a diet that we never had. And you know, we're hoping that, and he's coming on, mate, I tell you, he's only 2.5, getting on for 3, but he's behaving like a 5-year-old already, you know. And it's a joy to see. And he's more aware. I mean, he's a typical little lad. He's got a sense of humour and everything, and he's not even 3 yet. So it's coming on all right.
I'm going to do what I always do whenever people mention that they got kids to that age. Does he have a musical instrument? Have you given one to him? If not,
yeah, that's what is right. I try to play the guitar, but I've got an arthritic hand and I can't get the frets right. So, and my sense of rhythm is like out the window, you know. But his other grandfather is an ex-pro session guitarist, so he teaches me a bit, and the kid always joins in. And yeah, there's always a guitar knocking about, and my son, he does his own music on computer. There's keyboards there, there's all sorts of things there, you know, if you're feeling a bit constructive musically at my son's. Like for instance, when we were there all together, the 2 grandfathers, we call it stereo granddads, he's sat there with a guitar and he's playing something from the wall, and it's like that bit of Spanish guitar before, you know, Mother, did you think I dropped the bomb, you know, all that bit. And my son's sort of downloaded a loop from it, and he's already providing the background music and the drum beats and everything, and we're all sitting there, and Grandad too, he's playing the guitar to it, you know. And the little boy's sort of sat on my lap, giggling his head off, watching all this creation going on around him, and it's all musical, so everything's good there.
Yeah, that age is the sort of main window, the main time window when we start to learn language. And as music is another thing to encourage is mathematics, because it is a language in and of itself. But anything like that, even pure languages, reading a different language, learning a different language, playing an instrument, it's the best time for people to learn, because when they learn it at that age, it becomes much more fluently part of their general vocabulary.
The last time I got the guitar out and he was there, and he's learned that, if you've got something smooth and flat and you go up and down the strings, well, it's got that slide guitar effect.
Yeah.
So
that's twangy noise.
Yeah. So he's got the back of a little car, and while I'm trying to play a chord, he's certain strings he's picking out, and I'm sort of strumming an E, and it's got the blue. He's mucking about with the car. So we get a bit of a slide guitar thing going.
Cool.
Yeah, he loves it. And then I know I'm going on about my grandson, as grandfathers do, but the other one was the Wheels on the Bus book, which was electronic, and it got all these little noises and sounds. So we invented our own little, ambience, or whatever you want to call it, garage tune, by pressing certain buttons. It's the wheels on the right, the wheels on the
Yeah.
And he loves that daft stuff as well.
It's this kind of stuff that, for me, is you've mentioned a few things here, do a few little circles that will become slightly bigger circles. Talking about Nero manipulating the use of the circus, because I think even though he was a bit of a crazy, he really did understand how the use of entertainment could be used to manipulate and control and persuade people. Yeah. And in that respect, from myself, more and more stuff that I've looked at, a lot of what we battle against, using that word loosely, is cultural influences. So the way they affect the general culture that we absorb and partake in. So the music that you listen to, the stories that you watch via the TV or the cinema, the books you read, all that kind of stuff. That's cultural media, and they primarily use subtle means to influence you via that, rather than the big heavy stick of the overbearing war propaganda kind of level of it. So for me, encouraging people from an early age to get involved in something that is some kind of artistic outlet, whether it be a pure art like painting or sculpting, or whether it be music, or even mathematics can be artistic in many ways. So encouraging people to hopefully bring up their children in that kind of environment, or at least encourage their children for that kind of environment. It's up to the child if they want to get into it. They might not enjoy it at all, but encourage it, because that way we're decentralizing, and again, circle referencing the black hole principle to go the opposite way. We are more decentralizing and reclaiming the power back over the culture that we participate in and consume, because we'll make it ourselves. Back in the day, people didn't have a TV to watch. We'd all sit around the piano and sing a song together. The kind of stuff that the older generation would say to me, to my generation. So we didn't have that when I was a kid. And that, to me, is the principle of they're trying to enforce this mould of how they want you to be, so that you more readily become a cog in their little system to feed the perpetuation loop that it is. So the more we reclaim that back, the more we swim the opposite direction, and we encourage others around us to do the same, and we enable them to do the same by doing things such as, give your nephew a musical instrument as a Christmas present, rather than a fucking Thomas the Tank Engine video. How many fucking shit like that can they watch on TV? That's not to denigrate the storytelling that was in the original books, whatever. I think people get my point, hopefully. That's one of the ways that we fight back.
My other grandson, he's had all the, the MMRs and stuff like that, and I can see where there's a difference between the way the littlest one's coming up and the way the medium one's coming up, because his behaviour patterns are very typical of kids who've had this mercury mix pumped in their arms at regular intervals, you know. Despite that, he's quite intelligent. He holds the... he started proper school. This is his first year. He's on holidays now, but he's in his first year. He managed to hold the school record for the most detentions in the first year at school. But it's not because he's thick or stupid or anything like that. I just
more
think
likely quite the opposite.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no two ways about it. It's like his favourite band is the Gorillaz. If you want to talk to him on any aspect of the Gorillaz, is 100% there. He'll tell you all the tracks that they've dropped that haven't come out commercially, all the B-sides. He can do everything on the Gorillaz, and Pulp as well. If you want to talk to him about any James Bond film, he'll tell you all the actors or what he likes in whatever. Same with Doctor Who. Any monster through any series, starting with William Hartnell, he can tell you any monster that appeared in any of the Doctor Who series. He's like gemmed up on it. And you know, if there was a kid's mastermind, apart from the general knowledge bit, I think he'd whack the arse off all of them on, you know, just Doctor Who, James Bond, and Pulp, or the Gorillaz. But as for him doing anything at school, he's fucking useless. Absolutely fucking useless. So it's not that he hasn't got the ball in play, it's just that they aren't playing the right game with this boy and his ball, you know. Yeah. I think he's right for homeschooling, but I don't think it could happen anymore. He's so fucking right for, because you know that museum I was talking to you about, Dean?
Yeah.
I took him there a couple of years ago at Christmas, and could I prize him out of the place? He was gone on it, just totally absorbed, and like, we only went for a couple of hours, you know, like 4 3/4 hours later, we went, fuck's sake, Sam, haven't you seen enough now? No, I want to go back in there, look, and you know, like, come on, boy, we've got to go, man.
I was exactly the same at school, Ken.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. I ended up in secondary school. I ended up with 1 lesson a week. Sorry, 2 lessons a week. Motor vehicle engineering and maths.
Really?
That's it. All the rest, I was sent to the library just to help out in all the small ones and that.
Yeah.
Just sent there.
Yeah. I was a bit of a rebel at school, but it was different in them days. They got things in their hands like canes and straps.
Yeah.
And
metal rulers.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah, the big 3-foot board rollers and the board rubbers. I've had one of them at the back of my head a couple of times, I've got to admit. In my 5th year at school, I held the school's record for the most cane in a full year, because I like to fag. And in the end, everybody was hiding smoking. In the end, oh, fuck it, I'm just going to walk out the gate, man, and just go to the other side of the gate and have one. And eventually they cottoned on to where my hiding place was. And the teacher used to walk down and go, Taylor, yes, sir. Well, when you finish that, you know where to go. Yeah, headmaster, stand outside his office, 3 cane. And by the time you've had 3 cane on your arse, 3 or 4, 5, sometimes 5 times a week, 3 cane on your arse don't mean nothing. So, you know, in the end it was got like, yeah, well, I'd go for a fag and then stand outside the headmaster's office waiting for the 3 cane, and he'd stick his hand out in the end and say, look, I'll let you off now, I'm fed up of caning you. So like, fuck it, that was me smoking.
We had it in primary school.
Really?
Cane.
Really?
We used to get it off a guy a teacher we called Bummer Walker.
Yeah.
There was a story going around, and apparently it was in newspapers. I might chase this one up, because it's quite interesting to know if it was true or not. But apparently he jumped to a sunroof in Blackpool to molest a woman. and teachers went on strike when he got sacked for getting reinstated.
Well, I can remember at least 2 teachers from when I was in the infant school who were bullies, and you know, as I grew up, I found out that these 2 teachers did have a reputation for enjoying giving kids the strap on their arms.
Yeah.
You know. And,
Well, that's when we were.
And one of them was a woman.
Oh,
she enjoyed beating kids. And,
yeah. They were always in front of class as well.
You were?
Yeah.
You see, that's intimidation.
Or whoever, anybody, whoever
Yeah.
were getting it.
Yeah.
Whatever class he were teaching, in front of their class.
Yeah. I mean, the senior school I went to, you know, like break time, fucking hell, man, if it was the physics teacher's turn to be on patrol, he had 3 canes soaking in a fish tank in his lab. And he used to come out and he used to hear these canes, you know, like thinking, fucking hell. And he got a right deep voice. And you could hear it echoing down the corridor, right, you boy. And he's thinking, shit. And his name was Dobie, I think. I was thinking, fucking hell, Dobie's on patrol, man. And he's going, right, you boy. And everybody's going rushing away with their heads down because they don't want a damp cane across their arse because it hurts more than a dry one, you know. It wraps around your arse. And there was a kid in our class, his name was Badder, B-A-D-D-E-R. And the English teacher was dead cynical to him. He was like, what's your name then, boy? Badder, sir. No, it can't be Badder, it must be worse. But, school in them days, I didn't enjoy it, mate. I wasn't a very good patriot for school. Although I went, you know, and put up and shut up. You know, I was always aching to get in the art room and start painting and drawing.
I think that's something that you'll probably find is common amongst most of the people that are here now talking about this kind of stuff. Because you have a difficulty with authority because you know their authority is bullshit. So
yeah. I mean,
this is the thing when people talk about, like, you know, oh, what event woke you up? And it's sort of like, oh, when you get, this may sound a bit ageist, but as you get older, you'll think about it a bit more, and maybe you'll realise that it wasn't necessarily just one pinnacle event of some grand conspiracy or whatever. You've been on this path since you was a kid.
Absolutely.
Because you remember those little incidences where you competed with the authority figure.
Yeah. When I think of what I used to read, you know, like, because I got married early, man, thinking that, you know, sort the bottom end out for, you know, you dealt with, like, anyway, but that's a different story. So I got married young. I was 19 when I got married. My bride was 16. I'm not, you know, whatever. But we didn't have to get married. It was a while after that before we had kids. But so I was young, so we did a bit of socialising. I didn't used to go out nightclubs, all that shit. But anyway, at the end of the day, when I think back to the stuff that I used to pick up and read, and I never read much, but it would always be like Eric von Daniken, Gift of, you know, Gold of the Gods, or something of that vein that sort of looks at the actual possibility that there might be another reason for whatever it is that monument is trying to say to you, you know? And when I look back now at the way I've dived into history, just purely because I felt disenfranchised. That's why I did ancient British history. I felt disenfranchised by Tony Blair. And I thought, no, I'm going to see where I'm coming from because I don't feel attached to anything. And I didn't. But now I feel more attached to my planet than I've ever felt. You know?
Yep.
And that was part of the... after I've got a box full of books on Roman history and ancient British archaeology that they've found and shit like that, man, all over the place. And, you know, sort of suddenly realising that, you know, I went through that stage and then realising that I need to look deeper and deeper. and then all of a sudden you get this whole string of synchronicities and doors opening and thoughts that occupy your mind for a split second, which opens another door. Then all of a sudden, you know, you've stopped. You've become that human being. You've connected to it, and you've stopped sort of being influenced, if that's what I can say, by the bollocks, and you start waking up and start being affected by what is reality rather than bullshit. And,
it begins. I shouldn't say maybe it begins, but near the beginning is that need to answer questions or to look for answers. So you start searching, and it will eventually lead you into a search into history, because you start to realise that a lot of the history you've been taught is either bullshit or skewed or been rewritten deliberately. So you research into history, and then you start seeing all those rabbit holes open up. And again, I'd say inevitably, you start digging down through them, and in the end, it comes down to a search for yourself, to reconnect with yourself, to find your connection again. Because you can find loads and loads of answers, but you'll also find loads more questions. So you can dig and dig and dig down through the rabbit hole, and it just goes down and down and down and down and down. Because the universe is infinite, reality is infinite. So you'll keep finding more questions to ask yourself, so you'll have to look for more answers, and on it goes. Until, for myself anyway, I felt like realised that, right, okay, what I'm actually looking for is that connection again. Because somebody had usurped it. Somebody had stepped in front of me and done a bit of Derren Brown jiggery pokery with his fingers and going, whoa, now you believe I'm God. And I'd felt
I'm, you know, for quite a few months, I was like a bit down, thinking, why the fuck didn't I suss this out years and years ago? You know, because I was in my getting towards my late 50s, and thinking, fucking, I've walked around with my head up my arse all my life and I haven't realised it. And you know, I started talking to my boy about shit, and he kept saying to me, "You're only just realising this. I've been awake to this for a few months now." And you know, so the pair of us went through an awakening, and he went through his down patch, and then a couple of years later, I went through a down patch, and then he's out of it, and I'm out of it.
Your boy.
Hi, Kip. I don't get
Sorry, man,
angry anymore.
Like, what age is your boy, Kendall, if you don't mind me asking?
Pardon? Say again, Kip.
What age is your boy?
He's 42, about to be 43 next month. He's a. See, this is the other thing that I've looked into. He's a Leo, and he's a very typical Leo. Leo is known as the star sign which is called the pouring out, because it's Leo's the star sign that is born when the sun is highest in the sky during August, and he was born sort of in the ascension part of it, so as the sun was growing to its highest bit, or supposedly anyway, but it's known as the pouring out, and it's the final sign of the zodiac. And like with my grandson, he was born in Taurus, and he's got this bullish nature. He's a little El Toro, you know. He's gonna carve his way through the weeds up to the garden. He's going, mate, and that's it, head down, gone. And his mum's a Piscean, and she's very, very typical of what's said about Pisces. And my daughter's a Scorpio, and she's very typical of what's said about Scorpio. And I'm a very, very typical Capricorn. And my third
said about Aries?
Aries. See, then I've not got a connection to Aries, so I've not looked at it. I've looked at what's connected to me and tried to work out where I stand within that group and how we all interact within these star signs, you know. And it's bloody amazing. You know, what can I say? There's a guy out there, O'Donnell. He goes on a bit about biblical stuff as well, but his name's O'Donnell, and he's covered every star sign. And he,
Don't spell that for us.
I've got to think of his name now because my laptop is out of service. Sure his name's O'Donnell. I can give you a reference to one of his videos that's up on YouTube.
Yeah, go on.
You'll have to find the star signs in his website after that, and that's drugs in the brain and drugs in the Bible.
I was just going to say, if you're into all that, you may have even read it there, Kendo. There's a book called The Secret Language of Birthdays. I don't know if you've heard of that book.
No, I just no, I've not really. You know, I mean, everybody picks up the Sun. Well, I don't pick up a newspaper anymore, but sometimes you see stars in the paper, and that has no relationship to you at all as a person.
No. This is. I'm not talking horoscopes. This, like you say, looks at you as a person, and basically it's a book, and it's got every single day of the year, and then it goes deep into what type of person they are, and all the origins and stuff. It's a really interesting book. You know, and if you read your birthday, I'm pretty, like, the stuff it says about me, I'm a Pisces, by the way, but it tells me that I shouldn't eat cheese. Now, I love cheese, and I really shouldn't eat cheese because my mind goes absolutely crazy. Like, I dream like mad. Like, I have the crazy screams. And yeah, cheese is a big weakness. And when I read that, I just laughed so much. And I was speaking to somebody else who's also got the same birthday as mine, and she was exactly the same. And it was very odd. But it's a good book.
The kind of astrology that I've looked at is, you know, it's all based on constellations, and the 3 smaller constellations that we all have in whatever particular sign, depending on what. And it's all about the derivative or the etymology of the names of the constellations and what they represented, the allegory around each of these names that are represented in ancient astrology as you know, like you know, harping back to Alan Wilson again, he goes on about in one of his books about a game that was played between Arthur and the magician Merlin, and it was a game where they would challenge each other to describe, and they would say, why is there a conflict why is there a conflict in Scorpio, and the game would be that they would describe what goes on in Scorpio, because, like I've said before, on the back of the scorpion is a man wrestling a serpent, and it's not the fact that Scorpios are scorpions, it's the fact that they wrestle with shit in their head all their lives, and that wrestling is to do with the fact that they think they're a scorpion and they haven't got enough confidence to realise that they actually walk on the back of scorpions and wrestle serpents. They're stronger than they really think they are.
Kendo, I just want to say something, and this has got nothing to do with the fact that you mentioned Merlin. Cookie, how you doing, my man? Long time.
Do not test the patience of wizards. They are quick to anger.
Long time. How you doing, man? And I do apologise for dipping out earlier on, man, but I don't know. Priorities, I'm going to kind of watch this space. I will be trying to promote this in future times, but people need to get priorities. I
didn't get back home till about 10 o'clock this evening, right? So I only tuned in after you'd already been going for a good while. So As far as I know, you were already fast asleep or something. So.
I didn't tune in till about 11:45, Kip. So because my computer's been wiped, mate. It's been attacked. No two ways about it. So I'm working from the smartphone at the moment.
Well, Kendo, I know I've got your Skype and whatnot, man. So see if I've got download an original version of Windows 7, and I've got a key for it, man. And you're good to go. All you do is, granted, you'll lose all the shit that's on your stuff, man. But if you start from the scratch, I don't know. And plus,
I've got a disc coming at the weekend, Kip. So everything's cool.
Nice one, man. And I think it's time for us all to stop hiding, man, because I don't know, man. Earlier on, I kind of said, what was the not paranoia, but conspiranoia. It's time for everybody to just get their balls out, man. Let's just get our balls out and fucking.
Yeah, on camera.
All about. I mean, what have we got to hide? The fact that we know what is the fuck's going on, man. Who gives a fuck about your porn history, man? I mean, we've all got our fucking picks and balances. What the fuck have we got to hide, people, man? Seriously, it's time to just fuck them. I've got nothing to get bribed by. They ain't going to be suing me for nothing anytime shortly. I'm going to take away your shoelaces. Do you know what I mean? That's going to be the scope here if they ever try and bribe me, man. So fuck them. Let's start going balls out and just going. What are you going to do? I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, seriously, fuck it, man. I'll shout out my address live on air, man. I'm not even shitting you, man. I do not. They're like vampires. They're like vampires. If you do not answer your door, granted, people don't have the advantage to me. I've got a spy hole. I can choose to body swerve them big style, but...
Do you know they've created an invention that allows you to see right through walls? It's called a window.
No.
I got one right next to me from...
It's not called
whenever I see someone with a clipboard, I just go and sit down again and don't answer the door.
It's not called a window, it's called a weather report.
Yeah, that's another good use for it.
The BBC's got a weather report. It's called a fucking window, you prick. Look, it looks dark over there, it might rain later on.
Talking about BBC, did anybody see Sri Lanka's video today?
Whose, man?
Sri Lanka sees video today.
Yeah, missed it,
BBC reporter turned up at the eviction.
Yeah.
She was trying to get to see Tom. I'd advise you watch that one. It was quite funny watching her. She was from BBC Radio 1, I think.
Yeah, I saw the one that Daniel uploaded. You know, Daniel Bostock. I saw the one he uploaded. I haven't watched the one that Sri Lanka uploaded yet.
Oh, they've done a few at Sri Lanka, but it was just the one that caught my eye today with the BBC. I just managed to have a quick...
I'm sure I've seen that woman on a BBC News programme. It might have been BBC Central or something like that. She used to do TV presenting, and now they've obviously downgraded her to doing radio presenting.
Are you actually looking at it?
No, when I remember watching it, I think it was yesterday. I watched the one, the Daniel's one, and she's on that as well. There's a few clips of her on that. A woman with the blue dress on with the iPad device and microphone. Yeah.
The best bit on that was where I think it was Sri Lanka Sea said that anybody who ain't got a TV license, put your hands up, and everybody put their fucking hand up, man. It's off BBC.
Yeah, I think that's why, and I know I've said this in going back over the last couple of years at least, it was one of the topics that Peter and myself always used to bring up again and again, because, you know, it's the BBC, they make themselves such a target, you can't help but point it out. But there's been more and more articles in the news, in the print media as well as on the TV news, about how people are evading paying the TV licence and stuff like this to such a degree that the Parliament are now discussing ways of how to change it, whether they're going to change the legislation, or instead of you buying a licence, it just becomes a fee that's added to your council tax, stuff like that. Right? And the propaganda that is being put out by them is that it's naughty people who are cheating the system and somehow evading paying for their licence. Whereas, as we knew, I feel, you know, I'd say this, I think most of you out there probably same awareness of this, and has been proved by that video that the guys put up from the eviction. People are just not paying it. They're not trying to avoid it. They're quite happily, if you ask them, are you paying your TV licence, they'll quite happily will put their hand up and say no. That's non-compliance, and that's what's really happening. The propaganda is it's that naughty people are cheating the system, oh, they're getting away. No, this is real people are turning around and saying, F you, we ain't going to pay it.
Cookie, talking about naughty people, and I just need to get this in here. See those love hearts that I was sending you earlier on through the message? That was my girlfriend trying to be a runny cunt.
Yeah, I believe it.
Glaswegian is a funny cunt. Like, I'm pretty sure you picked up on that, man. That was her trying to be funny. But we were trying to put...
You know, you still got the makeup on. You know, when you was doing your tranny dance in the mirror, you still...
She was trying to put the draw icon on so we could draw fucking on people's faces and stuff, man. But it was all in good jest, man. But so the love hearts that I did send to you, man. Cookie, I do love you. I don't think I would send love hearts to you in the.
Well, the main thing you gotta remember, mate, is I'm a giver, not a taker. So as long as you're alright with that, fine. Let's put it this way, you won't ever bother me with stuff like that.
Cookie,
a long time ago, I got over my
I'm coming down the Midlands shortly, man. You can show me.
Okay.
But anyway, I just thought I'd add that in for a bit of shits and giggles for the people that isn't watching, man. But
it doesn't
anyway,
stress me at all. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, Cookie, it really is nice to speak to you, man. Dean.
Yes, mate.
Just in the time as well, man.
Has everybody been behaving themselves?
Bang on, mate. They've absolutely run like a dream. Hi, Elijah Jean.
I'm behaving myself.
Hello.
Hello.
It's been nice and sweet, Kip. It's been brilliant.
I tried to keep up with some of the chat, but I just couldn't because I was too busy talking. So.
Yeah.
Like, obviously Peter was in at the start, and like, I literally dipped in just fucking, I don't know, about fucking 30 minutes before I started speaking. Man, thank God, man. That so it's ran pretty smoothly, man. That's better, because like last time that happened, man, there was people wanting square go folk and all that at the end of it, man. So thank God that ran smoothly, man. That was nice.
I told you it's all ironed out though. It's people know that we're not a pushover. We're not what's it? Agendas. We're just here just to chat amongst ourselves and listen to other people.
And that's why I'm thankful that, you know, Kip, right from the get-go, you made me feel welcome here.
Everybody else, Liza, man. Like, you put your point of view across, and then it can get put up for debate, and then I don't know. It's all food for thought, isn't it, man? So that's what I think.
You know what I think? I think it's all about taking turns, and if we don't like what's going on in Gaza, then we better show that we can get along here. We're supposedly the people who can see through what's happening, and so there's no room for any conflict. You know, we need to show what it's like to take turns and listen to each other and do what we think they should be doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I saw a nice quote from Martin Luther King. I can't remember it quite properly, I'm paraphrasing it. If you wish to defeat those that perpetuate war, you have to learn to organise at least as well as they do. Yeah, something like that. I'm paraphrasing it. Basically, the point is, you know, they're doing lots of nasty stuff, but the one thing that they're certainly good at is organising and working together to cause that nasty shit. So we need to organise and work together to stop them doing the nasty shit. Yeah, so we've got to learn how to at least get on with each other. And if you encounter people you can't get on with, network with others that you can. You know, create intermediary areas where you can interact with people that you do get on with, who then interact with the people that you don't get on with.
I hear a lot of typing. They're also good at cutting us off at the grassroots. As soon as they see us connecting in a way that, you know, might mean that we actually really listen to each other and it's wing, you know, we're cut right the fuck off.
See, Cookie, what you're saying there, man, I think it's what you're saying is spot on, man, and I would also like to think that hopefully, man, if we are doing something right, and I would put this out to everybody in the room. I mean, God, you have been doing it for the last fucking couple of hours and so, but what everybody in this room is contributing towards is a place where all points of view are welcome, man. I mean, like, if you're not a bojo that's just up here to upset the apple cart, batter in and add your food for thought, man. I don't know, I would give kudos to everybody in the room, man. Cookie, Dean, Kendall, man, especially like Stevie B, man. Everybody, the newcomers, man. Like even yourself, Liza, man. It's brilliant to have people that can add all food for thought for all the angles, I reckon. But,
you know, for me, to be really honest, I'd like to see more women in the room, but I understand. I respect the fact that this is your venue and you're people who are used to, you know, talking back and forth. Like,
Liza, the link's there for everybody, man. Women, bisexuals, LBD, TC, PG, whatever abbreviation they're using for themselves nowadays. But like, anybody can join this chat, man. It ain't gender specific. And I'm like you, man. I'd probably like more women to join the chat as well.
I'm Spartacus and Sarah's my wife.
For my own
I
self.
want to tell you guys something. Someone I've really enjoyed getting to know is Tazzy. She is one amazing woman. And to me, where relationships are built is when you get to talk one-on-one. And I think that we've developed a really nice friendship. And that's what it's all about, is us being there to support one another, whatever we're going through, and just be there with love.
Yeah.
What's it, Liza, yourself over in Canada now?
I'm in Mexico.
Oh, right, sorry. Right,
I moved here 3 weeks ago. I'm in Mexico and I'm going nuts here.
And then Tazzy over this neck of the wood, and if that's a wee friendship that's sprung up, man, happy days, man. That's a wee feather in all of our caps for the fact that we're getting together, and if you have stuck up a wee friendship, man, that's kudos to you all, man. Seriously,
Can I say something I really like about it? I mean, what she's like, and Kip, the reason that I approached you to talk with you is the fact that Tazzy has a real grip on language. I mean, studying the law. I mean, she's taught me things about words and the way, I don't know, like I'd like to see, she's never done this before, like talk on air about the knowledge that she has about the way we're being controlled by language. She's really very brilliant. I really like that woman. So it's just nice to make new friends, and I cheers to all of you.
I'm where you're coming from, Liza, on that one. I think we've all. That's why was saying earlier that I think the solution to the problem is in the education of how our language traps us in their system. You know, and the more we educate our neighbours, everybody around us, you know, if they're receptive to it, then all well and good.
Get away from the spells, man.
Yeah. I've never heard anyone explain it the way she does. I just need to tell you guys, she just needs an opportunity, you know. And Gaza. To me, talking about Gaza, it's really important to know what's going on there. But to me, it's like I'm participating with, like, when the U.S. was. I'm participating in a public hanging. You're watching people being tortured, but you feel helpless. I mean, what can we do about that? I think the way that we displace this is to really treasure, and Cookie, I'm really happy to see you there tonight, is to treasure what we all, have to say and connect with one another, get to know one another.
Can I reference one of my favourite film scenes in what, on the surface layer, is a really cheesy romantic fantasy film, but when you look at it as an archetypal fairy tale, it's very interesting, very well written, very well crafted. It's called The Princess Bride. Yeah? And there's the one scene where the beautiful princess is marrying the evil, nasty, toady prince. And she's walking out into the crowd, and they're giving the royal wave to the crowd. The crowd are all there throwing flower petals and whatever. And then the ugly old crone steps out from the crowd and starts shouting, "Boo! Boo! Boo!" Because she knows that she's done the wrong thing. The princess has done the wrong thing, but nobody's willing to say it. And it's only when that archetype steps out of the public herd that you're all silent and all going along with the Emperor's got no clothes bullshit. Only then does the rest of the crowd look and go, "Oh, well, actually, yeah, she's right. The princess has done the wrong thing. We all know she's done the wrong thing. We all feel it in our heart, but we're going along with this charade." And then the princess wakes up and it turns out to be a dream, blah, blah, blah. But my point is, I agree with you that we have to put focus on the good stuff, the creative stuff, the joyous stuff, the things that are life. But we cannot not just say something. We have to at least shout boo. We have to put up a resistance, even if that resistance is purely just verbal or visual, like holding a sign or wearing a t-shirt, anything. You have to make other people notice that you disagree with this shit, you think it's wrong, you feel it's wrong, you know it's wrong. Because otherwise the rest of the crowd will all go, "Oh, groupthink compliance, groupthink compliance. Everybody else is ignoring it, so I'll just ignore it. I'll go back to watching X Factor and EastEnders. It's okay, just don't listen to the screaming." You can't do that. You have to stand.
Otherwise you're complicit with a ritual, you're totally complicit.
Yeah. You are not justifying it or empowering it by speaking out against it. Please don't, fall for that, because they will try and convince you of that in the same way as they're trying to convince you that it's justified for them to kill 100 children for every Israeli that dies. That is not justified. It's not. Yeah, and that's the same kind of thing. Yeah, you've got to speak out against it. I'm not saying that people have to give all 100% of their time and stress themselves out to giving themselves an illness of some kind. No, we can't, because that's submitting yourself to it just as badly.
Well said, man. And then
we have to do the opposite.
Well said. In the words of Chunky Mark, man, the least anybody can do is show fucking dissent.
Yeah.
I mean, the least you can do is stand up and go, "I don't stand for this shit."
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to take to the streets. You don't have to show violent. In fact, I actually discourage fucking violent discontent. I think it's time for thinking outside the box.
Violence plays into their hands.
I think it's time for setting up our own ballot boxes. I think it's time for actually ignoring these morons once and forever.
The way we ignore them and displace them is to agree with each other, you know, is to treasure each other and hold that to our chests and just really enjoy getting to know people who are on the same page, right?
You have to have that network to be able to start from, yes.
Yeah.
Because acting purely as an individual, even though, again, paraphrasing Gandhi, even if you're in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. There is that to it, and somebody has to be the first to step forward. When you're all in that crowd and nobody wants to speak out, are you going to think, well, I'm not going to be the first one? Because otherwise they'll end up all looking at me like I'm the leader and I'll have to be responsible and do everything for everyone. Oh, all that kind of shit is mental disempowerment.
Yeah.
Somebody has to step forward first. It doesn't mean that you're going to have to shoulder all the burden and do everything for everyone. No, you just have to provide the first example, be the first exemplar, and then everybody else will snap out of it. Well, the majority of them will, and they'll go, shit, yeah, actually, yeah, this fog that has been put on me is like the odour of some fucking evil stench. Fuck off. Somebody's got to do it, and this is the kind of stuff that you are doing by partaking in this. This is why, for myself, I've encouraged people to do this. There's people on YouTube that I don't exactly get on with. They upload stuff that I don't really like. I don't think it's that helpful. It could actually be a bit negative or whatever, but I'm just glad that they're actually putting something out there and getting involved in it and being part of those who are willing to step forward and show that example. Yeah. Like we was talking about earlier, I may disagree with your opinion, but I'll still fight for your right to be able to express it.
Yeah.
And as I think John was saying earlier, you know, it's been said before, you can more directly affect the direction that this thing is going by how you utilise their own fuel. That's money, fiat paper. So by where you invest that energy, which represents your time and labour and all that kind of shit, is how you will help steer this thing back to some kind of sense. Yeah, attacking it physically, not likely to work. You're more likely going to get severely hurt, if not killed off. Because this thing
I have a question for you, Cookie.
Violent.
Cookie, at what point are protests co-opted? You know, I mean, they allow us to protest. I think they're sitting back in their easy chairs looking at the ants protesting.
Yes,
and, you know, the Free Palestine, Kip, I need to tell you, the first video that you shot there is very, very emotional for me. I saw these people, free Palestine, but then I'm looking at these other videos from other places where they're following the very same chants, and they've got these are not, like when I was protesting George Bush war criminal, I made my own fucking poster, and I did it from my heart, and I held it up there. But this seems like it's all, they're all printed off. It seems really slick, and it's like they need to let us feel like we're making a difference, but are we really?
I'll give you another.
I don't know if you can tell the video, the clips that I put up, man. It's like I bounce up to those things, man, and I'm happy to lend my voice to the cause, but I ain't going to say things that I don't agree with, and ultimately, man, I think that in fact, genuinely, the vast majority of people that are there to voice their concerns, but they're happy to get themselves pigeonholed in the same token as well. So
I was going to throw in another quote, paraphrasing a little bit again. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it. It's from Stalin. Yeah, I agree with you. A lot of protests, and certainly the ones that get any kind of mainstream media attention, are usually co-opted or certainly infected.
Look what happened in Egypt. Millions of people can protest, and they're genuine. But you know, we need to look beyond that and realize, like, my opinion, the way we make a difference is to get along with each other. You know, start from your heart and go up from there.
Yeah, and how you spend your money into their system and how you interact with each other, that builds networks for you to actually have other people to build a society with.
Can I just say something right here, right now, right? Just think about this, right? And this will get us shut down by GCHQ, man, because this is the shit. This is the shit that's going to solve this problem, man. How many folk did they get out in the street protesting the Iraq war, man? Right, it was 1 million plus minimum.
Yeah.
Million plus minimum. Right here in the UK.
No, 2 million.
Go and look at how many people vote. How many people vote in a general election, right? Go and use the comparisons. So what you need is you need to fucking energize those and this won't happen. This won't happen because the people that people make money for protests. People make money for fucking signs and hey, communism's the answer. Hey, come on into my fucking camp. Hey, my fucking answer. People make money for that shit. Right, go and just look at the numbers. Right, fucking 2, as Cookie's saying, 2 million minimum, right? Look how many people vote in the general election. You get those people to vote for fucking one party that actually means some fucking common fucking sense. The game's a bogey. These motherfuckers don't exist anymore, man. Even turn it on its head as well. You get these people not to vote. You get them to turn up and go. You get them to turn up at my ballot box next to the fucking. And I don't give a fuck what you want to call it. You just set up You set up. Look what happened in Crimea and East Ukraine. You can. You're only as legitimate as your people tell you are. See this Jedi mind trick that we're all living under here in the UK. We can escape for it. And this goes beyond as well. We can escape for it. Easy, man. All we do is need to turn out in mass. We don't need the 1 million, 2 million people to turn out and protest. Protest doesn't work. They've got
and that's what I'm saying. And you know what?
My
world was shattered when I found out they are selling the weapons. The same people are selling the weapons to both sides for us to kill ourselves. So, you know, we are nothing but human ants. Right?
They've got the foot soldiers right now, Liza. They've got the police in place. Think of it logically. How long have we had a police force in the world? Right? Not even this country. The world. How long has the world had a police force? The police are corrupt. Full stop. So you cannot fucking live in this fucking delusion.
No, you can't.
The police are going to solve your fucking problems, right? So you've got to think outside the box. You've got to start again, right? And this is actually fucking horrible thinking, but you have to start again. You can't rely on fucking reporting a paedophile to the police when the police is a fucking paedophile. So you need to start again. So you need to fucking just ignore these fucking institutions. You need to think about where these institutions come from, where they get their legitimacy from, where they fucking try and pretend they've got the authority to project shit on other people. They haven't got any. I can stand up in my fucking garden shed, which I haven't got because I stay in a high-rise flat, but I can stand up in a wooden building tomorrow and say, hear ye, I do declare. And as I was even saying earlier on, I've got a bit of paper with some brown sauce on it, and I'm pretty sure I can carbon date it, fucking predate it before the Bible says that I am the king of fucking Scotland. So where is the legitimacy lies? Where is the authority? Where are these cunts getting the right to tell us what to do, where to come from? It's bullshit, man. It's all a fraud, and people need to realise that and just stand up and go, I do not recognise you, mate. You're just a man in a funny costume, because that's all they are. I mean, I have had a fucking moron and a fucking funny, in fact, it was a fucking bitch and a fucking funny wig stand up and tell me what's best for my fucking son. A survey says, no, you stupid cow. You look like a lesbian. You probably are. You're part of the bar. So you fucking, you're a sexual deviant at best. And you're turning round and telling me what's best for my child. and I need to live in this reality. I need to fucking rock up and say, hey, Stu, I'm going to punch in and rock up and do a job and pass some of my sweat off my brow to a fucking system that does this shit.
Do you know what I think kicked this off? 9/11. Think about 9/11. Patriot Act.
Fuck 9/11? What the fuck are you talking about 9/11? 9/11's irrelevant, Liza. Fuck 9/11.
Exactly. That was it. We were all under...
Fuck 9/11. Fuck pens going through tin cans and all that. Let's get to the fucking heart of the matter. Fuck all the morons out there that don't know the fucking wood for the trees. 9/11, aye. Facts of the matter. It was fucking Mossad and dancing Israelis, bombs on the bridge, and Israeli involvement, right? Facts of the matter. Who cares how the buildings came down? Pro bono. So fuck arguing about the fucking wood when the fucking see the wood for the wave the smoke out your eyes, man. Stop arguing about the bullshit. It's the legal system. It's the fucking things that are entrapping us. It's the fact that somebody can stand up in front of you and say, I do declare. It's these morons that think they've got a fucking authority over you. It's the problem. Full fucking stop. It's no fucking tin can. A pen can. Fucking 9/11 bullshit, man. Do you know how many people I know that have fallen out over fucking 9/11 conspiracy?
That's disgusting. I know.
Nobody can see the wood for the fucking trees, man. Concentrate on pro bono. Who's benefiting? Who perpetrated it? And watch what they're doing. Don't fucking sit and analyse how did the buildings come down. We all know it was bullshit, right?
I'm not talking about 9/11, I'm talking about the Patriot Act.
Well,
I'm talking about 10,000 Patriot Act that was... And you know what? The U.S. is the new Israel. Why do you think they have military bases all around the world?
Who, Israel?
Yeah, they got... The U.S. has military bases. They're Israel's bitch.
That makes America an open prison the same as Gaza then.
Israel's just part of the bigger fucking deception, man. They're getting used. What was an example I can get you? And look, I'm no fucking fan of Israel, right, or the state of Israel, or even the fucking Jewish religion any more than any other. But they're all tags. They're all fucking Knights Templar existed and didn't exist. Just changed disguise. The people we need to hung, draw in the quarter don't have a name. They don't have a tag. You need to go after the individuals. Benjamin Nutjob, fucking David Cameron, Alex Salmon, fucking Barack Obama. Let's start setting up courts with fucking genuine people that can drag these cunts in with the scuff of their neck. Because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take the mass of people to just stand up and go, fuck you. I don't see what Saddam Hussein done. See what Saddam Hussein done when he was fucking getting tried in that court, and he's like, what the fuck's this bullshit kangaroo fucking court? I don't recognise this piss. That's what we all need to do. We all need to ignore it. See when the vampires come and try and chap on your door and tell you to come to court, don't answer it. Don't answer it. I know people are in a better situation than others because you might be able to disguise the fact you're in or not. But don't fucking let these vampires in, because that's what they fucking... We just need to forget about them. We don't need violent revolution. We just need to forget about them. Or even just set up a wee box, just a wee cardboard box next to them, with more people turning up and going, here, there's my wee bit of paper. Through that, the next general election, and the game's a bogey. The game's a bogey. They can keep their big palaces. Here, keep your gold bars and your shiny shit. Fuck you, man. Just let us go and hunt sheep and fucking live off the land like God intended, man. I know that's...
We need to show them how to get along by getting along with each other. We are showing them, right?
Yep.
We need to show them. This is how we get along.
Aye, we need to fucking get along, man, but like, we also don't need to get caught up in the conspiracy bullshit, man, and start arguing about a load of fucking bullcrap, man, because I notice it, man. I notice it, and I ain't going to fucking say it, man. People were arguing whether fucking black is white. Black is white, and they're sticking fucking a big fucking cucumber up your ass, man. And no, oh, black is white. And they're
well, that's what Michael Jackson tried to tell us, but, you know, poor boy, he's dead.
Let's get to the crux of the matter. Let's go to the head of the snake and fucking cut it off, man. Full stop.
It wasn't a cucumber. It wasn't a cucumber. It was a banana. At least get your facts right.
We're all getting fucked here, man, and we're all arguing about fucking who's fucking us, man. Let's just. I don't know, man. I've lost my.
I'm not talking about who's fucking us. I'm just saying I feel comfortable being invited by you guys. That's all. You know.
Liza, man, I'm no fucking shouting at you, man. I'm just shouting at fucking everybody, man. Honestly, I've just had enough, man. I've honestly lost my patience with the bullshit, man. It's so obvious. If people can't see it, man, I'm beginning to think I'm beginning to think Darwinian theory was right, man, and these people are just fucking going to die off, man. Because
I think it's too long with you at weekend.
Sorry, man.
I think I spent too long with you at weekend. A bit of me rubbed off on you.
I think the paranoia is fucking spreading, do you know, man?
Yeah, right. It's from when you spend enough time looking at this kind of stuff in any kind of full-time way. You know, you invest a lot of time and energy on looking at loads of this information, and you start to see the bigger picture of all this stream of shit that's coming in at you. Then eventually, people's petty arguments over this, that, or the other detail becomes really frustrating. It's why I say to people, you know, the devil is in the details, because the details will drag you in, and it's like giving a bone to the dog that is your ego. They'll go, you need to know this fact, and you need to collect this fact, and you need to collect this fact. And it's like being a train spotter, and you argue with other train spotters about whether you did or didn't not see one particular train. And it's just like, are you crazy? There's a whole station here, and all you're concentrating on is this one train. What's wrong with it?
We need to be thinking about what's going to be hereafter, man. Because I don't know about.
Can I say something to you? What? Can I respond to what you said, Cookie?
Yeah.
All right. You said a really important thing. You said spending time. And they want us all to spend. This is all about money. If it's all about money, then what we do is we change our language and we say share. Because when you share, you're choosing to share. You're choosing something where it's an equal relationship, right? Spend means usury. Spend means, you know. So sharing time. We're choosing to do that. It's a choice.
Good point.
There is also an argument to be made that those who have a happy and healthy communal environment tend to live longer. Look at cultures who have a very tight-knit, extended family unit. Their older generations usually live well into their 80s and 90s, whereas those who live in more secular, westernized, fractured, that was a word I was trying to get at, fractured family units, they tend to have a shorter life.
Yeah, true. And the family's under assault.
Yeah,
it really is. The family has been disconnected. Our children are addicted to two-dimensional screens. It's really sad. So, you know, what's going to be? We're going to be gone. We're going to be dead. Anyone who has any concern for what's going to be here after we're gone, everything I do is towards, you know, speaking up and trying to make a difference. I don't know what this world's going to be like in the next couple of decades. I don't.
I think we're coming back full circle there, aren't we?
I think we could stop the rot if people, like what you're saying, Liza, if just more people point out the blatant, obvious hypocrisies, if not the absolute lies that people are presented with. And we all know that these, and I'm making them sound like demons or something, but we all know that people, exist that are going around their daily business, and they take in their wee bit of BBC, CNN, so on and so forth, and they take it as actual fact, and that's the thing that really gets to me. The people that not the people, but the fact that like it's presented as absolute fact and people accept it like that, and
yeah, but that's what you're helping them with. As I was just coughing, sorry, yeah, that makes me think actually it's quite appropriate considering I was going to talk about biology and illnesses and whatever. Right, your body is made up of trillions of cells. Those cells may not be on a sentience level similar to our cells, but they've got a certain amount of sentience or autonomy or whatever. They get on with their business and they all work in a harmony that enables your body to be what it is, yeah? In that biology, you have what you could call like your early warning devices. So when you inhale a bit of a cold virus and you know your body's going, oh yeah, invading virus, those warning cells will be alerting the white blood cells to come and attempt to deal with whatever this invader is, yeah? In the same manner, this is the way I've viewed it for a long time, and it's one of those, I feel, the kind of shamanistic perspectives that may be helpful to you to deal with the stress of some of this stuff, right? If you can perceive yourself as performing that kind of function, you are helping the body of the whole to be healthier, yeah? Because you've got this invading parasitic cancerous thing that's trying to usurp the body of the whole, which is making
God, you're so right. You're so right, Cookie.
Yeah?
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Those of us that are often called neurotics or paranoid schizophrenics, whatever fucking label or extreme polarization they try to push people into, whatever, you're usually labeled as a neurotic if you get upset about this kind of stuff. You know, if you're the kind of person to shout at the status quo, they usually point at you and say, hysterical, neurotic. It's not. It's that you're the one who can see the potential dangers in what the shit is being done. Plus, potentially the real dangers, you know, things that are actually happening right now. And if there wasn't somebody there to wave a flag and go, oi, oi, fire, fire,
yeah.
fire, fire, you know, nobody's going to come along and put out the fire, are they? Yeah, to me, that is a lot of what we're doing. Again, like I talked about earlier, being the person to step forward and provide an example. Yeah, at the minimum, the least that I am doing is I am hopefully expressing to others that this shit that I'm pointing at and shouting at is like a fire. It's a cancerous fire that is eating everything you know about existence. It starts with your family, then it eats into your own psyche, then it eats into your own soul until it pulls you down into that crushing centralization that is that black hole effect. And unless you start pointing this shit out to people, it's never going to get dealt with. It will just happen. You succumb to the illness. Now, what we're doing is annoying sometimes, frustrating sometimes, very tiring, very energy sapping, certainly on an emotional and a spiritual level. This stuff will take a lot out of you. It is like doing what is often in many cultures considered a kind of sacred journey without the drugs, yeah. Unless you've got some to hand that you're utilising, yeah. But a lot of what you're doing is taking in an immense amount of information, a lot of it which will be unpleasant and unpalatable and distasteful and all nasty stuff, and you are transmuting it into hopefully something that can be more readily comprehended by your community so that they can attempt to deal with it. Yeah, if we do like we often, I say we in like the royal we, I know I've done this many times and I still do, you do that kind of truth splurge on people, the truth bukkake I call it, yeah, when somebody says something and you're just like, oh, that's because of this and that and this and that, and you're just literally dumping stuff on them. Yeah, the psychologists will call it that. I'll call it dumping. It's when you've got all this shit going on in your head and you pick somebody and you just go blah to get it all out, to externalize it, yeah? Because it's just the way most people's psyche works. You can deal with stuff better once you've externalized it. But anyway, when we
Can
do
I
that
tell
people,
you what I think is really under assault?
Please let me finish. Sorry,
okay, sorry, sweetie, sorry.
When we do that to people, it's very, very off-putting for a lot of people. It's scary. They think you're mad. They can't get to grips with what you're trying to say to them, so they just shut down, and the bad shit that you're trying to help get dealt with gets worse, because everybody thinks, oh, it can't be real, just walk away from it. There is no fire, it's just sort of in his imagination. Ignore it, ignore it. So, of course, they all walk off and your building burns down. Yeah? So we have to try and, I shouldn't say we have to, each person does it in their own way. For myself, I feel that I try and take in a lot of this info and attempt to make some kind of palatable sense out of it. I know I'm talking about stuff that is often very unpleasant and nasty, but I try to at least present it in a way that people are not scared off by it and run away screaming, going, "Ah, birdie shit." Yeah, it's very frustrating, mate. But
Fire!
Yeah, exactly. If you can see it in that kind of manner, that might make you realise more how you are actually helping your community. You're not mad. You're not the crazy fool who's the only one that can see it and they're all ignoring you, which makes you jump up and down and shout even louder. You just got to keep saying it. Keep saying it. Keep pointing at the fire. They will take notice eventually. Sorry, I've ranted a lot. I'll shut up now. I need to go to bed soon and I've got to get up.
No, that's good, but you know what's under assault, in my opinion, is our ability, like there's this whole transhumanist agenda that they're pushing. I refuse to look at social media. It's like, what's under assault is the individual. And if you are an individual and you resonate individually with, you know, if you truly are an individual, in my opinion, you're operating, it's love that's fueling you.
There's no much space for individuals anymore, man.
That's pure love. They're afraid of love, you know. I mean, it's all about death and destruction and horror and all this nasty shit. They'd rather keep us in a state of clenched fear. But what is love?
Who is actually stopping you from being an individual? Is there somebody with a grip on your head saying you're not allowed to think your own thoughts? Is there? I know I'm being a bit facetious, but I'm not sure what it is exactly you mean. I know everybody is led along.
Religion tries to call people, and when you're slapped into a group and you allow a label to be put on yourself, and when you look at science and nature, I mean, there's no two snowflakes alike. So how much more are human beings with our? Yeah.
I agree with you, but it sounds a bit more like you're stereotyping onto the bad shit. Which, you know, there's a lot of that bad shit going on at the moment with the way they're programming people. Yes, I agree with you on that. But that doesn't mean that individuality is dead or gone or extinct or completely stifled. It's not, because we're here doing this. Yeah, and that to me, again, is one of those things that you've got to keep reiterating to people. This thing will attempt to centralise you, crush you down into the Borg uniformity, the androgynous uniformity that they can control, that they will be happy with. You don't have to do that. You have to do the opposite. Be an individual. Swim the opposite direction.
Yeah.
If you want to wear a silly hat at a jaunty angle, do it.
If you want to
my mother always told me any dead fish can float along with the current, but it takes a live fish to swim against the stream. And you know, when everything's, I don't know, we look at the earth and we look at how poisoned everything is, and it's, you know, it's easy to get caught up in this thing like, oh, there's no return, but I think there is a return. I think us just talking right now proves that there is a return.
Yeah.
It might not even be so much a return other than like just a reversal, man, because the vast majority of people are good. It's just knocking out the idiots at the top kind of thing, man. It's I've just got a deep belief that the vast majority of people are good. Don't get me wrong, there's a vast majority of morons out there that engage the rule book before they engage the brain, but I think the vast majority of people are good, and if people forget about that, man, because like we're fed the fear where you're fed to hate every copper. fed to hate every councillor, every MP, and don't get me wrong, man, a lot of them are bojos and stuff, man, but, I mean, like go
doesn't
to
mean all human beings are.
but, like,
Politicians might be, it doesn't mean the rest of us are.
I've been to protests and stuff, and I've went up to police and I've spoke to them, man, and don't get me wrong, I've spoke to absolute fucking idiots, but I've also spoke to guys that are fucking having a joke and a giggle with me. I mean, you really need to differentiate between what's, I mean, I don't know, I just think the human race is inherently good, and hopefully with a bit of fucking just spreading knowledge about fucking.
But if most of us are good, why are we focusing on all the bad shit? It seems like that's all we talk about. I don't get it. And I agree. Most people just want their families to be happy and healthy. We all have children.
If
you know, we
don't
just
want to know about the bad shit, stop looking at it. If we're talking about bad
well,
shit,
then I need to
don't
stop
wanna know
listening
about
to
it.
people talking about Gaza.
Well, exactly. No, not being funny, but you're having a go at us for talking about bad shit, but you're here joining in the conversation.
I'm not having a go at you. Are we not talking like friends from our hearts?
No. Why is that? Like, well, say, man, right? Well, I know what, man. Like I've turned off, man, for a week, and then I turned back on, man, and like the body count in Gaza's been up X amount, man. So it's just their own, man. You need to be aware of what's going on, and there's a lot of criticism right now. Don't show dead bodies on social media, right? Well, like, don't tune into reality, man. You need to know what's going on. Like, there is the option of looking the other way, and when it does get too much, fucking do that, man. But be aware and try and spread awareness that there is a genocide going on right now in a particular area of the planet. Because no doubt about it in my fucking mind, man. Go and search through dictionaries and shit. It's a fucking genocide, man. In fact, people call Israel an apartheid state. It's worse than apartheid.
Yeah.
In apartheid, they use the motherfuckers as slaves. And what's going on in the West Bank and Gaza is just the fucking extinction. But that's a lie, because me and Peter were talking about it earlier on. They just want to cripple Hamas. They don't want to destroy them, because if they destroy them, they ain't got the excuse to drop the bombs in fucking 2, 3, 4 years for now, which will and guaranteed will happen again unless something fundamentally changes, man. Somebody just walks up and goes, oh, here's another thing as well, Cookie. I don't know whether you appreciate this. You'll hear all the rhetoric coming out. Look what Putin's doing in Ukraine. Putin needs to do this. Putin that. Putin this. Putin that. But
Putin on the rich.
But the Israelis are doing this. The Israelis need to hold back. The Israelis. Well, hold on. Let's just fucking replace the Israelis for knitting nut job and fucking. Do you know what I mean? They're personalising it when it comes to Russia to make. And again, I don't even need to fucking go over this well-trodden ground. I am no fan of Putin. But I just hate. I need to call out the fucking bullshit and rhetoric that's coming out, man. And it's like. No, it's knitting nut job. Let's put a name in the face to these morons that, in theory, should be able to be called up to the fucking Hague for war crimes, but because they're fucking bought and paid for, maybe not. Knitting nut job. Knitting nut job's doing this fucking shit right now. If that prick is as powerful as he supposes he's meant to be, he could call this off in a day.
Yeah, what I really loved was when you called out those communists and they came at you like goddamn, they just descended on you. You know, the communists at the Gaza March.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was perfect. It was fucking perfect. All right, I saw an awful lot when you did that.
Alright, well, like, fucking motherfuckers, they just showed themselves up for what they were, man. Cookie, I don't know whether you've caught that, mate.
Yeah, sure.
That was brilliant.
I mean, I don't know, like, put it this way, right? I turned up at that march, and Cookie, you might, and I don't know about anybody else, man, but Cookie, I'm assuming you might have experienced a few of these, and you sort of get, let's say, your reporters and whatnot, like hang 5 at the head of the march to get you get your wee groups and your wee cliques and stuff.
Yeah.
Cookie, man, I was a marked man, if that makes any sense, man.
Yeah.
Nobody
They
was
just looked at you like you were a fucking cockroach. How dare you?
Nobody was wanting to speak. They just didn't. You're not a socialist. You're not. You're not conservative. They just see because they can't put me in a pigeonhole. It's scary as fuck to them. It's terrifying. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are.
Yeah. You're not willing to take part in their control structure, so you are scary. You are frightening.
I terrified them.
The other thing I wanted to say was in terms of looking at bad stuff and whatever, because this is something that comes up a lot, and again I think it's one of those things that people should maybe think a little bit about before they allow themselves to get dragged along by that bad shit. Everybody's got their own tolerance level, their own pain level, as it were, yeah? So if you're looking at this stuff and it's making you feel really bad and depressed and stressed out and horrified, stop looking at it. Look at something else. Do something else. Find something creative to do. Take a break from it, or just don't go back to it. Whatever, you know. Don't subject yourself to it again for groupthink or peer pressure reasons. Because somebody posts it on their channel and says, you must look at this, you must look at this, I want to show you pictures of headless babies, look, and they demand that you have to take part in their anguish. That's a kind of energetic vampirism. They need you to agree with them that it's horrible. Fair enough, yeah, it probably is. But that doesn't mean you need to inject just as much energy that fuels their feeling of horribleness, and it's a little bit of a kind of narcissistic feedback loop. They want you to join in their wailing, their gnashing of teeth. Again,
but when you say that most people are decent people, most people are decent people, so we need to spend most of our time talking about what we're happy about instead of.
For myself, I think. Yeah, I've said this so many times. For myself, I don't do that. What I do is I can cope with looking at quite a level of stuff. Yeah, I've researched a lot of stuff, and some things just, for me, something that could be part of a passing conversation, and I've experienced this many times in my life when talking to people about stuff like this. I'll say something that's just passing conversation, they're like, fucking hell, man, I don't want to think about shit like that. That's just too horrible and nasty. No, oh man, you've really depressed me now. Oh man, shut up. I've experienced that many times, but to me, it's sort of like, well, look, I can deal with thinking about this kind of stuff. So, okay, if you've got a problem with it, you want me to give you the tarted up version. You want me to make it less horrific, basically. And I'll do that to a certain degree. And that's a matter of, this is why I prefer having conversations with people rather than just uploading something that is like preaching at people. I've tried doing that kind of thing, and it's difficult for me to express in a way that I can via a conversation. But anyway, for me, that's like, okay, I'll do that to a certain degree, but at some point, I'm going to show you reality. Because if you're that frightened and wrapped up in your own little bubble of bullshit and denial, you need a dose of reality to bring you back down to earth. It's like sticking your head under the cold waterfall. Yeah? So what I do, a lot of what I do, is I will look at, I'll monitor, I'll read about, I'll listen to a lot of the bad shit. And I'll then think about it, cogitate it, try and transmute it, and be able to share that information in a way that hopefully doesn't scare people off from attempting to consider it and deal with it. So to me, no, I will not ignore the bad stuff. I've said this so many times over the last however many years. One of my favourite channels on YouTube is a woman called True Ray. It's spelled slightly different. At the end it's spelled R-A-E. She's one of that network of people that I've got connected up with via Jam Noise, Jackie. And she's a really nice woman, very, very loving, very, very caring, very empathic. And for a long time, she tried to put out this kind of message of, we've got to stop looking at and talking about the bad stuff. We should only look at and talk about positive things. And it's that same kind of delusion of those tinted spectacles, think nothing but positive thoughts, la 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 la, everything's okay. It's
oh,
not
that's
really
new age crap. That's a bunch of fucking crap. You need to look at the balance. There's black and white, right?
Exactly. And I can absorb more of the negative, so that's what I do. I can quite happily talk about stuff that...
I think women have more difficulty with the negative than guys do, to be honest. Because, as I said before, you know, when you give life and there's all that pain involved, the negative, it just connects you to, you know, it's very difficult.
It's not just the life aspect and the feminine energy aspect, it's also the constructive planning and the weighing of potentialities. That's what the male, I would argue, is what the male psyche is more geared towards, because we were the hunters. Therefore, we had to calculate risks and odds in a more mathematical fashion than women did in general. It's not to be sexist or anything, it's just, I feel that's the natural way we as beings have operated.
That's our history, yeah.
Such a long time, yeah.
It is.
So that's why you do demographically see more males involved in this kind of stuff than you do women. I think it's unfortunate. I think more women need to get involved because we need to have that balance of energies, feminine and masculine.
Cookie, I don't really, I don't agree with that. I think you guys feel more comfortable talking with other guys than you do having like a female speaking up. I'm just being honest.
Well, I would agree, man. Like I would say that if there wasn't a female in the room, certain words might get used more than.
I mean, start talking about ball bags and farts and stuff.
Yeah,
like that,
man. But
I just think conversation.
I just think that's
not that simple. It's far more complex than that. It really is. You know, we just need to be able to get along with each other. Otherwise, we can't make a difference. Otherwise, we've been cleaved. You know.
Again, I think we already are. We wouldn't be here if we weren't.
Cookie, I agree, man. I think this is one of the most honest Like, put it this way, I would fail. I have failed, and I was going to say I've trolled. I have listened to a lot of broadcasts, hangouts, so on and so forth, and I would fail to find a platform that is honest and open as this. And like, not ringing my own bell or anything.
Sure you do.
In all seriousness, man, I mean, like, this is an open platform, man. Anybody can rock up and say whatever they want, man, and have an open discussion. And like, I feel, man, it's a kind of strong core as well, man, in the sense there's a lot of sensible people that rock up on a regular basis, which makes it a really good, solid base for discussion, man. And over time, man, I've came to fucking respect a lot of opinions in the room, man. Be it for everybody, man. Like, I think it's developed and developing into a really cracking place, man. And all I'm doing is getting positive feedback about the stuff we put up in that, man. Because like, there is nowhere. I don't know, man. Anybody can rock up and say whatever they want on here, man. It is true freedom of speech, man.
I don't know. I think the Joe Rogan experience is better.
I like Joe Rogan, but you know what? Kudos to you, Kip. Kip, this is I just want to tell you, I've been in a lot of venues. What you're doing here is really, really unique. It truly, truly is. I have a lot of respect. This is only a few months old, all right? And so that's why I'm hanging in.
Have you noticed there are quite a lot of people there that are jumping on the bandwagon? And I'm not saying that in a way to say like they're just copying you for the sake of copying you or whatever. but there's a lot of people now that are starting to realise that having this kind of environment works much better with your audience. It gets more people involved. People are more interested in this kind of environment than they are the kind of old style media.
Cookie, it wouldn't be the first time, mate, but I don't know, man. Call me paranoid, and I would, yeah, I would say I am paranoid, but I would say I'm fucking kind of minimum in the spectrum when it comes to it, man. But I know exactly what you're talking about, man. And what
I'm not paranoid. I know they're out to get me.
Sorry, Cookie, that.
I said I'm not paranoid. I know that they're out to get me.
Oh man, fuck it, man. Like, I don't know, man. This like, like this is an open forum, man. So it's going to get shut down at some point. It's
we got kind of positive now. I think
there is no control here, man. Anybody could rock up, man. The KKK could rock up, and I would entertain them for at least 20 minutes. Until we shut them down with fucking rhyme and reason. Do you know what I mean? That's the beauty of it, man. I mean, like, anybody could rock up here and hopefully be shot down by rhyme and reason, man. I really believe in the theory of let them hang themselves, man. A moron's a moron is a moron is a moron, and they'll show themselves up to be that every fucking time, I believe, man. So rock on, man. There is a link below, and you can batter in. And Cookie, I don't know whether you've seen, man, like, I was going to say that until today when we get 5 thumbs down, but the trolls, the vast majority of the 16 odd trolls and all that seems to have evaporated because they've just get bored of the fact that it doesn't affect what's going on.
There's only 13 tonight, by the looks of it.
Oh shit! I
was going to say, it's quite a lot tonight.
I spoke to.
Well, there's 16 now, but this is an archive, and these are things that the people that I know, I'm going to share this archive with my friend, and I have a big network. I'll say, you know, if you want to, and to me, us talking to each other and hearing each other's voices, this is what is real.
Yeah. That's what I've found a bit unique about this venue is I mean, for a good few times when I first joined in, I just sat there and put the comment in the comment box, and then you know, I think there's a time when you know, if you're of the right mind and with the right-minded people, you all help in raising. I think I've said it before. You help in raising the vibration, and the more you lift that vibration, the more it's going to help, the more it's going to get around on the morphic field, and the more the energy is going to pass around, and it needs to. You know,
that's why fear porn is such a big commodity. Fear porn, it just lowers our vibration. It just takes us right down to there's no hope.
Yeah.
I've got to say goodnight, guys, before anybody else starts. I've got to say goodnight. I'm already like seriously late on my timetable. The restrictions of time, I still haven't mastered time travel, but I'm getting there.
Cookie, thanks for
guys for
it's been good, Cookie. Yeah, it's been good.
Hopefully, I'll be back early enough tomorrow, and I'll try and catch up Peter, and we'll do hangout with him. If not, I'll try and catch up with it later in the night. Thanks very much for everybody in the chat room. Thanks, folks. I'll catch you again soon.
Yeah.
Good night, Cookie.
Good night,
thank you, Cookie. You are very much appreciated.
Love you all.
Love you too. Oh, he's won an Oscar.
Mucho gusto means happy to meet you.
What does Maya con Dios mean?
Maya con Dios, go with God. But who the fuck is God? I think God is part of part of who we are. It's not something separate from us. That's my opinion. Voyos con Dios.
Can I ask you a question, Liza? It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just wondered if you are actually Mexican or a gringo. That's all.
I was raised by royalists. You know, my background is Celtic. And I was raised, I saw the picture of Queen Elizabeth on the wall in the classroom, and I thought she was the princess that I just really wanted to aspire to. You know, I'm blonde, I'm blue-eyed, and no, I'm not Mexican.
Can we get pictures?
I showed Tazzy my picture, and Kip. No, Kip, listen, I realize I don't go on Facebook. This shit is really private. I'm under the radar. And when I get to know someone, I will share with them who I am.
Why is that?
And it seems to me...
I was saying that in jest, man. I hope it get took fucking
yeah.
I wasn't being sexist or anything. I just like
Well,
pictures.
I was told that in the chat that they don't like seeing this gold thing on the screen, but that's the way it goes. Everything that we do, everything I do, it's like a legacy. This is here forever. This internet shit stuff.
Yeah, yeah, we are putting stuff out there.
You know, that's kind of weird, man. I look at that way, man. Like, fucking the amount of shit that I've put out in the net. I mean, there's no way of deleting that. I don't think anymore, man. I've made my contribution to the Matrix, I reckon, for years to come, man. So I don't know. I don't think I'll get deleted for the Matrix anytime soon. But.
No, I think you're really awesome, and the more you speak up, the less chance. I don't know. I like that. It's good.
No,
I don't feel that inside me, and I know I'm close to pension age and all that crap, but I don't feel inside me that, you know, it's not coming through to me that it's a no hope situation.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel that way to me. I'm still thinking that there's from my point of view, the more light gets shone in dark places, whatever that means, the better it's going to be. And I don't feel inside me that it's a no hope situation. I think the more these people do, that, you know, for instance, we're talking about what the Israelis are doing, the more they go out of their way to show what kind of people they are, the more people are waking up to it. If you look at the discussion groups that are set up in Berlin and then spread through all the major cities in Germany, they're saying the same things, but they're not doing it over the internet. They're going to huge cities in the thousands, and they're standing right next to each other as humans and listening to it. You know, which is basically what we're doing, because we're lifting that in our own way. I mean, you know, my budget is minimal, so I don't get to do much. But what bit I can do, I'll do it in my own little style on the internet. And you know, I don't know. We've all got a part to play.
Exactly, and Kendall, I don't think anybody can. Anybody that's even like yourself, man, you're adding a voice to the big shout out, and whatever little, as you're saying, whatever perceived little or large way that you're doing it, man, everybody has to play their part. The fact that you're actually get the balls to stand up and say it ain't right, I think that's just the biggest step, really, man. Like if everybody done even just a little bit, man, the government wouldn't have any. They wouldn't have a man. In fact, the government doesn't have a mandate. But let's not let that stop them. But the more people that spoke out would make them even more illegitimate, and they wouldn't be able to stand up there and say they govern by consent, because they wouldn't have the consent of the people. And the second that they don't have the consent of the people, that's when the shit's going to hit the fan, man. But even when they don't have the consent of the people, the tide will turn. So the police, because the police, believe it or not, the police are the people as well.
They'll refuse to accept it for a good while, and during that refusal of acceptance, that's when they'll be their most violent against us, and they'll be pushing for a reaction from us, and it's for us not to give them their
like it just takes one candle, you know. It does. It's just one candle, you know. And you guys are so right. I agree with everything you've said, and I love being able to be part of this and to be able to listen. You know, and Kip, when I said that the odds are on Scotland voting for independence, I think this is wishful thinking. We know this is not going to happen, right? That makes me very sad.
Liza, I think it's going to happen. I know, again, I'm happy.
I fucking hope so, but I don't think so, alright? Like, I'll go on record. We'll see.
Well, I told you, stick me a tenner down for it happening.
I know, baby. I did. There you go. I mean, you might have big returns.
But, Liza, man, like, I honestly see where you're coming from, man, and there's arguments coming left, right, and centre that will contradict.
Everybody's hoping somebody will speak up. You Scots, I mean, when you look back through history, and what really bothers me is that everybody's focusing on, if you want to look at the history of human beings on planet Earth as a 24-hour clock, we're all arguing about the last second, and we've lost sight of what's happened before. You know, we are magnificent.
I'll agree with that.
It really cracks me up when they're hitting it out with it, like the Americans are hitting it out with the argument of, oh my God, there's Mexicans and like so on and so forth crossing our border. That really cracks me up, man, because it's like, well, I mean, when did America as a nation of immigrants, and when did the right to immigrate to America stop? I mean, it's literally there to inflame the nation, and it's doing its job. And I've not even tuned into Alex Jones, but I can guarantee that on the bandwagon like a mofo. And I'm not even saying that. I literally don't even tune into the guy anymore. He's not part of my news diet. He doesn't. The only time I have to see Alex Jones stuff is when people are taking the piss out of him and fucking on the Google, on the BoobTube and stuff, man. But I don't even tune into Alex Jones anymore, but I can guarantee he's hopping over this immigrant thing. Just like in the UK, it's getting inflamed and stuff, and it's just getting used as a political football. I mean, there's a sensible argument to be had there. But nobody's having a sensible argument. They're all using it as a political football, and they're all using it to inflame each other's. They're all using it to inflame the other side. I'm pretty sure it was today that I heard about Sarah Palin starting up her own independent news internet channel or something, and I mean that can't be good for anybody, man. If you heard something,
well, she's a MILF. You know, I mean, all these people, everything to me, sex sells. When I look, sex and fear porn sells. You know, and when you talk about Alex Jones, I think we need to be thankful for what set us on our path. If it wasn't for Alex Jones, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. So I'm very thankful he was a signpost on the road, but then you turn the corner and then you keep on going.
Liza, I wouldn't completely agree, but I would say like Alex Jones had a lot to do with me being where I am just now. Listening to him raised my alert level and made me hungry for knowledge. Definitely. I cannot disagree with what you said there, because Alex Jones did actually set a few alarm bells off in my head and made he did set me off in the thirst of knowledge, and then after a certain while I realised that he could be seen as a roadblock to knowledge as well if you are searching for it and you hit Alex Jones.
I went into a massive depression. I really did, because I thank him. He just kicked the shit out of everything I believed in. Doesn't mean he's right. I don't care. I just thank anybody who can, you know, who can do that and cause you to say, fuck, everything I believed in is wrong, right? So that's fine.
I was going to say, it's about, I think the thing with Alex Jones is he makes you ask questions. Maybe not the right questions, but he makes you stop and think, hang on, I should ask a question about that. And I agree. If it wasn't probably for Alex Jones, I probably would have still just probably stuck watching EastEnders, all the fucking rest of the garbage that's on TV, to be fair.
So can I propose a toast to little Mr. Alex Jones? I mean, this is positive. Can I propose a toast? I love you guys, and I'm thankful that because of him we're here. We need to acknowledge how we get where we are.
I've got to admit that I spent a while listening to Alex, and
I'm going to also Alex Jones with a bit of tangy tangerine.
Yeah, but I was also raised up on people like Richard D. Hall, and
oh yeah,
you know, we had a couple of channels on Sky TV for a period of time that gave me quite a good cross section of what was going on. Paradigm Shift TV, that was good. They had the Summit Report on the Corbett Report, and that was on Sky every week. I've still got a Sky books full of you know, all these alternative media films like What in the World Are They Spraying? Why in the World Are They Spraying? The Obama Deception. I've got all those films documenting it right through. I've even got Zeitgeist on recorded in my Skybox and everything, all through those channels, and that was my confirmation that I was going down the right road, and then I went deeper than that. So,
can I interrupt and ask you a question? Really, what was your response to Zeitgeist?
It opened my eyes a bit, but I thought the project at the end was basically New World Order, you know.
It was La La Jetsons, something we'll never achieve.
I think it was one of those films that lured you in on the perception that you were going to go along with it's wanting to unlock a few clues as to what's going on behind the scenes, but at the end it was trying to also point you in a direction, but not necessarily the one you should be pointed in.
Yeah.
Can I say something else? That I refer you back to you mentioned Celtic earlier, and right, I'll probably say something here that Kip doesn't agree with, but you mentioned Celtic earlier, and I'm
yes, those roots are very strong. The Romans tried to get rid of those roots.
Well, all I'm going to say to you is that you need to, I refer you to the last post that I made on Google last night, and that was the true history of Britain. And the fact is that you are connected by something else, which is a lot deeper than Celtic, and that is a language, and that is Colbran. And if you research that, Colbren, and if you research that, you'll find out that the Colbran language is a language that was spoken by many peoples in Italy, Syria, and it's a very, very ancient language. And Kip, that's where you come from. Dean, that's where I come from. Stevie, that's where you come from. Elijah Jean, that's where you come from.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I will look into that.
And that is a history that makes more common sense. Say again, Dean.
Could you give me that again, please?
Colbran.
Which is Colbren.
Yeah.
I never got a word of that.
COL, B for Brian, R for Roger, E for Echo, N for Norman.
Perfect.
OLB.
Yeah, Colbran.
Colbran. I love this stuff. I'm going to research this. And you know what? It was hard to teach English in Mexico. Isn't that funny? Because to me, the English language is the most bastardized. I just want to can I do a rant, please?
Yeah.
You know, when you teach languages and you look at, I studied Latin, I mean, that seems to be the root of the Romance languages. We have been all fucking hijacked. And when you teach English, which is the you know, the language of the net. There are more exceptions than there are rules. Want to talk about the bar guys? This makes me sick. Guys in powdered fucking wigs and dresses are saying that they're... I will shut up.
English is the language of commerce, business.
Yes,
English,
it is.
the English
yes,
language is an entanglement of German, Latin, and all sorts of things, and some old ancient British. But
Kendall, earlier on, did it go back to the Phoenicians at all with the language?
It goes back to the Sumerians, and in fact, according to that philosophy, the part of England known as Surrey is a twisted rename of Syria or Samaria, but more probably Syria, and that's how far it goes back, 500 BC. But you're connected by this ancient language, and these tribes chose to settle in the British Isles, and an event happened in 562, and you'll find that Colburn, the ancient inscribings or scratchings on the wall or carvings in the wall, is found all over North America and all throughout the Six Nations. And that tribe that I was trying to find in my head the other night when we talked about the Six Nations was the last one. There were 5, and then they introduced this one because they found out that they had the same connection, and that's the Tuscarora down in Mexico.
Yes.
So there you go, Liza G.
I don't know why the fuck I'm here. You guys are helping me, you know, understand what the hell I'm doing. Thank you.
And all those people around the world are connected by this language, and wherever they've been, have been persecuted because there was something that they had that they don't want. It is the antidote to all this shit, and they don't want us to know it. But the Indians are very close to it.
Folks, I just need to nip in, man, and say I'm going to have to drop out and go to my bed, man. But again, I really don't mind leaving the room open if you want to continue this on, man. I really have no problem with that.
You know what, sweetie? You get your sleep. I've got many questions for this man. I really do. I want to. This is awesome. And Kip, thank you. You are precious. You know.
Oh, going to be vacating. It's 4 a.m.
All right.
I'll give you another 15 minutes, Liza Jean, if that's, you know.
That's good.
You've got some questions.
Yeah, I do. But I truly do.
You need to look into YouTube. Oh, sorry, Kip, go for it.
I will do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to mute up and whatnot, man. Thanks to everybody in the chat and stuff, man. But literally, my eyes are like dog's bollocks, man. I really need to go. I really need to go to my bed, but thanks to everybody in the chat, and again, especially thanks to everybody that's joined, man. Kendo, Liza, Stevie B, brilliant as always. Dino, man, spot on, man.
We'll speak to you tomorrow.
We'll get tuned in tomorrow, mate, and see what's what, man. But I'm going to leave the room open because I don't want to, I just need to drop out, but I can happily.
Kip, you dive into your bed right now. Do it.
I'm about to do it, man.
Do it. Dive in.
So night all, man.
And enjoy. You've opened some wonderful doors.
Yeah, night, Kip.
All right.
Night all.
Night, Kip. Cheers. Night all.
Yeah, I'll refer you to my last post. And
I'm going to leave you as well, so good night.
Okay, Dean.
Alright, night, Dean.
Night, Dean.
Night, Dean.
And I'm dropping out, Steve, as well.
Oh, it's just me and you then, Lisa.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let's go for it. This is really important.
See you later, guys.
Cowboy Dean.
But yeah, it's on YouTube. His name is Alan Wilson, and it's called The True History of Britain. And I've read 2 of his. He's written 8 books along with a colleague. I've read 2 of his books, and I've read a huge box load of academic history books, and I've come to the conclusion that we've been told a pack of lies, and they would love us to dwell on this Celtic thing, because if we're supposedly Celtic, then we're all this aggressive character that they want us to think that the Celt. Well, not aggressive, because you know, but there was something else. There was something else, and that language connected them. And it's the tribes in Scotland, the tribes in Wales, the tribes in England, the tribes in France, Normandy, and Brittany. And I don't know, that makes more common sense to me, having studied this, because, you know, on one particular character in history, I had to read 3 books from 3 different scholars, and at the end of the day I ended up with Alan Wilson, and this particular subject has been, you know, I've always been fascinated by the legend of King Arthur. Obviously, living in Britain, he was the one king that everybody talked about in legend, but no, you know, they've been hiding the evidence of the existence of King Arthur, wanting him to stay a legend since about somewhere around the 16th, 17th century. And if you study the true history of the roots of King Arthur, you find out it's connected to this Colburn language, and all the tribes were connected right throughout the British Isles. And that's why the bit that Kip wouldn't agree with is I don't feel that deep in my heart, if people knew their true history, then they wouldn't want, because Wales has got its own parliament, and now, I mean, Scotland's got its own parliament, but they want to be independent completely, as if they're a different country, when traditionally we are connected by this you know, our ancestors being a certain way.
You know what? The history of my dad is from Wales. I mean, I'm just making sense of this, and they are just so. I mean, our family was so musical. I mean, it was just incredible, and I can't wait to look into Colburn. All right, and let me just say that because language, I've always thought that English was like a roadblock language. In Northern Canada, I've taught English to like reserves across Northern Canada where, you know, they have native languages, and the drums, to me, the drum beat, it represents the heartbeat of the earth, and we've lost resonance with the earth, and I'm just waiting for, and I won't say Mother Earth, I'm just waiting for something to change, right? So the true history of Britain.
While you're researching that, I can tell you where it's going to partially end up. And there was one of the greatest shamans from your side of the Atlantic, for me anyway, is Chief Crazy Horse of the Lakota Sioux.
Oh my God, I love that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Did that spark a good note there?
Do you know what? When he wrote to the American government, when he felt, right?
Yeah.
Fucking deep. They saw what was happening, and for some reason, I'm trying to make sense of everything, and I'm ending up in Mexico, and I just don't know what the hell I'm doing here. But talking with you and talking with Kip and everybody, it just makes me realize we're just all on a questing journey. We just want to find kin, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We want to find people who accept us as we are. And if you use labels, they disassociate us. And labels like male, female, any religion, any of this stuff, there is a heartbeat that's happening. And I think
my philosophy is that before you were what you are now, you were in that hinterland because you were a soul, and I think as a soul, time and space means nothing. It's all and it's everything and nothing, if you want to call it alpha and omega. And I also think that we have probably occupied the Earth on several journeys and possibly been female and male in various lifetimes, you know, and we've. I just think we're on a journey, but I don't know. I think John Lennon. I'll quote John Lennon.
Yeah.
He said, going to heaven
Yeah.
to me is like you're in one car, and you open the door, you step out, and you get into another
Yeah.
car. So, but there is that thing that connects us, and this is just what I've clocked from what I've read about history, and I've looked at the Emerald tablets, Hermes Trismegistus. I've been right back to the source, and I just find that somewhere along the line, something happened in history that created some big civil war, and these people that connected by this language were divided, but wherever they went, they were very wise people, and the particular bunch that landed in Wales and the British Isles seemed to be, because I've also found references at 300 BC where ancient Colburn-speaking Britons have been revered in the libraries at Alexandria and in Athens in Greece, and they've been there and lectured to Greeks and Egyptians, and they also mingled with notable Romans. So the Romans knew all about Britain a long time before Julius Caesar invaded for the first time in 54 BC. So we would
Why
know.
do you think the Romans trooped to Britain? Why do you think they went there? Because there's very, you know, why the hell do you think they needed to take that over?
It's been proved that on his first excursion it was just a tester, and on his second excursion he came across a very great king whose son took Caesar on in personal battle, and the king was Lud. In fact, they've found in archaeology they say it's Roman, but it's not. It's this Colburn people. They even in London you can check it at Ludgate, and that was King Lud, and his son Nennius was the one who took Caesar on in battle, and they even found Nennius's body, and the skull was caught with a sword, Caesar's sword, and this. Even on the, you know, the City of London.
Yes.
You know, it's supposed
City
to be
of
this
London
temple.
and City of Rome and Washington fucking DC. I'm sorry, but they're vortexes of evil.
Look at the coat of arms of the City of London. You'll see in one hand there's a sword with a red handle, and that has some connection to the sword that was taken or captured from Julius Caesar during his second invasion. And at the end of the second invasion, it's no word of a lie. The Romans and Julius Caesar were escorted out of Britain. It was more like a Dunkirk. I don't know whether you've seen the film Dunkirk. You know, where all the British troops had to be got off the beach in a certain amount of time. Well, that was Julius Caesar's Dunkirk. He came across the Britons and found out that they were an organised bunch of people, and they didn't take no shit off anybody.
Yeah.
And that bloodline from those kings, for some reason, there was an historical event in 562, and 40,000 people left the shores of Britain because it was devastated by a tail of a comet. And that
Let me interject. Do you think that Julius Caesar and Bonaparte, do you see any connection?
Possibly, yeah, like a certain demon that gets, you know, regenerated.
Exactly. And can I ask you, what do you think of Cleopatra? I really think, I don't know, the sacred feminine, and men are precious, women are precious. We've lost that. You know, I mean, this is the last second of history that we're examining right now.
Well, Cleopatra was the last great Ptolemy, but she was related to Ptolemy. She was the last great queen, wasn't she? And she had an affair with Julius Caesar, and she bore him a child. And then you get the connection with Mark Antony, who was one of Caesar's lieutenants. He was one of his close friends as well. And Mark
That's
Antony
the eternal
ended up,
triangle, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because Mark Antony wanted to protect the young child of Caesar, and it was put to death at 3 months old. She wasn't allowed to keep it, but his eldest son...
And what's happening to Palestinians, what's happening all around the world, you know,
Well,
I just see us shifting into something that is, it's like quicksand, but talking with you, it makes me feel, and I can't wait to look into Colburn. I was meant to, you know, I was meant to hear about this tonight.
Yeah, well, my view has been, and the more I look into it, the more I see that what is happening in Palestine and what is happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Africa, because while we're not looking at Ukraine or Palestine, there's some bad shit going on in Africa as well.
Yeah, there is bad stuff.
And all I'm saying is that we are the toy that's being played against each other, and we're being divided and ruled. It's the same people. I don't care whether they're Putin, whether they're Cameron, whether they're Obama, the woman that Merkel, whoever they're all in the same club, and it's their job to keep us arguing with each other, to perpetuate this war, whatever you want to call it, so that it keeps them in control and in plenty of money. And whatever goes on in the world, it's both sides orchestrating it between themselves, I believe. And because it's coming from it's the same source of evil. Because if you look at the right and left, it's if you look at the extreme left and the extreme right, it's two of the same. It's the same tree. It's the same. It's yin and yang, if you want to call it that. You know, and I think that's another thing. You know, there's yin and yang in everything. So from no matter what your point of view is, there's an extreme to that. But it just depends where you set yourself on that you know, that bar that's got yin and yang at the other end.
Yeah.
And on the left is extreme left-wing Marxism. You know, it's Stalin putting 20-odd million people to death and Mao Zedong taking 50 million out. And on the right-hand side, you've got the Adolf Hitlers and the despots and the dictators. And they've taken as many people out, but basically they're doing the same thing. And the argument that's in the middle is their argument, which is the Hegelian dialectic. It's the problem, reaction, solution. And on both sides of the fence, they're playing the problem, reaction, solution game. You know, because while we're looking at Palestine and moaning at that, we're not looking at Donetsk or Slavyansk, or we're not looking at the tribal people, the poor people in Africa are starving, dying, getting diseases.
Those are the people that I choose to be with, you know.
Yeah, and all the time, it's like, imagine there's a circle, and in that circle there's an arrow that pivots around that circle, and it's got certain segments in it. And one bit is the Middle East, the next bit is like Ukraine. And they just every now and then they spin that wheel, and wherever it settles, that's where they'll cause a bit of ruckus to take our mind away while they do something else.
It seems like whenever anyone says imagine, they're killed. John Lennon, Amy Winehouse, you know, all that stuff. Really.
Yeah. People who get it's like today. I mean, my laptop was perfect last night when I went to bed, and the last post I made is the true history of Britain, because I've mentioned it a couple of times, where only because I want to unify people by feeling that they're part of something that's been here a very long time. And all I can see is division now. Scotland want to break away, you know, and division is not the answer. It's like Kip said, it's not finding a figurehead, it's finding a cause and someone who's prepared to stand up for that cause in front of others, you know, political or whatever. I mean, you saw that clip with Kip and the communists.
Oh yeah, that really impacted me.
Yeah, I had a milder situation than that with the local Labour, which are socialist, the Labour European team that came around, and I accused them of being Marxist, what was it, corporatist Marxists with a fascist tinge and a Fabian sheep in wolf's clothing, Nuremberg, Stockholm syndrome, and I said that to one of them, and within half an hour I had like 4 of them around me saying, why are you saying that? Because I don't believe in any ideology. I don't believe in left or right. I think the sooner we drop that paradigm, the sooner we start looking at reality and public servants serving the public rather than the public serving the servants and them enriching themselves from it.
I'm beginning to realize the only thing I have faith in is the individual. And when you look at nature, I mean, when they say on the Bible and all this shit, when they say no two snowflakes are alike, when I heard that as a child, I thought, that is incredible. And you know what? That's true about humans.
Yeah.
We need to see our uniqueness. They're trying to, in the United Nations, the year 2000, they were so excited. What they celebrated in the year 2000, Y2K, and everybody was doing this fear porn shit, what they celebrated was that more than half the Earth's population had been successfully herded into cities. And their agenda is sex without reproduction and reproduction without sex. I was in a bar here tonight in Mexico, and I see Lady Gaga on the screen. I will not even look at that because they want us to blend into some transhumanist thing. And when you said Cobran, I thank you for that. I'm going to be looking into it.
The other thing is that the bulk of their philosophy is coming from George Bernard Shaw and Aldous Huxley, Brave New World.
Oh, yeah.
And George Bernard Shaw for promoting this eugenicist attitude that the ordinary man in the street has to justify his existence, and if he can't, then if we have to put him to sleep, then we have to put him to sleep. And that's what attitude you get from politicians. It's as though they don't have to justify their existence, but we do. And that's eugenicist. And obviously, if you're getting into Brave New World territory, that's transhumanism. And these are people who are knocking around in the Victorian era saying this crap, and they're getting a voice.
Victorian era, there are seances and all that stuff. Oh my God.
But another book that I read that helped me out to understand how it's ended up the way it's ended up was Carol Quigley's Anglo-American Establishment. And you can see how wealth, old money, has plotted, schemed behind the scenes, and now we've got in place, in power, in Britain, for instance, David Cameron is like 3rd or 4th generation evil bastard from a bunch of evil bastards who enjoyed being evil bastards. One of his relatives, along with another banker friend of his, plotted and executed the Boxer Rebellion in China. How many people died in that, and how many millions of people were addicted to heroin and opium because those two geezers wanted to make some money, And
but I feel like we're all witnessing, in my opinion, we're all witnessing the Coliseum where everybody, brings their families and they have picnic lunches, and they watch Christians being, not just Christians, all right, but they watch anybody being hanged, anybody. And now we can't do this. We're politically correct now. You can't. And to me, we've been so efficiently divided. by language. And when you said Kolbrin, I'm very happy about that. I want to look into it.
It's a language and an alphabet that they all know about, but they all have. And that again, I refer you to Alan Wilson, because he's one of a very small minority of people who studied the language and been able to decipher it. And we're talking about this language being on copper plaques, and possibly on the posted on the walls inside the Temple of Babylon.
Oh my God!
Yeah. We're looking at the Kolbrin language appearing in all sorts of places, even around the Caucasus Mountains area. Yeah, there's all sorts of people who possess that language and that alphabet. And as I say, evidence of the asteroid event has been wiped out of British history because of Catholicism, because they wouldn't allow anyone to believe in any heavenly body other than Jesus Christ and the Spirit and all that jazz.
I have a question for you. Are you aware of the asteroid event that apparently hit the Yucatan Peninsula that, sparked all this stuff?
No, are you on about the one that supposedly wiped the dinosaurs and things?
Yeah, that's the history. That's where
I've seen
I'm
the
in
Discovery
the
program on that. Yeah. Oh, you're down there? Yeah.
I'm there. Yeah. I don't believe that shit. Can I tell you something that really, really, really tears my heart apart? Is the fact that I'm in Merida, Yucatan, and it's the capital city of the Yucatan. And there's a Catholic fucking church, and it's like, what they did, they came here and they took the pyramid that was here in Merida, and they took the stones and they embedded it in the Catholic Church. We could go on forever about this. It's like religion.
That neutralizes its power. Neutralizes its power. Down in the south of England, if you look on a map and look how many churches end in the name Bury, which is B-U-R-Y, like Salisbury, Canterbury. If you connect all those churches, you'll find that they're lying on ley lines, and where the churches are, the ley lines cross, and they're points of energy, and they've built churches on them because of the Norman conquest to neutralise that energy so that we don't ever get access to it again.
I know. So you know what, you and me talking right now, we are rising above this. This is like, fuck you, we're talking, Yeah,
that's what I'm all about. The people in my local area, my neighbours and things, think I'm a bit of a tinfoil hat wearer, but every opportunity I have to enlighten them and educate them in how to protect themselves against the system. I was one of 300 who stopped a guy from getting evicted last Wednesday. Quite proud of that. Because he's being dragged into this situation against his will, and the only way he can prevent it is by educating himself rapidly that the system that he's lived under, and he's older than me, the system that he's lived under all his life has let him down, and he's given the system all those years of working, and he's contributed with his tax and his national insurance and everything else, and he's been a good citizen because he's never broken the law, and all his country has done to him is wait till he makes the last payment on his mortgage and then try to repossess his home on a stupid, fraudulent excuse. And so, like a neighbour's son of mine was attacked by 4 policemen, thrown down on his own front lawn, handcuffed, and they threatened to arrest him for a law that doesn't exist. And so I collared a boy, after the event and tried to explain something to him, and it ended up with his mum having a chat with me, and I enlightened her on a couple of bits and bobs as well. So, that was helpful.
You know what?
Liza Kendall.
I'm totally honored to be talking with you. I totally am. What you're doing is amazing. Kip.
Liza Kendall, I hate to interrupt, man, but I do actually have to turn my computer off now, man.
Yeah, okay,
you
mate.
You do it, sweetie.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Good.
I'm really
Till the next time.
I hate to stop the party and stuff, man, but it's like half 4.
You go to sleep. You have a good sleep.
Yeah.
I just fed myself, and I'm going to literally roll into my bed right now, folks, man. So I'm just going to have to shut stuff down.
Okay, Kip.
But
so
listen,
we need to exchange our information on Skype so that we can talk.
Definitely, Liza, man. You sent us a message the other day, man. Let's give me a shout tomorrow. Any point on the Skype?
You are a sweetheart, Kip. Go to sleep now.
Yeah. I won't be back online for about 3 weeks. I'm getting a new computer, so.
Oh, what Kendall? You're going to be leaving us for a bit, man?
No, I'm with you on mobile phone at the moment.
Oh, right. So you're still touching stuff, man.
Yeah. Need to keep the connection because.
Nice one, man.
Say, this is a good site. You always come away from this like elevated and not down, man.
If you feel better, not worse, then keep it up.
We must be doing something right. But
you are, baby.
Liza, listen, you give us a shout tomorrow, man, and we can have a chat tomorrow. That's not a problem.
I would like that with Tazzy.
Aye, both of you, man, batter in. Can do that, man.
Okay.
Not a problem, man. And
Just have
Kendall,
a good sleep. Just.
I will do. Do you know what? The way I feel right now, I'm going, man. Kendall, you know what I'm talking about, man. Have fun.
Yeah. Yeah, my eyeballs are rolling, but the conversation was good.
Right, Liza, catch you tomorrow then.
All right.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
You too, Kendall.
Take care. I love you all. I really do.
You too.
Catch you both later on. Thanks for getting involved, and thanks to everybody that's watching and everybody in the chat as well, man. Bit of a weird ending, I know, man, but there we go. Catch you all.
In a bit.